Dragonfall Plains, March. The icy wind, sharp as a blade, howled down from the frost-spined mountains, biting into every inch of land. Bang! The window lattice groaned mournfully in the gale. My eyes were locked onto the map. The dense annotations scrawled across the parchment looked like a death sentence. Baron. Old butler Bruce approached, his voice low as he handed me a cup of hot, spiced wine. You've been standing here for 2 hours. How long can our food stores last? Silence. 2 months. At most, Bruce finally replied. I closed my eyes. 3 years ago, my father fell in battle, and I was pulled out of the Empire's Knight Academy to take charge of this godforsaken frontier territory, Silverstream Barony. A population of 3,000, bordering orc tribes, and glorified with the title Borderland Baron. Let's call it what it is, cannon fodder. The surrounding human territories had long since fled, leaving only Silverstream teetering in the wind as the lone, stubborn sapling. And the supply caravans from the border fortress? Bruce gave a bitter smile. The orcs are rallying their army. Who'd dare risk coming here? My fists clenched. An island, Silverstream Barony, had become an isolated, forsaken island. There's more, Bruce added, voice dropping even further. The scouts we sent out haven't returned for 3 days. Dead. Definitely dead. I see. I waved him off. Leave me. Bruce hesitated, words on the tip of his tongue, but ultimately exited the hall. The moment the door shut, I sprang into action. I strode toward the study, briskly triggering the mechanism on the 4th row of the bookshelf. Rumble. The wall split apart, revealing a dark, gaping passageway. Without hesitation, I stepped inside. Twisting turns led me quickly to a massive, bronze double door. Towering 3 meters tall, the doors were engraved with 9 dragons, their eyes fixed downward in domineering judgment. Mounted on their backs were dragon riders, lances raised high. At the center, the head of a dragon displayed 2 blood-red gemstones, glinting ominously in the darkness. I pressed a hidden mechanism, touching 12 specific dragon scales in sequence. Boom, rumble. The massive doors creaked open. The hidden chamber inside wasn't large, around 20 square meters. Soft light emanated from luminous pearls embedded in the walls. At the very center of the chamber, resting atop a stone pedestal, lay a colossal egg. A dragon egg. The egg stood a full meter tall, its dark crimson shell resembling hardened magma. Its surface was etched with dragon scale-like patterns, so vivid they seemed to breathe with the flickering light. But cracks ran across the eggshell. 3 years ago, there had only been faint hairline fractures. Now, the fissures covered nearly half the egg. Deep within those cracks, faint light pulsed, steady, like a heartbeat. Still not coming out. I circled the egg, wrapping it firmly. It's been 3 years already. That's right, I'm a transmigrator. In my previous life, I was a nobody web novelist, writing 6 or 7 books, none of which ever took off. Then, 3 years ago, I woke up in this body just in time for dear old dad to die in battle, leaving me to pick up the pieces. Inheriting a noble title. This dragon egg was an heirloom from my old man, a so-called family artifact passed down through generations. But here's the kicker. It had a crack in it 3 years ago and still hasn't hatched to this day. Thinking about today's mess of a day, I looked over at this dead weight of an egg and couldn't help the anger bubbling up inside me. Bam! I kicked it. The dragon egg toppled to the ground and rolled. I snapped out of it in an instant. Shit! I rushed over, carefully picking it up and inspecting it from every angle, top to bottom. Thankfully, no new cracks. The shell was unbelievably tough. I wiped away imaginary sweat from my brow and gave the egg a subconscious knock. Knock, knock, knock. Should be fine, right? I muttered, leaning in closer to the eggshell. My tone softened unexpectedly, almost nurturing. Hey, Eggy, if you don't come out soon, I'm seriously making scrambled eggs. Word is, dragon egg fried rice smells amazing. The egg didn't budge. I sighed, turned around, and headed for the door. Just as I reached it, crack, I whipped my head around. A mouse? But how could there be mice in here? I began searching around the room for the non-existent rodent. Crack, there it was again. This time I caught it. The sound was coming from behind me. Crack, a third time. I froze, my eyes widening. Wait a second. That sound, it was coming from inside the egg. I'm a silver knight. My hearing never fails me. My heartbeat instantly sped up. Could it be? Could it finally be hatching? I dashed back to the egg, pressing my ear against its ice-cold shell. The rough, scaly texture actually pricked a little. Crack. Something inside was definitely pushing against the shell. I lifted my head abruptly, a huge grin spreading across my face. Wait a second. I just kicked it, and now it's about to hatch. This egg, does it have attitude? Thinking back over the last 3 years, I checked on it daily, given it a few experimental taps, but I'd never gone hard on it. The one day I decide to give it a solid kick, and suddenly, there's movement? Does this dragon egg respond only to tough love? Whatever, as long as it hatches. Crack, crack, crack. It was like the thing inside had given up on hiding after being discovered. The noise grew louder and more consistent, as if it were determined to break free. I squatted down beside it, my eyes fixed on the shell without so much as a blink. Every crisp crack reverberated in my ears like the sound of coins dropping into my purse. What exactly was inside? A wyvern? A pure-blooded dragon? In an age where true dragons were nearly extinct, even the rarest hybrid could cause an empire-wide frenzy. The emperor himself would come to my doorstep. The elven queen would send emissaries. Even those prideful, snooty dragonborn nobles would grovel before me. And if I managed to forge a dragon soul bond, becoming a true dragon knight. Plop! A piece of the eggshell fell off. At the top of the egg, a jagged little opening appeared, as if it had been gnawed through. I leaned in even closer, just a fist's distance away from the shell. Peering into the black void of the opening, I felt a faint warmth escape, like sunlight that had been trapped inside. The flavor of stone. Plip, plip, plip. Eggshell shards rained down like a sudden drizzle. The opening grew larger and larger, riddled with cracks like a torn fishing net. 1 minute, 5 minutes, 10 minutes. The eggshell pieces kept falling, yet whatever was inside showed no sense of urgency, eerily calm and deliberate. No frantic scrambling like a chick breaking free, and certainly none of the earth-shaking grandeur you'd expect from a mythical dragon hatching. No, it was just casually unwrapping itself, like ripping open a package. My smile froze on my face. Could it be empty? What if whatever was inside had long since died? What if those cracks were the telltale signs of rot? My heart sank, bit by bit, just as despair began to consume me. Crack, a deafening sound. The last piece of the eggshell covering the tip of the dragon egg shattered fully, flying through the air before landing on the ground with a sharp thud. A dark, inky black little head poked through the gaping hole. A jet-black snout emerged from the breach. I froze. For 1 second, then pure elation erupted within me. Its head, damp and wrinkled with folds like that of an old man, was unmistakably the shape of a dragon. The elongated snout, the budding horn nubs rising on its head, and those amber slit pupil eyes, it was all there. Even in its newborn state, there lingered a natural arrogance that seemed etched into its very soul. It didn't have the regal dignity of an Eastern dragon, nor the feral menace of a Western dragon, but that palpable, "I am dragon," aura radiated from it in waves. It's a dragon. A real dragon. I nearly jumped in place, forcing myself to tamp down my excitement. Stay calm. Don't scare it. Don't scare it. I repeated the words like a mantra in my head. The little dragon poked its head further out, and its first glance landed directly on me. Amber slit pupil eyes scanned me up and down, sharp and assessing. And then, it looked away, like it just glanced at the backdrop of a stage. Not worth its attention, not worth a second look. My smile froze in place again. I had just been ignored by a newly hatched dragon. Crack. It didn't spare me another glance, refocusing on using its front claws to tear apart what remained of the eggshell. The tiny claws, now slick with viscous fluids, glistened softly in the light of the luminous pearl next to it. With a determined struggle, it clawed at the edge of the shell and wriggled its body like an odd little caterpillar. The eggshell crumbled, until a towering, 1-meter-high egg shrank to half its height in no time. Finally, the sleek, elongated body of the dragon emerged completely, its deep gray skin unblemished by scales but faintly tracing with bluish veins coursing underneath. A pair of fleshy wings folded snugly against its back, the translucent red membranes thin as cicada wings, lined with delicate golden patterns. These gave off a faint, mysterious glow under the light. The young dragon gave itself a shake, shards of the eggshell sliding off its body with a soft rattle. Then, crunch, It bit down on the fallen eggshell, chewing, swallowing, going in for another bite. I was dumbfounded. The dragon was eating its own eggshell? Scrambling to remember what I learned in Night Academy, I vaguely recalled something. Lesser drakes did this. Something about replenishing calcium and nutrients. As for true dragons, the Academy barely touched on that. Probably because they never imagined us students would encounter a real one. It should be fine, right? I took a cautious step forward. At just this moment, the young dragon suddenly raised its head, its slit pupils narrowing to fine lines as a deep, rumbling growl escaped its throat. Roar! The baby-like, pretend ferocious growl sounded more like a weaning puppy trying to act as a fearsome wolf. All right, I won't move. I quickly raised my hands to signal I meant no harm. The young dragon stared at me for a few seconds, confirming that this two-legged creature had no intention of stealing its food. Only then did it resume crunching on the eggshells with audible crack, crack noises. Little fella, you're quite protective of your food, I muttered. After about 10 minutes, it had gnawed the eggshell clean, leaving not even a shred the size of a fingernail. The dragon stretched its little body. It was roughly 5 feet long. Too big to be a pet, but much too small to be a decent mount. Hick! A tiny flame shot from its mouth, flickering in a flash of orange-red before vanishing. I stared wide-eyed in disbelief. Dragon's breath. That was really dragon's breath. Lesser dragons rarely possessed breath abilities. Most only had the physique of a dragon without the accompanying breath, and some didn't even inherit wings, relegating them to essentially being overgrown chickens. But a dragon capable of breath was usually a true dragon. And there was one more crucial piece of evidence waiting to be confirmed. Little Black, I called out. The young dragon's ears twitched, and it turned its head, its amber-slit pupils reflecting a hint of puzzlement. Are you calling me? Yes, you. Little Black. Let me ask you. Roar. A louder, booming roar cut off my words. The young dragon opened its mouth wide, revealing its tiny, grain-sized milk teeth, and used every ounce of its strength to yell a clear no. You don't like that name? I asked. The young dragon stared me down, growling in its throat, though it didn't make any move to attack. Oddly enough, it never showed real hostility toward me. It just seemed to think I was annoying. All right, Little Black. I disregarded its resistance, choosing to interpret its silence as grudging acceptance of the name. My tone became more hopeful as I asked, Can you perform a dragon soul pact? The young dragon squinted at me. Not this again. The Dragon Soul Pact, the most sacred bond between a dragon knight and their dragon. Once formed, the two would become one. For the Dragon Knight, it meant doubling their cultivation speed, dramatically extending their lifespan, and having their bloodline transformed by the dragon's magic. The extent of the transformation depended on the dragon's tier. A pact with a lesser dragon could never compare to one with a pure-blooded true dragon. For the dragon, the pact solved its one weakness: the agonizingly slow growth rate. Dragons were the mightiest of creatures, with scales impervious to blades and breath that could incinerate cities. But they took centuries or even millennia to mature. The Dragon Soul Pact acted like a fast-track accelerator, speeding up their growth. For the past 3 years, I could have settled for a lesser dragon to claim the title of Dragon Knight. Sure, I'd look pathetic in front of real dragon knights, but at least the title itself would be impressive. Yet I turned down every opportunity, waiting instead for this damn egg. Now, that long-awaited moment had finally arrived. Most importantly, I needed to confirm, was this truly a genuine dragon? After all, Dragon Soul Pacts originated from true dragons. Everything today was just an imitation. Simplified version: one can only form a pact with a lesser drake. It's impossible to touch the soul of a true dragon. Moreover, a genuine dragon soul contract can only be initiated by the dragon itself. It has to acknowledge you. Forcing it out of the question. Hey, Little Black, do you know how to form a dragon soul pact? The baby dragon snorted, flicking embers from its nostrils, not even deigning to lift its eyes. I twitched. Little Black, can you, or can't you, perform a dragon soul pact? Finally, it raised its head, vertical pupils staring at me while its tail swayed. Its body leaned forward slightly as if to say, Ugh, aren't you annoying? My face darkened. Seeing as I wouldn't get an answer, I decided I'd just try my own way. I turned and left the room. The baby dragon gave a glance toward my retreating figure, yawned wide to reveal a mouthful of baby teeth, and crawled into a corner, curling up to sleep. It wasn't long before I came running back, now holding a brown parchment scroll, a forged dragon soul contract. I'd prepared it in advance. Seeing the baby dragon curled up in the corner, I felt a tick in the corner of my mouth. Sleeping only an hour after birth? Turns out the phrase, "dragons are born lazy," is all too true. I couldn't be bothered to wake it up. Instead, I unfurled the scroll directly. The moment the parchment lay flat, an unusual air spread out. The runic symbols on it came alive, flowing, glowing faintly with golden light. Biting down on my finger, I let a drop of blood fall to the center of the scroll. Buzz! A piercing golden light burst forth, illuminating the dark chamber like daytime. The runes began spinning wildly, expanding and rising. A golden six-pointed star emerged from the scroll, hovering midair. Each line looked as if it were forged from molten gold, and each of its 6 tips bore intricate symbols, neither human nor elvish script. It looked like countless little dragons entwined, or perhaps the distilled laws of heaven and earth. At the center, a golden sphere of light turned slowly, almost as if breathing, waiting. The baby dragon snapped awake. Its vertical pupils contracted into sharp lines, its entire body tensed, and its tail uncoiled, slamming against the stone floor with a loud crack. Growling. A low growl of warning echoed. The 6-pointed star began spinning faster and faster, glowing ever brighter. Buzz! It split into two. 2 smaller stars flew toward me and the baby dragon respectively. The star meant for me sank directly into the space between my brows. I immediately felt a shift deep in my soul, a sensation of something being touched, opened, and connected as if an ancient door had cracked ajar. A string attached itself to my soul, but the other end of it hung in nothingness, faint and unsteady. Something was wrong. On the other side, just as the star was about to touch the baby dragon, it abruptly stopped. Like it had struck an invisible barrier, it hovered a fist's distance from the dragon's forehead, spinning violently as it tried to push through. My eyes remained closed, immersed in my own internal changes. I neither felt the smoothness of an initiated pact nor the tearing sensation of a forcibly accepted one. I felt nothing at all, unless this was a true dragon. Only a true dragon could repel a forged pact. The spell could never reach the soul of a genuine dragon. It was fundamentally incompatible. My eyes snapped open. The 6-pointed star spun wildly, spinning wildly. The golden light flickered erratically, like a dying firework, desperately trying to drill into the baby dragon's forehead, but unable to advance an inch. Between the baby dragon and the hexagram, there was nothing. No barrier, no obstruction. Yet the hexagram simply couldn't pass through. It was as if an invisible, unassailable chasm lay in between. The baby dragon yawned, revealing a mouth full of tiny milk teeth. Awu! It stretched out its claw and swiped. Pop! The hexagram burst like a soap bubble, scattering golden specks of light into the air, which then vanished in an instant. My jaw almost hit the floor. That was the Dragon Soul contract scroll I had spent half a year's savings on. The merchant had sworn it was top quality, guaranteed results, and it didn't even last a second. It wasn't rejected, it was smashed. Like swatting a fly, I stared intently at the baby dragon. Its amber, vertical pupils stared right back, with no hostility or alarm, but instead curiosity, confusion, and was that longing? I blinked. Was I imagining things? But the baby dragon kept staring straight at me, its pupils slightly dilated, and that trace of longing became more evident. The hexagram was gone. The costly contract I bought vanished without a whisper. What stung even more was this type of scroll should have been reusable if the contract failed. As long as the hexagram remained intact, it could be sealed again. Now, it had been smacked into glowing particles, not even a trace left. My face cycled through every color imaginable, a mix of heartbreak, frustration, and anger taking turns. Not even the joy of discovering it was a true dragon could outweigh this painful loss. That was months of savings. All the food I could have bought with that. The baby dragon tilted its head, watching my twisted expression, its gaze full of confusion. After a moment of hesitation, it started walking toward me. Tap, tap, tap. Its claws clicked against the stone floor, slow and deliberate. I froze. What was this little guy planning? But I didn't move. Even if it was a true dragon, it was still just a toothless tiger. No, a scaleless dragon at the moment. The baby dragon began circling me. Once, twice. I stood there like a wooden post, my eyes tracking it as though it were interrogating me for a crime. Sniff, sniff. The baby dragon sniffed around me incessantly, from my left foot to my right, from my back to my front, finally stopping in front of me. Its snout was almost touching my knee. We locked eyes. Warm breath hit my face, radiating an unexpected heat, like a little space heater. A faint sulfuric smell wafted through the air, reminiscent of wet stones after rain. I was startled. I hadn't noticed such obvious heat before. Was its strength boosted after eating its eggshell? The baby dragon seemed to have come to some conclusion. Grr. This was the most serious growl it had let out so far. Slowly, it raised its right front claw. I was puzzled. A handshake? Lunar New Year greetings? Or was it going to swipe at me? Low muttering began to rise. The sound echoed. Soft, delicate, like a distant whisper. It wasn't common, wasn't elvish, wasn't dwarvish. It was a language so ancient, it seemed almost impossible to comprehend. Each syllable felt jagged and foreign, like echoes resonating from the depths of time itself. Golden light began to coalesce before its claws. The size of a clenched fist, the light kept shifting, contracting, expanding, growing brighter, softening. It gleamed like a living star. A small, golden six-pointed star appeared. It bore a striking resemblance to the replicas I'd seen before. The same shape, the same color, the same pattern of rotation. But in that instant, I could feel the difference. Completely different. The aura of this star was more sacred, more ancient, more real. If the previous ones were sketches on paper, then this one was a genuine door, a gateway. It didn't need to be blindingly radiant or to spin wildly. Its quiet, effortless suspension was enough to evoke reverence from anyone watching. This was the legendary Dragon Soul Pact. The real thing, authentic, unadulterated, and only something a pure-blooded dragon could manifest. Any doubts I had about Little Black's identity evaporated. It was a dragon, not a wyvern, not some hybrid, not a maybe. This was a true, pure-blooded, living, breathing dragon. My heart thundered like a war drum. But I steadied myself. I couldn't lose my composure, couldn't embarrass myself in front of a dragon. This little creature was about to form a pact with me. At least you're not completely hopeless. I chuckled, half joking, a grin stretching all the way to my ears. Without hesitation, I bent forward, lowering my head like a merchant eager to seal a deal. All right, come on, hit me, I urged enthusiastically. The young dragon froze, startled. It hadn't expected this two-legged creature to be so eager. It tilted its head, confusion flickering in its amber-colored slit pupils. Why was I more impatient than it was? The six-pointed star gently floated upward, like a golden leaf drifting in the air, before softly attaching itself to my forehead, slowly sinking into the space between my brows. Like snow dissolving into water, like starlight melting into the night sky. This time, it was real. I could feel it clearly. Deep within the core of my soul, something had taken root and begun to grow. It wasn't a vague and intangible string. It was a solid, unbreakable bond, tightly binding me to another living being. Warm, powerful, brimming with a fledgling vitality. Like a tiny spark had been ignited, quietly burning in the depths of my soul. I opened my eyes. The little dragon lay exhausted on the ground, its amber eyes half open and half closed, its breathing rapid. Ugh! It whimpered softly, lowering its head to rest its chin on its claws, looking for all the world like a marathon runner who'd just crossed the finish line. Through the bond, I could feel it, a raw, overwhelming fatigue. Real, bone-deep exhaustion. It had poured every ounce of its strength into this pact. Little Black, you. Roar! The young dragon. The dragon jerked its head up sharply, its voice ringing with authority. A surge of dissatisfaction and defiance roared like a tidal wave. Who are you calling Little Black? I scratched my head. All right, then I'll pick another. Ignis. The voice echoed in my mind. Weak, tender, like a child struggling to speak their first word, but clear as daylight. Ignis, I nodded. All right, fair enough. The baby dragon's tail tip gave a little twitch. It lowered its head and lazily slumped down. With a contented yawn, its eyes slid shut. You can leave now. I stared at the little dragon, now curled up like a loaf in sleep mode. Ignis, how about we compromise here? Your name's nice, but it's kinda long and a bit of a mouthful. How about in private? I still call you Little Black, but when we're out in. Roar. Quicker than a spring snapping into place, the dragon's head shot up. Its previous lethargic demeanor evaporated in an instant. It bared 2 rows of tiny, rice grain-sized baby teeth, amber slit-pupilled eyes glaring wide. Say that again if you dare. Just like a little girl exploding when teased with a lousy nickname, absolutely bristling with annoyance. Well, I crossed my arms, a smirk creeping across my face. Someone's got quite the attitude. Flashing those little teeth at me. Should I smack your tiny dragon, but until it blossoms? We locked eyes, human and dragon, in an unrelenting staring contest. For a long moment, Ignis didn't move. Then, slowly, the dragon lowered itself back down again, though it didn't close its eyes this time. It flopped onto its side in a sulky position while fixing me with a chilly stare. So, aren't you leaving? You're kicking me out. I jabbed my finger at myself, pretending to look offended. Ignis narrowed its eyes. Do I need to spell it out? For the record, I muttered as I shuffled toward the door. This is my secret chamber. Step, step, step. My footsteps echoed away down the stone corridor. Reaching the door, I paused and turned my head back for one last look. Ignis was watching me leave. Weariness seemed to creep up onto its tiny form once more. Its gaze lingered for one more moment before, finally, the amber eyes closed. The tail curled neatly around its side, wrapping into a cozy ball. A small grin tugged at my mouth. This little brat, possessive, feisty, and adamant about avoiding nicknames, didn't seem as impossible as I'd first thought. Back in my study, the secret door creaked shut behind me. I flopped into my chair and sat there, unmoving, for a solid 3 seconds. Then, yes, I punched the air with such ferocity that my entire body lifted slightly from the seat. 3 years of waiting, it was all worth it. A real dragon. Since the dragon plague, dragons had either perished or vanished without a trace. Did the Holy Radiance Empire have any left? Nobody knew. How many dragons still roamed the continent? Nobody could, or would, answer. But now, I, Alan Drake, impoverished baron and the laughingstock of nobility. I owned a dragon. A living, breathing, fire-breathing, glaring dragon. I basked in triumph for 5 glorious minutes. Then, reality slapped me in the face. Focus. Calm down. I inhaled deeply, exhaled. The rush of euphoria subsided into sober thought. Sure, I had a dragon. But the problems with the Silver Creek Barony? Still as unsolvable as they'd been yesterday. The food reserves wouldn't last more than 2 months. The orcs were still gathering forces. The scouts I'd sent to investigate hadn't come back. Besides, a dragon needed time to grow. Even with the acceleration provided by a bond like ours, Ignis wasn't going to become battle-ready in a month or 2. Right now, no matter how impressive, freshly hatched dragons were still just babies. No way could I send Ignis to hover over the orc army. And what? Scowl cutely at them? Go on, glare them into submission. They'll laugh. A little, at least. I murmured, picturing the scene of amusing the frontmost orcs. I sighed. Then it hit me, a sudden warmth coursing through my body. It felt like someone had poured a cup of warm water into my core, and it spread out to my limbs, tingling and comforting me to the point that I almost let out a contented hum. Inside, my battle aura vortex spun rapidly. The energy within bubbled, becoming far more active. Slowly but steadily, it began to grow, not dramatically, but definitely faster than my usual rate of training. Something was changing within me. It was mild, almost imperceptible, like the faint whisper of spring's first breeze. But it was real. This was the Dragon Soul Pact. The true Dragon Soul Pact bound the dragon and its bonded partner as one. Their fates intertwined, their victories and losses shared. It had to be Ignis, digesting the eggshell energy. That energy seemed to flow back to me through the pact. I suddenly recalled a note from an ancient text I'd once read at the Knight Academy. A true dragon knight never trains on their own. Now I get it. Why bother struggling to train yourself anymore? All the grueling effort, waking at dawn, sweating buckets, grinding endlessly for pitiful progress. What was the point? When compared to this, it was laughable. Why train when all you had to do was care for a dragon? At this rate, I could break into the gold level in less than a year, a feat that would have normally taken me several years to accomplish. It felt like one of those idle RPG games where others worked themselves to the bone grinding dungeons while I just chilled in a safe zone and watched my XP bar tick up by itself. Absolutely delightful. And yet, there was more. I raised my hand, noticing the crystal clear intricacies of the parchment in front of me. My sight had sharpened immensely, revealing even the finest details. I perked up my ears, and sure enough, I could distinctly hear the footsteps of soldiers all the way out by the watchtower. I took a deep breath. My sense of smell was heightened as well. Beyond the musty scent of the study, I detected the faint smoke from the distant fireplace and the tantalizing aroma of bread wafting in from the kitchen. The Dragon Soul Pact was changing me more than I had initially imagined. And this was only the beginning. I had an epiphany. All that previous training, the exhaustion, discipline, and sweat, it now felt like using a spoon to dig through a mountain. Now, all I needed to do was take good care of Ignis. Feed her, protect her, pamper her. Every ounce of my effort would be returned tenfold. With her, I could reach heights I'd only dreamed of. I leaned back in my chair, a dreamy smile spreading across my face. This must be the realization every dragon knight comes to. Raising dragons. That's the key. That's it. I stood, pushing open the heavy doors of the Lord's Hall. The morning light cut across the stone steps like blades of silver, and a cool breeze surged forward, invigorating me as though I'd been struck by lightning. The warmth inside me had not faded. Ever since I returned from the hidden chamber last night, it had blazed within me like molten lava. By sunrise, its intensity had waned slightly, yet it still burned brightly, a scorching ember pressed against my back. I could sense Ignis curled up deep within the dark chamber, fast asleep and comfortably digesting her eggshell. The connection between us was gossamer thin yet unyielding, as strong as steel. Let her rest, let her grow. Interrupting a dragon's evolution was foolish at best. A small smirk crept across my lips. Stepping through the path lined with flower beds, I made my way forward, toward the silver Main Street of Creek Town. Half-timbered houses stand on either side like battle-hardened veterans, their dark wooden frames embedded into gray walls like ribs. The upper floors jut outward layer by layer, almost meeting overhead, compressing the sky into a single sliver of blue. Moss creeps along the base of the walls like green venom, and the black stains beneath the eaves are the scars left by time's blade. The cobblestone road is slick and cold, every step producing a creak as though bones were splintering beneath my feet. The air is a peculiar blend of wood smoke, horse manure, and baked bread, not pleasant by any means, but grounding in its authenticity. My lord, passers-by bow their heads in greeting. I offer only a slight nod and continue my stroll. By now, they're used to their young lord wandering around the streets. At first, people speculated I was checking on the state of the town, but they soon realized I was just aimlessly loitering. What can I say? There's not even a decent tavern in this godforsaken place. I smirk inwardly. As a transmigrator, observing this medieval world is about the only form of entertainment I have. But today is different. I make my way straight to the town wall. The northern wind cuts like a blade, my cloak whipping wildly in its embrace. Beyond the wall stretches an endless plain. Morning light bathes the land in gold, and countless streams meander like silver serpents, their glimmer almost blinding beneath the sun's rays. Prime farmland. I narrow my eyes. Too bad it's orc hunting grounds. Every time Silverstream County has attempted to claim the plains, the orcs are quick to harvest, and I don't mean crops. They take heads. Silverstream has held out this long thanks solely to its terrain, 3 sides surrounded by mountains, with only one narrow path leading to the plains. Easily defended, but that's as far as it goes. This year is different. To the east, the orcs' larger clans are acting like mad dogs, devouring smaller tribes at breakneck speed, as if doomsday itself were at hand. Now they've gathered a massive force, their sights set squarely on the border fortress. The remnants of those consumed, defeated soldiers, dissenters unwilling to kneel, desperate refugees, all flee westward, right to the gates of Silverstream. Over the past 2 weeks, the attacks have tripled in frequency. New faces emerge time after time, defeated fighters, opportunistic looters, and even wanderers taking casual potshots as they pass. The storm is coming. I mutter, my words shredded by the howling wind. I have to get to the border fortress. This wave of orc aggression feels off. What clan is responsible? How many soldiers? What's their endgame? Every answer is a matter of life and death for Silverstream. Tens of thousands of orcs. Silverstream has 3,000 people with only 300 able-bodied fighters. 300 against tens of thousands. I press my fingers to my temples, massaging away the tension. On the horizon, faint plumes of smoke rise into the air. That's not from hearths. It's the prelude to war. The third day after Little Black's hatching. My lord, Aaron has returned. I look up sharply, the sheaf of parchment in my hands snapping shut with a thud. Send him in at once. Aaron strides into the room, his armor caked with dust, clumps of earth falling from his boots with every step. Might take over. The 40-year-old veteran stood tense, dark circles under his eyes betraying a sleepless struggle of days. His brow furrowed deeply. Lord Aelin. He pounded his chest with a fist, showing his respect. At ease, I said, stepping around my desk. My sharp gaze swept over Aaron's form, ensuring no fresh wounds before I spoke again. What's the situation? Two matters, he replied, his voice heavy as iron. First, he hesitated. We found the last known location of the missing scouts. And I prompted, already suspecting the answer. A bitter smile tugged at his lips. Captured by orcs. There's nothing left, not even bones. Silence. 2 lives, gone in the blink of an eye. I couldn't even remember their names. Double the compensation for their families, I said hoarsely. Make sure they don't feel forsaken. Understood. He nodded, his expression unchanging. Their last trail was near the Bloodfang tribe's territory. I froze. The Bloodfang tribe, the largest orc faction in the vicinity. Their chieftain, was a cunning old beast. Occasional skirmishes between scouts were one thing, but outright murder? That was a declaration of war. Can we confirm it was them? Denies it. Of course he denies it. In the past, I might have marched out to take a head or two as retribution. But with war clouds gathering on the Eastern Front, the Silverstream territory couldn't afford unnecessary losses. We'll remember this debt, I said, keeping my voice cold, even. Blood for blood, it's only a matter of time. The second issue is worse, Aaron said, his voice dropping. I raised an eyebrow. Go on. A new orc tribe has appeared on the Silverstream plains, he explained gravely. What? My initial shock melted into disbelief. They're settling here? Right under our noses. Seems like they're refugees, unfamiliar with the land. Aaron's tone was cautious. They're likely avoiding conflict with the larger tribes in the forest and trying to carve out a buffer zone. How many? 1 or 200? I exhaled slowly, barely reining in my composure, but tension soon crept back in. In orc tribes, everyone fights. Men, women, even the old and young. Their raw numbers might only be a couple hundred, but their combat prowess would rival that of 500 trained human soldiers. Meanwhile, the Silverstream forces barely totaled 300, the combined strength of the regular army and the militia is scarcely reaching 500. And those numbers were far from fully usable. We couldn't afford to pull every able-bodied person from farming and fortifying the walls. 100 orcs stationed so close to the border was tantamount to a blade pressed against our necks. Hunting trips, woodcutting, farming. Anyone leaving the safety of the settlement would risk encountering death. What do you think? I turned to Aaron. I had already made my decision, but his opinion was vital. I wasn't foolish enough to rule unilaterally. I wasn't at that level. Aaron had been at war on this land for over 2 decades. His insight ran deeper. He drummed his calloused fingers twice against his knee. Orcs cannot stay on the plains, he said firmly, his voice unyielding. It's too close to the territory. If they settle today, they'll expand tomorrow, I finished grimly. Pillage and lay siege the day after tomorrow. The old veteran paused for a moment, his eyes glinting with calculation. But there's no rush. These orcs won't break through Silver Creek's defenses. His murky eyes were steady, honed by years on the battlefield. Let me figure out the details first. Where they're from, how many of them there are, and whether they have reinforcements. Striking blindly is no different from inviting death. I nodded. Exactly my thoughts. The territory's grain stores could only last 2 months, and every copper coin had to be spent wisely. War costs lives, and lost lives require compensation. I've done the math. But most critically, there was Little Black. Silver Creek never had a decisive force before. Every battle fought was a gamble. Now, things were different. With a dragon, everything was different. How much time will you need? Erlen raised 2 fingers and then put one down. 7 days. That's enough for me to uncover everything about them, down to their ancestors. The corners of my mouth lifted briefly but flattened just as quickly. I glanced at Bruce, then back at Erlen, hesitating. Go back for now. I waved my hand dismissively. Report to me as soon as there's any news. Understood. Both of them saluted before leaving. Bruce closed the door behind him. In the empty hall, I drummed my fingers on the table. Thud, thud, thud. I had considered telling them about Little Black, but the little creature was still digesting. Showing them a drowsy baby dragon that hadn't woken up yet? That wouldn't make much of an impression. We'll wait until it's awake. I could already picture it. Opening that door, and out of the darkness, a pure-blooded dragon slowly opens its eyes. Just imagining it sent a rush of excitement through me. 2 days later, Erlen had been gone for 2 days now. Silver Creek had suddenly gone into lockdown. The gates were shut tight, the drawbridge raised, and the number of sentries had doubled. The official reason? Orc wolf riders had been spotted on the Silver Creek plains, so the lockdown was for public safety. It was a reasonable excuse. In this region, orcs were as common as the cold north wind. The townsfolk grumbled a little, but ultimately returned to their routines. But the real reason was far from that. I chose to keep it a secret. If the people found out that orcs had already set up camp right at our doorstep, panic would spread like wildfire. Silver Creek could not afford chaos right now. Trade caravans hadn't arrived in some time, and rumors were already brewing in the town. If word got out about the orcs' encampment, the consequences would be unthinkable. We'd deal with that orc camp first, if we even managed to. On the 6th day after the hatching, I frowned at the parchment in front of me. An absurd case of elopement. The culprit was the victim's own younger brother. The parents had tried to mediate, but the victim wouldn't back down, and the whole affair had turned into a public spectacle. The troublesome part? The victim was demanding that the 2 adulterers be executed. That wasn't going to happen. Silver Creek only had 3,000 people. If we executed everyone over minor disputes, what would be left? But ignoring the issue wasn't a solution either. I massaged my temples and started drafting a ruling. Bruce took the parchment from me, his expression shifting from confusion to amusement, and finally, holding back a laugh. Brilliant judgment, my lord. Explain. Bruce read out. Martha, her head shall be shaved, paraded through town for 3 days, and forbidden to remarry thereafter. Peter, report to Silver Creek Infantry 1st Battalion within 3 days. He glanced up, lips curling in amusement. Peter goes to the battlefield. If he dies, it's God's judgment. If he survives and comes back, he'll be a changed man. Shaving Martha's head is worse for her than a beating. Paraded around for 3 days, she won't ever hold her head high in Silver Creek again. I leaned back in the chair. Hank wanted an execution, and this feels pretty damn close. A trip to the battlefield is as good as a death sentence. Bruce nodded and left. Just as I was about to return to managing territorial affairs, a sudden sensation stopped me. The warmth flowing through my body gone. That familiar, underground river-like heat simply vanished. At the same time, the faint thread tethered to the depths of my soul became unnervingly vivid. I saw it then. In the corner of the hidden chamber, a small black dragon lifted its tiny head and let out a massive yawn, revealing rows of rice-sized baby teeth. The little one had awakened. I practically leapt out of my chair and crossed the room in seconds, tugging at the hidden bookshelf mechanism. The wall shifted open, and a powerful scent of sulfur hit me like a wave. The atmosphere in the hidden chamber was entirely different now. The damp, musty odor had vanished, replaced by a sharp and overwhelming sulfuric stench, like someone had spilled an entire crate of gunpowder. The air was dry, hot, prickling faintly as it filled my lungs. In the corner, the little black dragon lay curled up. Been a few days, and you've already grown, huh? It had matured from 1.5 meters at hatching to nearly 1.8 meters now. Its skin, once smooth as an egg, had turned coarse. Beneath its textured surface, something seemed ready to emerge. Scales, perhaps? Ignis lay with its chin resting on its forepaws. Hearing the commotion, It lazily lifted an amber-colored slit pupil eye to glance at me. Just one glance. Then it snorted, puffed. 2 wisps of white vapor curled and disappeared. I couldn't help but chuckle, nudging its hind leg lightly with the tip of my shoe. Hey, is this how you greet someone you're bound to by a contract? Ignis let out a low, disgruntled growl from deep within its throat. Rare. It propped itself up on its forelimbs, those sharp amber eyes locking onto mine as if to say, "Want to try that again?" I did just that and nudged it again. "If you're awake, get up. Who taught you to laze around like this?" "Rower." A shadow lunged at me. In an instant, my right leg was caught. Not bitten, just held. Its warm mouth wrapped around my leg, the teeth brushing against the fabric of my pants, but applying no pressure whatsoever. My heart nearly jumped out of my chest, but there was no pain. Looking down, I realized that its black-scaled head was resting against my shin, those amber eyes filled with amusement. "You trying to scare me now?" This little bastard hadn't planned to bite, just wanted to embarrass me. I was not having it. Wham! I planted a punch directly on Ignis' forehead. The young dragon froze, blinking in confusion as it released my leg. It tilted its head as if to ask, "Did you just hit me?" Then it caught sight of my smug, taunting grin. Ignis was furious. Roar! With a running start, it charged, transforming into a shadow that shot straight toward me. I sidestepped, and Ignis rammed headfirst into the wall. Bang! The wall was fine. So was the dragon. In the 20-square-meter dim chamber, the two of us, one man and one dragon, collided in a not-so-friendly game of cat and mouse. Ignis charged, I dodged, I kicked, it evaded. Our shadows tangled and danced in the glow of the luminous pearl above us. By the time we stopped, both of us were out of breath. I was covered in dust, my hair disheveled like a bird's nest, and my sleeve had a rip where it had snagged. We locked eyes for a moment. I raised a hand. "My bad, okay? My bad." Ignis stared at me for a few seconds, as if assessing my sincerity, then lowered its attacking stance. It lifted its head, subtly tilting its chin up, its slit pupils half-lidded as it cast me a sidelong glance. So smug, so superior, as if it were silently declaring, "Look at you. Pathetic." Roar. It snorted, flicking the tip of its tail upward in triumph. The corner of my mouth twitched. "Fine. You're the dragon. You win." I held back the urge to retaliate. Without using magic or energy, I really couldn't beat it. I'd been knocked around several times in the past few minutes, and my chest ached where I'd taken a direct hit. Through the tear in my sleeve, I could just barely glimpse the bruising beneath. This thing is only a few days old. Not bad for a newborn dragon. Dragons couldn't be measured by human ranking systems. Their strength was categorized solely by growth stages: hatchling, juvenile, young adult, adult, and elder. A fully grown dragon could easily overpower humanity's strongest warriors. And the scariest thing about them? Dragons could fly. You slash at it from the ground, and it soars above you. You run for your life? It rains fire down from the sky. There's just no winning that fight. I glanced at Ignis, eyes filled with anticipation. It was already 5 feet 11 inches, 1.8 meters, just a few days in, and it was this big. Imagine how massive it would be when it reached adulthood. "Hey, Blackie," I suddenly said, breaking the silence. "Want to go outside?" Ignis lifted its head, its slit pupils flashing with hesitation. For a dragon that had been born only a handful of days ago, a question like that was a bit overwhelming. Normally, dragons wouldn't understand human language, but the dragon soul contract between us changed everything. It wasn't a direct comprehension. Instead, the contract's magic transmitted my meaning straight into its mind. Ignis paused, tilting its head as it tried to grasp the concept of outside. After a long moment, it opened its mouth. Roar. The sound was low, soft, just an ordinary growl. But I understood. It said, "Yes, I want to go." I wasn't surprised. Even the laziest dragon can't resist curiosity. Ever since its birth, Ignis had been confined to this underground chamber. It was only natural it would want to see the world outside. Even if it didn't want to leave, I'd have to take it out anyway. What kind of joke was this? How big was this chamber anyway? It was barely enough space to contain us both. It was already 5 feet 11 inches. In a few more days, it would shoot up past 6 feet 6 inches, 2 meters. What would happen then? It wouldn't even fit through the doorway. Was I supposed to blast the whole chamber apart just to get it out? Yeah, no thanks. I turned toward the exit, boots clicking against the stone floor with a steady rhythm. Tap, tap, tap. Behind me came the sound of claws scraping against the ground. Blackie followed closely. Hesitating for half a second, it followed. I glanced back every now and then. The little guy was behaving himself for once, his amber-slit pupils brimming with curiosity as he darted his gaze around, his nostrils flaring wildly, greedily sniffing every single unfamiliar scent. But he kept it together. No running off, no scratching at the walls. What a classy little fellow. We passed through the corridor, and I pushed open the door to the study. In an instant, Ignis came to life like he'd been switched on. The air in the dim room was stagnant, damp, and musty. Not that the study was much better, but at least it had a hint of fresh air sneaking in through the cracks in the windows. The scent of sunlight, of wood, of paper, of distant cooking smoke carried by the wind. Ignis was a whole different dragon now. He lifted his head, nostrils flaring with frantic sniffs, like he wanted to devour the entire world in one gulp. His tail whipped back and forth, and his claws grated against the wooden floor with an audible screech. Then suddenly, he froze. His amber-slit eyes snapped toward the doorway, his pupils instantly shrinking down to a needle-thin line. Roar! A low growl rumbled from his throat, laced with naked hostility. A fiery orange-red glow churned in his gullet, like magma ready to erupt. A chill shot down my spine. No, no, no. I bolted forward in a panic, pressing my palms together with a pleading grin and flinging myself between Ignis and the door. Whoa there, little lord, no need for that. If you're gonna breathe fire, can we at least take it outside? Before I could even finish my sentence, bang, the door burst open, and old butler Bruce came charging in like a cannonball. His face was as pale as a sheet, his forehead beading with sweat, and he clutched a piece of parchment in his hand. Clearly, he'd heard the dragon's roar and thought I was in mortal peril. No time to even knock. And then, he froze like a statue. What was Bruce seeing? The young lord, bent over at the waist with his hands clasped together, grinning subserviently at a dragon, bowing repeatedly while muttering phrases like, "Little lord," and "Calm down, pretty please." And the dragon, jet black, nearly 6 feet long, flames flickering in its throat, was glaring at him menacingly. Bruce's mouth opened and closed, opening and closing again, like a fish gasping on land. His brain had officially short-circuited. He was from the era of the late Baron and had once taken care of a wyvern back in his youth. He wasn't unfamiliar with the sound of a dragon's roar. But why, in the name of all that was sane, was there a dragon in the study? And this dragon, it was nothing like the wyverns he'd seen before. Those eyes, that presence, that fire simmering in its throat. It was far too sentient to the point that he felt, without a doubt, he was being judged by the dragon. Bruce, the moment I spotted the old butler, my guilt momentarily flared, and I shot upright, hastily straightening my slightly rumpled collar and forcing an expression that tried to scream. Everything is perfectly under control. The expression lasted all of a second before Bruce's contorted face shattered it entirely. The old butler's trembling hand pointed at Ignis, and he stammered for what felt like an eternity before squeezing out a coherent sentence. "And my lord, what in the world is going on here? Where did this dragon come from?" Even his voice was quivering. I let out a quiet sigh of relief. Sure, it was a shock, but I didn't bolt, faint, or suffer a heart attack. No wonder Bruce had been my father's butler for decades. He stayed steady even in the most bizarre situations. "Bruce." I cleared my throat, doing my best to sound calm and unbothered. "No need to panic." Bruce's eyes were as wide as saucers. "You're telling me not to panic? This dragon is mine." I gave Ignis's head a reassuring pat. "It won't attack you." Ignis snorted, clearly unimpressed, but sensing there was no threat, the faint glow of fire in its throat flickered out. With an air of nonchalance, it swung its head away from us like we weren't worth its time and began to pace around the study. First, it ambled over to the bookcase, tilting its head to inspect the musty spines of old books. It wasn't interested. Next, it made its way to my desk, batted at a quill with its claw, sent it rolling to the floor. Then it moved to the windowsill, sniffed at the layer of dust, and promptly sneezed a small burst of sparks that nearly set the curtains on fire. Through it all, its gaze remained cool, with a tinge of disdain, like it was visiting a subpar zoo that failed to impress. Bruce was utterly speechless. He'd taken care of wyverns before, sure, but this? This was another level entirely. The calm arrogance, the subtle intelligence, it wasn't just a dragon. It was something else altogether. By now, Ignis had fully decided the study was its territory. Having completed its inspection of the room, its attention shifted to the window. Outside, the sky was a vibrant blue, so clear and bright that it looked polished, like glass. Lazy clouds floated by, and in the distance, birds flitted against the sunlight, their wings glistening. Ignis's eyes lit up, like someone had flipped a switch. The lazy sway of its tail suddenly stiffened, its body crouched slightly, rear legs coiling like springs. Roar! It was ready to leap straight out. I'd been watching it like a hawk. From the second it fixed its gaze on the window, I knew trouble was brewing. Just as the little creature shifted its weight to launch, I dove forward and wrapped my arms around its middle, clinging on for dear life. Oh no, you don't. Ignis immediately lost it. Roar! It thrashed wildly, whipping its tail like a cracking whip and kicking all four legs in midair with surprising force. I was dragged around the entire room, boots screeching against the wooden floor in a chaotic symphony. My face, a lovely shade of green from the effort. Damn it, why are you so strong? I gasped through gritted teeth, every muscle in my arms straining to hold on. Honestly, I felt moments away from getting flung across the room. It was barely a meter long, for crying out loud, and I could hardly keep it under control. In just a few more weeks, how on earth was I supposed to restrain it then? The thought alone sent shivers down my spine. All right. I clung tighter, trying to reason with the stubborn creature. Calm down. I'll let you out. Just not now, okay? Give me a little time to sort some things out, all right? Just a little while. Ignis fought against me for a few more moments before realizing this pesky two-legged creature, while not exactly strong, wasn't going to give up anytime soon. With an annoyed grunt, it kind of relented, its legs finally landing back on the floor. But, eyes still fixated on the window, the tip of its tail twitching ever so slightly, ready to pounce again at any second. I wiped the sweat off my forehead, finally thinking I could breathe a sigh of relief. Behind me, Bruce's voice drifted over, low and eerie. "Baron, sir." I turned around. The old butler stood at the doorway. His expression had morphed from shock to something complicated, a bizarre mix of, am I dreaming? And these young folks and their antics. He finally managed to choke out a single question. This dragon, where exactly did it come from? The study fell into silence. Bruce had come to terms with me being a dragon rider. It wasn't easy, but he managed it. What he couldn't figure out was where the dragon came from. It definitely wasn't purchased. Every expense in Silver Creek territory went through his books. If I so much as bought a chicken, he'd know about it, let alone a dragon. If I'd spent that kind of money, there's no way he'd be in the dark. It couldn't have been caught, either. I'd been in the manor this whole time, barely left the threshold, let alone ventured far enough to capture a dragon. What? Did I snag it at the local farmer's market? Or a chicken coop? So where did it come from? Bruce's gaze bounced between me and Ignis, his face full of questions. Faced with his doubts, I didn't panic in the least. I met his eyes directly and, with a calm voice, simply said, "It was a gift from my father." Bruce froze. Then, silence again. His heavily lined face passed through stages, confusion, then deep thought, before settling into an expression so layered, it was hard to read. He seemed like he believed me, but not entirely, and at the same time, as though he had chosen to let it go and stop digging. I let the silence hang. I know Bruce too well. He asks what ought to be asked, and lets go of things he shouldn't pry into. If it requires trusting me, he trusts, even the unbelievable. Most of my focus stayed on the dragon itself. Ignis sat crouched by the desk, its amber eyes darting from the window to the door. The tip of its tail traced lazy circles on the wooden floor. It was clearly plotting something. Alarms went off in my head. I needed to keep a close eye on it. This old study couldn't handle much dragon-related chaos. I definitely didn't want to end up having to repair, say, a window. Actually, scratch that, the wall. With Ignis's current size, there'd be no jumping out the window. Best case scenario, it'd get stuck, half in, half out. Worst case, the wall comes crashing down. Neither option was acceptable. One hit my wallet, the other hit my dignity. "Bruce," I warned, without shifting my focus from Ignis. But the old butler beat me to it. He didn't press further about the dragon's origin. Knowing it was left by the late Baron was enough. As for the how, when, and why, that was family business. If it wasn't his to know, Bruce didn't ask. Instead, he motioned toward a now-stretching Ignis. "Well then, Baron, sir," Bruce started. "This dragon of yours, what breed exactly is it?" He'd been observing closely for a while. This dragon was anything but ordinary. Too quiet to be feral, yet too wild to be tame. Still behaved? When he acts up, he's even more mischievous than a monkey. With a wit so sharp he seems more like a clever human child. When he was younger, he looked after the old Baron's wyvern, a feisty one that dared to bite anyone except the old Baron himself. It took him over a year of effort just to get the creature to tolerate him. But this dragon? Since we met, it seems like it's entirely ignoring me, aside from that brief moment at the start. Too clever. So clever it doesn't feel like a newborn dragon at all. I hesitated. No way I could openly claim that little Blackie was a pure-blooded dragon, right? It wasn't about not trusting Bruce, but sometimes the fewer people who know certain things, the better. Until Ignis and I are strong enough, staying under the radar is the way to go. "I'm not entirely sure," I said with a completely straight face. "Father never told me much, but I believe its bloodline is pretty noble. Probably explains why it's so, spirited." Bruce fell silent. Spirited? He glanced over at Ignis, who was currently attempting to rip the curtains off their hooks, and decided to accept my explanation with a resigned nod. "But, my lord," Bruce suddenly spoke, "your dragon seems restless." I spun around. Ignis had somehow snuck to the door. Half of its body was already outside, leaving just its rear and tail inside the hall. Those amber-slit pupils darted around, scanning in every direction, and its claws were already creeping forward. Hey! Hey, hey, hey! My scalp tingled as I bolted forward. "Get back here." Chaos. Absolute chaos. It took a long, noisy struggle, but I finally managed to wrangle the restless dragon out of the Lord's Hall, though, of course, not through the main entrance. No kidding. Imagine me parading a nearly 6-foot-long black beast right out the front doors in broad daylight. The elderly folks sunbathing in the plaza would have had heart attacks on the spot. And by evening, the entire Silver Creek territory would be buzzing with gossip. The Barons raising a dragon. A black one. The kind that eats people. Instead, I led Ignis along the back path, heading toward the rocky hills behind the castle. That path wasn't regularly used, and thick knee-high grass covered it. Ignis, surprisingly enough, was quiet the entire way. No fuss. No attempts to escape. Just constant head-turning, with those amber-slitted eyes soaking in everything around us like a sponge. Everything piqued its curiosity. Wildflowers, ants crawling in the cracks of stones, sparrows flitting high above. The way it leaned in to sniff every little thing almost made me laugh. But that tranquility didn't last. Ignis stopped suddenly. I had walked several steps ahead before I noticed the lack of movement behind me. When I turned back, the dragon was rooted to the ground, all 4 legs planted firmly, staring intensely in one direction. In its amber eyes blazed a light I had never seen before. "What now?" I sighed, walking back toward it. Bruce paused too, remaining at a distance and watching closely. This dragon really was different. From the study to these hills, it was clear it wasn't behaving like. Having become an enemy, it never showed hostility again. Unlike the old Baron's wyvern, which kept baring its teeth after being fed for half a year. Ignis didn't make a sound. It just stared in that direction, its eyes full of longing. I followed its gaze. In the distance, to the northeast of Silver Creek territory, there was a mountain peak. Well, calling it a peak might be an overstatement. It was more like a big hill, over 100 meters tall, barren, with a few crooked pine trees on top. In the flat expanse of the Dragonfall Plains, though, it stood out. I looked at it for a few seconds, and suddenly, I understood. "You want to go there?" Ignis snorted, sparks flying from its nostrils. Then, under Bruce's dumbfounded and numbed gaze, it nodded, just slightly. I hesitated. It wasn't that I didn't want to go. It was just troublesome. From the moment it hatched, I'd noticed something. Ignis's foreclaws were connected to its leathery wings, as if the wings were an extension of its legs. The primary purpose of those wings seemed to be balance and support, which made walking awkward, slow, clumsy, and anything but graceful. It waddled like a swaying penguin. And now it wanted to climb a mountain? Just imagining the scene was exhausting. If only it could fly. The thought had barely formed when I laughed to myself. What kind of joke was that? It's only been a few days since it was born. It could barely walk straight. How could it possibly fly? Just as I wavered, Ignis grew impatient. It lifted its head and let out a clear, resonant cry toward the sky. Roar! The next second, it moved. It wasn't walking. It was running. Its forelegs pounded against the ground, and its rapidly growing body shot forward like an arrow loosed from a bow. Wind howled past. Wild grass was pressed down in long streaks. The leathery wings that had previously rested against its back suddenly unfurled wide. Holy! I instinctively reached out to stop it, but my hand froze halfway. Ignis began flapping its wings. At first, the movements were slow. One beat. Another. It was like watching someone panicked and drowning, desperately splashing at water. The motions were awkward and clumsy, jerking up and down inconsistently. For a moment, its whole body wobbled violently, as if it would crash at any second. My mouth opened halfway, and Ignis hurtled toward a big tree. No, wait, it didn't crash. At the very last second, its body twisted sharply, tilting with an almost impossible angle to veer off course. The turn was rough, abrupt, like a novice driver yanking the steering wheel and causing the car to lurch wildly. But it had turned. It had actually made the maneuver. Then, Ignis's wings found their rhythm. One beat, two beats, three beats. The previously frantic flapping began to synchronize. Each powerful stroke was steadier, surer, more deliberate than the last. Until, finally, it flew. Not just a leap, not merely gliding, not using the slope for help. It flew. Momentum carried it forward. On its own, with its own strength, it actually took flight. Sunlight poured through the clouds, illuminating its outstretched wings. The faintly red wing membrane turned translucent under the golden light, shimmering with fine, glowing lines as though ignited. Ignis flapped clumsily through the air, wobbling and lurching like a child riding a bike for the first time. Its head tilted left, its wings skewed right, its body tipped sideways. It seemed ready to plummet at any moment, only to stabilize itself in a struggle at the very last second. Up and down, left and right, its flight track twisted into a series of crooked arcs. But it didn't fall. I stood there on the grass, head tilted back, mouth agape, eyes wide open. Watching this unfold, only one thought filled my mind. No way. That counts as flying? The parchment in Bruce's hands slipped from his fingers, hitting the ground with a soft thud. He looked like he'd turned to stone. This hatchling? It was only a few days old. He knew that better than anyone. Otherwise, I'd have boasted about it long ago. But such a young dragon, already knowing how to fly. Low bloodline. Average talent? Who are they fooling? Up in the sky, Ignis wobbled higher and higher, its black, metallic-scaled body gleaming under the sunlight as it made a beeline for the distant mountain peak. I stared at the shrinking black dot in the sky. It will come back, right? My expression shifted from anticipation to confusion, then from confusion to worry, until finally landing on a bizarre mix of, am I being ghosted by a dragon? Deep breath. Don't panic. The bond was still there. The invisible thread in my mind remained firmly tied between Ignis and me. I let out a sigh of relief, only for tension to slam back into me a second later. What if it runs out of energy mid-flight and crashes to its death? A dragon's maiden flight, ruined by an untimely crash? I'd cry myself to death. Baron, Bruce ventured cautiously. Your dragon, where's it heading? After a brief pause, he added, should we go after it? Bruce had seen too many dragon riders lose track of their dragons, the distance rendering their bonds void, never to locate them again. We're going, I replied with a single word. Of course, we're going. Without wasting another second, I strode forward. Follow me. Bruce hurried after me, sighing over his fate. What a life, raising dragons for the old Baron in his youth, and now chasing after one for the young one in his later years. Full circle, huh? Following the sense of the bond, I pinpointed Ignis' location. It was on that mountaintop. The trek up the rocky path was brutal. By the time we reached the peak, Bruce was wheezing, drenched in sweat. His 50-some-year-old bones were clearly protesting the climb. At last, we stood at the summit. I scanned my surroundings. Nothing. No Ignis, no scales, no blacktail, not even a claw mark. Baron, where is it? Bruce asked between heaving breaths, leaning on his knees for support. I didn't respond, tilted his head slightly, as if sensing something. I quickly picked up my pace, sidestepping the bushes and stepping over loose rocks. Bruce gritted his teeth and hurried after me, his eyes darting around nervously. Just as we rounded a massive boulder, I came to an abrupt halt. Bruce caught up, and the sight before us left him utterly stunned. Half hidden by vines and wild grass was an enormous cave. The entrance stood at least 4 to 5 meters high and 5 to 6 meters wide, with smooth, rounded edges, as if something had been repeatedly passing through, wearing down its natural roughness. From inside, a cool breeze drifted out, carrying the damp scent of earth and the faint musk of dried animal fur. Bruce's eyes widened in shock. He'd spent most of his life in Silver Creek, yet he'd never even heard of a cave like this. And its size, it almost defied belief. It wasn't normal, far from it. Let's go. It's in there, I said, stepping forward without hesitation. Bruce hesitated, his expression odd, but eventually followed. The dragon's first trip out, and it somehow leads us straight to this hidden cave? Too much of a coincidence, he muttered under his breath. The cave went on deeper than I'd imagined. After about 10 meters, the passageway made a sharp turn, opening into a cavernous expanse. Light trickled through cracks in the rocky roof, illuminating the massive space in a cool, dim glow. Dead center, Ignis sprawled out languidly, legs stretched out and splayed in every direction. Its chin rested firmly on its forepaws, tail lazily draping across the ground. It was the textbook definition of "this is my domain." Noticing my presence, its ears twitched slightly, but it didn't even bother opening its eyes. The message was loud and clear. I know you're here, but I don't care. I took a deep breath. All that exhausting climbing and searching, only to find this oversized lizard lounging around like it didn't have a care in the world. Still sleeping, I barked, aiming a precise kick at its rear. Get up and come with me. Gruruer. Ignis whipped its head up with an aggravated growl. Then, just as swiftly, it turned its body, flopped down facing the other way, and resumed its nap, with its tail now mockingly laid out in front of me. My blood pressure spiked instantly. So, that's how you want to play? I leaned down and seized hold of its tail, gritting my teeth as I began dragging it towards the entrance. Get up and get out of here. Bruce looked like his eyeballs were about to fall out of his head. I was practically bent backward at an impossible angle, pulling with all my strength as though in a tug-of-war match. My face flushed deep crimson from the effort. Ignis, on the other hand, was being forcibly dragged backward, its claws leaving deep gouges in the cave floor as it resisted me. It grew furious. Ruer, its massive head swung around, jaws snapping toward my arm. Lady, Bruce shouted, alarm flooding his voice. But I stood my ground and shot Ignis a glare undeterred. Go ahead. Bite me. I dare you. Ignis's jaws clamped around my wrist, its serrated teeth pressing gently against my skin. It could feel the rapid thrum of my pulse beneath the fragile barrier of flesh. And yet, it didn't bite down. But it didn't let go, either. So there we were, locked in the strangest stalemate imaginable. Me gripping its tail, refusing to release, and it holding my arm between its teeth, equally obstinate. The atmosphere was indescribably surreal, almost absurd. Bruce stood there, at a total loss. In all his 50-plus years, he had never seen anything like this. In the end, I let go first. Not because I was afraid, but because, damn it, I couldn't move that stupid dragon an inch further. Collapsing onto the ground with an exhausted thud, I sucked in air greedily, my hair an unholy mess. Nest. Ignis lazily loosened its mouth, shook its head in disdain, and settled back down. Its amber slit-pupil eyes were half closed, lazily watching me, the tip of its tail swaying with ease. That look, it's basically saying, go ahead, pull me if you can. I dare you. I stared at the dragon, impervious to every tactic, and felt utterly helpless. Just a few days ago, it was still in an eggshell, light enough for me to punt across a field. Just a few days ago, it was only 5 feet tall, and I could spin it around in my arms. But now, I couldn't even drag it. At this rate, in a few days, will it be my turn to let it drag me around? What do you even want? I finally gave in. Plan to just settle down here? As soon as I spoke, I sat upright with a jolt. I re-examined the cave, Dark, dry, secluded. The entrance was just the right size, the interior spacious, the ceiling well-vented, and the ground smooth and level. This was a dragon's lair, wasn't it? It clicked into place. No wonder this guy headed straight here the moment it hatched. It was picking a home for itself. But soon after, questions bubbled up. Could it really be this much of a coincidence? Was there seriously a natural dragon's lair right here, at the base of Silver Creek? And how did little Ignis, on its first outing, manage to find it perfectly? Bruce, did you know there was a cave here? I asked. The old butler shook his head. No idea, Baron. I've lived my whole life in Silver Creek territory, but this is the first time I've ever seen it. I grew thoughtful. If this was once a dragon's lair, that meant a dragon must have inhabited it at some point. Yet the Drac family, our lineage, had been stewards of this land for generations. How could there be no records of such a thing? I glanced at the sheer size of the cave entrance and then turned to observe the height of the mountain. Such a low mountain having such a large cave wasn't exactly normal to begin with. Has there ever been a sighting of wild dragons near Silver Creek? I asked. Never, Bruce replied firmly. If there'd ever been wild dragons around here, the entire Silver Creek region would have relocated ages ago. I nodded. That made sense. If dragons had ever nested in the back mountains, our ancestors would have either slain it or moved out entirely. There's no chance they'd leave no mention of it at all. Looking again at the smooth, rounded edges of the cave entrance, I could only grow more puzzled. It was just too neat. It didn't look naturally formed, nor freshly dug. This cave had to be at least several decades old. Who had created it, and for what purpose? Ruhr. Ignis's impatient growl interrupted my thoughts. Its amber eyes locked onto us with open hostility. It was clear, this was its way of telling us to leave. Fine, stay here if you want. I relented, turning to leave. Bruce hurried after me. Outside the cave, Bruce leaned in and whispered, Baron, are we really just going to let it take over the place? What other choice do I have? I replied, annoyed. I can't best it. I can't move it. What do you suppose I do? Tie it up and haul it back by force? Bruce gave me a strange look. But can't you just use the contract to command it? I froze, realizing what he meant. The imitation dragon soul contract enforces a master-slave relationship. It allows the master to issue absolute commands. But the true dragon soul contract? That one's built on equality, more like a partnership. Of course I could. I started to reply when, without a flicker of emotion, I said, but I refuse. Why? Bruce asked. I turned away, clasping my hands behind my back, my expression solemn. Bruce, do you know why dragon knights are so powerful? Because they have dragons? Yes, but no. I shook my head with a mysterious tone. The strength of a dragon knight doesn't lie in merely having a dragon, but in the bond they share. A bond? He repeated, uncertain. A dragon being forced to obey is no different than a fire-breathing machine. A knight relying solely on a contract to suppress their dragon is no better than an ordinary cavalryman. Bruce seemed to ponder my words. A real dragon knight thrives on trust, connection, and a bond built over time. Every shared meal, every grueling battle, every storm they weather together. That is the true source of a dragon knight's strength. I sighed, adding with heartfelt conviction, no one likes to be forced into something. Dragons are no different. Bruce fell silent, his expression slowly shifting to one of guilt. So that's the truth. The tugging and pulling wasn't about lack of decorum. It was about building a connection. Not using the contract for control wasn't a weakness, but a deeper understanding. Bruce's gaze filled with newfound respect. I breathed a quiet sigh of relief, successfully talked my way out of it again. I couldn't exactly tell him. The genuine contract I'm using doesn't allow forced commands. Could I? Still, I glanced toward the cave, my thoughts complex. Lesser dragons might be weaker, but at least they were obedient. This great dragon, it bickered with me every day. When it finally grows big enough to ride, can I even get on its back? What if it swipes its tail and says, "Who do you think you are to ride me?" Standing there in the mountain breeze, I suddenly realized my journey to becoming a true dragon knight might be even more challenging than I'd imagined. Even though Blackie insisted on staying in that cave, I couldn't shake my unease about it. The place felt odd, far from the castle, as if beyond my control. But I didn't force the issue. If it didn't want to move, I couldn't drag it out of there anyway. Besides, aside from that cave, there wasn't another suitable spot in all of Silver Creek for it to stay. I couldn't exactly let it sleep out in the open and cramming it into the house. Now, that would be a disaster. The next few days passed quickly, and life returned to its usual rhythm. Managing the affairs of the domain, balancing ledgers, worrying about finances, it was all the same as always. The only difference was that there was no longer an egg in the secret chamber to check on. I also avoided going to see Blackie. The feelings I got from the contract were clear. It was enjoying itself, sleeping soundly and carefree. If I showed up now, it'd just look at me with disdain. Why make things awkward for myself? 2 days flew by. In Silver Creek, home to over 3,000 people, there was never a shortage of petty troubles. Someone's goat ate their neighbor's vegetables. A couple in the south argued. An old man up north drank too much and passed out in a ditch. While tedious, these were the problems my people entrusted to me. So, with patience stretched thin, I dealt with them one by one. But now, my main responsibility could be summed up with one word: saving. Counting every coin saved from every expense. Using cheaper wood for the roof repairs. Reducing the candles in the Great Hall from 3 to 1. Even thinning out my own soup at dinner compared to before. Every bit saved goes toward expanding the troop numbers and fortifying defenses. The Silver Creek territory can barely muster 300 regulars, and even with the militia added in, it's only 500 or 600 fighters total. During peacetime, that might seem manageable. A couple hundred soldiers could hold the walls, and even against a raid of 1,000 or so orcs, the place would hold. But things are different now. The orcs are gathering in the east. The border fortresses are on the verge of igniting into all-out war. Silver Creek might not be in the main war zone, but when the war breaks out, scattered bands of displaced orcs will undoubtedly flood through like locusts. A few hundred defenders? That wouldn't even be enough to man the walls. If we were in the primary war zones, fleeing would be the obvious choice. But the problem is this: raising more troops costs money. Every soldier, recruitment, equipment, training, wages, rations, it all costs money. And the proportion of soldiers to civilians can't just be adjusted randomly. A 1-to-10 ratio is already pushing the limits. Going beyond that means there won't be enough people to farm the land or harvest crops, and then we'll all just starve to death. Forcing my people into conscription? That's the last resort. I'll only even consider that when we're staring death straight in the face. Which leaves me with no choice but to save, cutting corners wherever I can. Silver Creek is just too poor. I lean back in my chair, staring up at the ceiling with a sigh. I've said this countless times, but every time it feels like it needs to be said again. Theoretically, Silver Creek should have grown into a thriving town by now. It sits on flat plains with plenty of water and fertile land. But the area is never stable. The Silver Creek plains stretch out ahead, and beyond them is orc territory. The orcs come raiding every few days, destroying crops as soon as they're planted. No one dares farm the open plains. No one builds houses outside the city walls, and no one lingers outside for longer than absolutely necessary. The Empire doesn't care. The border fortresses only look after themselves. They couldn't care less about our survival. To the Empire, this little exclave might as well not exist. Let it be. Let it live or let it die. If only we could drive the orcs out. A faint smile tugged at the corners of my mouth. I've thought about this before. On the other side of the Silver Creek Plains, in that forest controlled by the orcs, there are plenty of untapped riches. Scouts have brought back samples of iron, ore, limestone, and reports of possible coal deposits deeper inside. Any traveler to another world knows how valuable those resources are. Iron for smithing, limestone for burning lime for cement. With coal, winters here could change from trying to survive to actually living through them. But it's not just one orc tribe out there, it's many, and they're not leaving anytime soon. Still, my thoughts drifted to the baby dragon snoozing on the mountain behind the estate, and a spark of intrigue ignited in my chest. Maybe, just maybe. Tap. The faint sound of something hitting the window drew my focus. A few seconds later, a low, heavy breathing noise followed. My train of thought derailed, and I froze for a moment. The familiar sensation of our contract connection tugged at my awareness, and my expression turned wry. What's it doing down here? I set down the quill and got up, stepping out of the study. The moment I walked out the door, I saw it. The black dragon was crouching beneath the window. Its butt was sticking high up in the air while its head leaned against the windowsill in a bizarre pose, as if it was eavesdropping. I froze on the spot. The sneaky movements, the cautious way it peered in, and the embarrassed look on the dragon's face when it realized it had been busted. It looked almost human. Was this actually a dragon, or a person disguised in dragon skin? Roar! Ignis noticed I'd come outside. Its face first flashed an expression of panic, then quickly switched to an indignant look as if to say, "I didn't do anything. You're falsely accusing me." It let out a huff of protest in my direction. I took a deep breath. Stop roaring. I crossed my arms and looked at the sneaky young dragon with a mix of disbelief and amusement. "And you think eavesdropping is okay now?" Roar. Ignis huffed again, but this time it was quieter. Still, it didn't back down. It was trying to say, "Who's eavesdropping? I just happened to be passing by." I couldn't be bothered to argue. Glancing at our surroundings, I made a mental note to thank my lucky stars. There were usually no servants or guards around here. Otherwise, this scene would have left someone absolutely speechless. "All right then, what are you here for?" I asked, exasperation creeping into my tone. "Are you well rested? Or did you suddenly grow a conscience and decide to move back in?" Roar. Ignis let out another growl. It raised a front claw and pointed at its stomach in one fluid, almost rehearsed motion. Following its paw, I looked at its stomach. It was flat. "You?" My eye twitched, my tone tinged with disbelief. "You're saying you're hungry?" Ignis nodded and tilted its head slightly, its amber, slitted eyes practically screaming. "Finally, you get it." I was stunned. Dragons getting hungry was normal. But for it to come find me and actually tell me it was hungry, that was new. In 2 lifetimes, this was the first time I'd ever seen an animal take the initiative to complain about being hungry. "What kind of dragon are you?" I muttered under my breath. "Roar." Ignis retorted as if saying, "That's none of your business." "Fine." I sighed, suppressing the urge to roll my eyes. "What do you want to eat?" Ignis didn't respond, but it stared at me with an expression that said, "Are you seriously asking me that?" Its gaze carried a mix of disdain, really? Disbelief. "Do you even have to ask?" And exasperation. "Are you that dense?" I went silent. Fine, I get it. My dragon could not only eavesdrop, point at its stomach, and throw attitude. It could even insult me with its eyes. Looking at the little black dragon in front of me that was shamelessly demanding food, I suddenly had a sinking feeling. I'd seriously gotten myself into trouble this time. How about meat? I sighed deeply, accepting my fate. Ignis gave me a sideways glance, snorted out a puff of white breath, and then lazily buried its head into its paws, flopping back down as if it owned the place. Its meaning couldn't have been clearer. Acceptable. I felt my eye twitch again. This dragon was insufferably arrogant. Where'd you get that attitude? Genetics? Or is this just how all dragons act? "Wait here," I said, throwing the words over my shoulder as I turned and walked away. In the kitchen, old butler Bruce was directing the preparations for dinner. Tonight, Erilyn was returning, so 2 chickens had been slaughtered, and a lamb leg was roasting. "Bruce." "My lord." Bruce noticed me standing at the door, an empty, grease-stained paper bag in my hand. "What's the matter?" "Come with me, grab some meat." I paused. "A lot of it." Though puzzled, Bruce swiftly ordered a cart loaded with 2 whole lambs. The lamb, still icy from well water, glistened a faint pink under the late spring sun. Exquisite quality. "My lord, where are we delivering this?" "Follow me." We crossed the lord's hall, skirted around the flower beds, and arrived at the courtyard outside the study. When Bruce spotted the black dragonling stretching its neck beneath the windowsill, eagerly peeking inside, his grip on the cart nearly slipped. "My lord, is that?" "It's hungry," I said curtly. Bruce swallowed hard, taking a step forward with the cart, then hesitated and instinctively stepped back. He wasn't exactly afraid. It was the dragon's gaze that unsettled him. Those amber slit pupils fixated on the lamb, dilating, and the faint glint of drool at its mouth's edge. That look, it was like staring into the eyes of a ravenous slave. Ignis stood up on all fours, leaning forward, tail swaying side to side, ready to pounce. I stepped forward swiftly, blocking the cart with an assertive stance, hands on my hips. "Roar!" Ignis growled in frustration, agitated, kicking up dust with its front claws as it pawed at the ground. "Try me." I spat back with a cold smirk, crossing my arms and staring down at the bristling whelp. You act up, and you're never eating again. For a brief moment, silence settled over the courtyard. The young dragon stared up at me, its amber eyes filled with a swirl of emotions: anger, grievance, hesitation, and a peculiar calculation. It actually stopped. Its claws gradually rested back onto the ground, its body retreating slightly, and its tail ceased wagging, laying flat. Sitting still, it simply gazed at me with an expression that screamed, "You win." Even I was a little stunned. I'd been bluffing, never expecting it to work. "Stand properly." I pressed further, my tone brooking no argument. Ignis twitched its ears, visibly torn between, "I'm a mighty dragon. Why should I listen to a two-legged creature? And this biped controls the food supply." In the end, food won. Slowly, it straightened its posture, lifting its head toward me. Bruce, on the other hand, was utterly dumbfounded. Just days ago, he had witnessed my comical struggle with the dragon, me tugging and it resolutely pulling back, neither budging an inch. And now, it was obediently standing still at my command. He recalled the things I'd told him about trust, understanding, and nobody likes to be forced. A spark lit in his eyes. "Truly remarkable, my lord, so it was all true." I didn't. Hearing Bruce's muttering, I was still staring thoughtfully at Little Black. Ignis stood impatiently nearby, feeling like this stance was unbecoming of dragon dignity. Roar! A deafening, energetic roar echoed, shaking the mutton slightly on the table. "All right." I stepped aside. "Go ahead and eat." Ignis shot me a piercing glare. Smart choice. The dragon ambled to the cart and lowered its head to look at the two glistening, whole lambs. Surprisingly, it didn't tear into them like I expected. Oh no. It opened its mouth, bit the lamb's hind leg, and tossed it upward. The lamb somersaulted midair and was cleanly caught by Little Black, who tilted its head back and gulped. The entire lamb went down in one swift motion. No chewing. The second lamb? Same routine. Bite, toss, swallow. All done in under a minute. I was stunned. Bruce didn't think much of it, at first, until he was stunned too. Little Black, done with both lambs, licked the corner of its mouth and turned its gaze to me. Roar. It was a quick, low growl, but the meaning was clear enough that even Bruce caught it. Not enough. "Baron, sir, your dragon isn't full yet." Bruce's voice wavered as he asked. I silently stared at Little Black. Little Black stared silently back at me. Roar. This time, the growl lingered, the tone rising at the end, a clear stop wasting time. Taking a deep breath, I turned. "All right, let's go. Get some more. This time, no need to prepare them. Bring them alive. Save us the trouble." Bruce glanced at the empty wooden planks, then at the urging black dragon, and nodded mutely. Not long after, we herded in 4 live sheep. The moment they caught the sulfur smell, the flock froze for half a second before panicking, shrieking, crashing into fences, trampling over each other. One of them folded to the ground, legs stiff, eyes rolled back, passed out cold from sheer terror. I fumbled around, trying to hold the ropes as one sheep broke free and charged directly at Little Black. Little Black lowered its head, mouth wide open. Chomp! The sheep didn't even get to bleat before disappearing entirely into the jaws of the black dragon. No blood, no carnage, just a clean, straightforward gulp as if it were nothing more than a peanut. The remaining sheep became even more frantic, but they weren't going anywhere, not with the ropes still in my hands. Little Black took its time strolling over. 5 sheep, 4, 3, until there were none. Each bite was precise, decisive, efficient. In 2 minutes, 6 sheep, 500 pounds of raw meat, were gone, just like that. That alone outweighed Little Black itself, but its belly only barely looked full. I stood there dumbfounded, and it wasn't over. Little Black growled at me again, a sound that clearly said hurry. Up. Fine, fine, fine. So this is how you want to play? A grin crept onto my face. If you can eat like this, then I have to see just how much you can devour. 10 minutes later, I was completely floored, my mind clouded with one singular thought. How is this even possible? Baron, sir, do you think it's full now? Bruce cautiously glanced at Little Black, who was lazily sprawled out, tail barely twitching. Staring at the black dragon, I fell silent for a moment. I think so. I nodded, then immediately shook my head, uncertain. Maybe. Bruce gave a wry smile. In his younger days, he had taken care of the old Baron's subdragons, feeding them, cleaning them, polishing their scales, believing he had a solid grasp on dragon habits. Yet the young dragon before us completely shattered his decades of experience. 6 sheep and a cow, brought in alive, full of spirit, disappeared in one gulp each, bones and all. That cow alone weighed over 400 pounds, but with one stretch of its neck and an open maw, gulp, gone. The craziest part? Its belly still looked completely flat. I stared at Little Black with a sharp gaze, as if trying to uncover some kind of answer hidden beneath those dark scales. Bruce, do dragons only eat meat? Is there any substitute? My voice tightened, biting down especially hard on the word substitute. Bruce caught the slight tremor in my tone. Who wouldn't have a shaky voice after watching their dragon practically inhale a cow and 6 sheep in one sitting? Dragons do need meat, but feeding them just regular cows and sheep? That's a real waste, Bruce said. Waste? Yeah. Deep wrinkles formed on Bruce's face as he frowned in thought. Regular livestock has too little energy. To a dragon, it's like drinking water. And drinking water, can that really fill you up? I pondered his words. No wonder this thing ate so much and still felt like a bottomless pit. If eating those animals was like drinking water, well, at least drinking too much water would make you feel bloated, right? But earlier, considering how much meat it had eaten, the volume alone exceeded the size of its body. Where on earth did all that meat go? Baron, Bruce hesitated for a moment. Your dragon's eating habits. They do seem a bit strange, though. Strange. Yes. He pointed at Little Black's stomach. Even drinking too much water would make you feel bloated, but your dragon. I looked over. Its belly was flat as a board. Not even a hint of a curve. Unless its digestive abilities far exceed normal levels. No, not just far exceed. It's completely abnormal for a young dragon to be like this. Bruce added. I stayed silent. Slowly, I closed my eyes, as if trying to perceive something. The whirlpool of my inner energy began to stir, more vibrant than usual. A warm flow coursed through my meridians, soothing and nurturing, as though something unseen was nourishing my body. This felt eerily similar to the day Little Black hatched. Only back then, it was intense. Now, it was gentle. I opened my eyes and glanced at Little Black, who was dozing off, then twitched the corner of my mouth. Great. Not only would I go broke feeding it, but now it was mooching off my training progress too? Who's raising who here? Bruce, I suddenly said with a twinge of guilt in my voice. Do you think we could let Little Black hunt on his own? Roar. Before the words fully left my mouth, a low growl exploded in the air. Little Black's eyes snapped open, his amber-colored, slit pupils locking onto me, narrowed in irritation. A deep gurgle rumbled from his throat, full of displeasure. Bruce instinctively stepped back half a pace, bewildered at what had suddenly angered the young dragon. My face darkened. I understood, though. Crystal clear. It had said, "You expect me to hunt for my own food? Then why the hell do I even need you? What's up? I've come to realize I didn't raise a dragon. What I've got here is practically an ancestor. Proud, picky, and shamelessly entitled. How did I end up hatching such a creature?" Mid-thought, Little Black stood up and shook itself off. The whole dragon stretched out like a piece of black silk, catching a muted golden glow under the evening sun. It opened its wings, flapped lazily twice, and took off. My heart shot up to my throat. This attempt at flying was even clumsier than the first. Its wings flapped unevenly, fast, then slow, its body swaying like a kite caught in a storm. At one point, it even dipped sharply midair. I was this close to jumping up to catch it. Slow down, slow down. I raised my hands, ready to catch the dragon. Wobbling for a moment, Little Black eventually steadied itself and veered, albeit ungracefully, toward the mountain peak. I watched silently as it disappeared in the direction of the cave. It wasn't until the contract between us calmed that I breathed a sigh of relief. By the way, Bruce, I turned my gaze back down. Are there lots of magical beasts near Silver Creek territory? Bruce understood immediately. Not many. He shook his head and pointed toward the northeast. But there's a good number in the Silver Creek Plain Forest. Around the outer edges of the Dragonclaw Mountains, near the ancient dragon ruins, you can find low-level magical beasts. Rumor has it there's rock lizards and fire jackals. He paused before adding, but that's orc territory. I gave a wry smile. I knew this as much. That's exactly why I hadn't set my sights on it. Too risky. And yet, the mineral deposits there are incredibly rich. Lord Allen, Bruce suddenly spoke up. Aaron is coming back tonight. He often patrols the borders. He's likely the most familiar with the geography of Silver Creek Plains and the distribution of magical beasts. You could ask him. My eyes lit up. Of course. How could I forget Aaron? All right. I nodded. Just the thought lifted some of the weight off my shoulders. I'll ask him when he gets back tonight. By the time the sun dipped below the western horizon, a dusky veil hung over Silver Creek. In the Lord's Hall, lamps were lit, their warm orange glow spilling through the windows and casting a soft pattern of light onto the cobblestone path. I sat at my desk, staring at the letter I'd just finished writing, debating whether or not to send it off. My lord, Sir Aaron has returned. A servant called from outside, their voice tinged in excitement. I folded the letter neatly, slipped it into the drawer, and stood up. After a quick adjustment to my collar, I strode purposefully toward the door. The night wind poured in from the plains, carrying the earthy scent of dirt and grass. In the distance, a line of torches on the city wall stretched like a glowing, winding ribbon into the dark horizon. At the base of the wall, a group of horsemen slowly entered through the city gates. At the forefront rode a knight, armor splattered with dust and his cloak torn at the edge. Yet even so, his back remained straight as a lance. Aaron had returned. The Lord's Hall was dimly lit by 3 flickering candles, their light dancing across the Drake family crest, playing shadow games on the old stone walls. Seated at the head of the table, I regarded the room sharply, my gaze cutting like a blade. Bruce stood on my left, and to my right sat Aaron, the returning knight commander. His armor bore the marks of travel and effort, faint droplets of dew still clinging to the surface as evidence of his journey. The situation with the orcs, I said, voice commanding. I'll get straight to the point, my fingers lightly tapping on the tabletop. Aaron took a sip of water and said, the Ironfang tribe. Its chief is an orc of warrior level. Warrior level? I raised an eyebrow. The orc power hierarchy was straightforward and brutal. Warrior, champion, hero. A warrior-level orc was about the equivalent of a human Blacksteel to silver-tier combatant. Champions could hold their own against golden knights. As for heroes, you wouldn't find more than a handful across the Dragonfall Plains. Go on. They have a blood feud with the Bloodfang tribe, Aaron reported steadily. The moment they arrived on the Silverstream Plains, they clashed with Earl's people and suffered heavy losses. Now they're sending scouts near the Bloodfang camp every day, as though waiting for the right moment to seek revenge. The corner of my lips curled up. The enemy of my enemy could prove useful. However, Aaron's tone shifted as he leaned forward. The Ironfang tribe has been growing. New orcs are joining them every day. Their numbers are expanding quickly. What? Bruce shot to his feet, nearly knocking over his drink. Orcs are fiercer to strangers of their own kind than wild dogs. And Silverstream Plains is a godforsaken place. Where are they finding enough food to feed so many mouths? Aaron remained quiet. I stopped tapping my fingers. They've always been one tribe. The hall fell into silence. A scattered great tribe, I said, lifting my now-cold ale and taking a small sip. That's slowly regrouping. The bottom of my mug met the table with a soft thud that still made Bruce flinch. A growing orc tribe, regaining its strength, right under Silverstream Territory's nose. Their eyes were already on our walls and our supply lines. It was only a matter of time before observation turned into outright attack. What was their original size? I asked. No more than 300, Aaron analyzed. A warrior-level chief wouldn't be able to lead more than that. Unless, my gaze shifted toward the candlelight. Someone's backing the Ironfang tribe. Aaron's silence was answer enough. He couldn't refute it. So what do we do? Bruce's voice cracked with desperation. Move immediately, of course, I said calmly but decisively. Preferably now. Bruce opened his mouth to argue, but shut it the moment our eyes met. We can't afford to wait. Both hands pressed flat against the table, I let my gaze sweep over the two of them. Every day we delay, they grow stronger. War doesn't wait for anyone to get ready. Lord Elon. Aaron finally spoke, his voice carrying resolve. The goddess of victory is on our side. A faint smile tugged at my lips. The goddess of victory? As a transmigrator from another world, I wasn't much for faith. But I understood Aaron's implied confidence. This was our territory. I know. Straightening up, I locked eyes with him. What I just said wasn't to rush an attack tonight. It was to make sure you both understand how serious this is. We're not rushing to our deaths. Bruce visibly exhaled in relief. Aaron, assemble. Weavers, prepare for battle, I commanded. Bruce, you're in charge of logistics. Report directly to me if anything comes up. They both nodded and departed. Now, the hall was silent, leaving only me behind. I stared at the map, tracing my finger from the Silver Creek territory to the edge of the plains. 300 defenders against 1 or 200 orcs. No advantage in equipment or training. A head-on fight seemed dismal. And then, a thought struck me. My eyes lit up. Can't believe I almost forgot about that guy. At dawn, I made my way up the mountain alone. No escorts, no horses. Just an old set of leather armor and a short sword strapped to my waist. The morning dew soaked my boots as I tread along the familiar trail. Around the boulder, through the thicket. There it was, the dragon's lair. Morning light pierced through cracks in the clouds, spilling over the cave's time-worn and weathered stone walls. Marks of ancient tools were faintly visible, clearly not of natural origin. I shook my head. This wasn't the time for archaeology. The moment I stepped inside, the sharp tang of sulfur hit me harder than a few days ago. The deeper I went, the warmer it became, and then I heard it, a steady, rhythmic breathing from the shadows. There he was. Curled up on the stone platform lay the juvenile dragon, its limbs splayed lazily, tail dangling to the ground. Its head rested on its front claws, mouth ajar just enough to show tiny toothpick-sized fangs. With every exhale, sparks flared from its nostrils, glowing for a fleeting moment before sizzling into the air. A grin spread across my face. Time to tame the dragon. Hey, Blackie. No reaction. The young black dragon remained sprawled out on the stone slab, limbs akimbo, tail twitching slightly, sparks occasionally flitting from its nostrils. Blackie, I yelled. My voice echoed in the cavern, dislodging a few loose pebbles from above. Amber-colored slit-pupiled eyes cracked open. The pupils dilated, slowly sharpening their focus on me like an ancient mechanism groggily kicking into gear. I opened my mouth to speak. Roahar. The roar hit me like a thunderclap. A blast of sulfur and something sickly foul flooded my senses, leaving my ears ringing. My face was soon smothered by searing, damp heat. I wiped my face. Wet. Sticky. Dragon spit. My hand froze mid-air, and my grin faltered. I glanced down at the glistening film on the back of my hand, then up at the little dragon staring at me, its expression oozing smug satisfaction. Rage flared inside me. Forcing a strained smile, I seethed. Someone's a little cranky this morning. Huh, Blackie? Roar. Another burst, louder this time, as Blackie leaned forward, its snout mere inches from my face. Sure enough, another wave of dragon drool bombarded me. Oh, come on. I swore, frustration breaking through. You little bastard, really? My fists clenched tightly, joints cracking as my glare could probably slice through steel at this point. But Blackie? Oh, Blackie didn't care. Not even a shred of remorse. Instead, he casually raised his chin, those half-lidded amber eyes now brimming with unrestrained insolence and the clear-cut message of what are you going to do about it? The sheer audacity. My fist froze mid-air, trembling from restraint before it slowly dropped back to my side. I exhaled sharply. Calm. Stay calm. He's my dragon. My dragon. Hatched by my own hands. Sure, he's a little bratty. And yeah, he's tempting fate here, but he's still mine. I can't just beat him up. Definitely not. Besides, there's still work for it to do. I took a deep breath, and my blood pressure dropped back from the brink of exploding. Little Black, I said calmly, my voice steady. How's the rest? If you're uncomfortable here, let me know. Fresh straw bedding? Better ventilation? Open a window. Little Black froze. The mockery in its amber eyes faded, replaced by confusion. It tilted its head and examined me, like I was a stranger. And it wasn't surprising. I had never cared about it before. If it was hungry, it found food itself. Too hot or too cold. Not my problem. Now, out of the blue, I was being attentive. A sudden show of concern for no apparent reason? Yeah, that'd raise eyebrows. No one is that nice without some ulterior motive. But young dragons, with their immature minds, only thought today I seemed less annoying. Roar. It let out a small sound, testing the waters. You want shiny things? I asked. Little Black nodded vigorously, its tail wagging. My smile froze. Shiny things, gold, silver, jewels. Dragon traits, lazy, gluttonous, and compulsive hoarders. They love piling treasures in their lairs and sleeping on them. The lair of a fully grown dragon? That's usually the stuff of legends, filled with riches beyond imagining. But where on earth would I find any of that? Silverstream was poor as dirt, couldn't even afford to expand the army. Sure, I could haul up the last bit of gold from the treasury, but barely enough to fill a couple of teeth. If I gave it to him, what would I use to sustain the territory? All right, I said warmly. I'll bring you some when I have time. Internally, I added, whenever that time may come, never, if I can help it. Little Black couldn't grasp the subtleties of wordplay and just thought this two-legged creature was finally decent. Roar, came another sound, gentler this time, but it made my smile freeze again. You're saying I shouldn't interrupt your sleep? Little Black nodded earnestly. I took a deep breath. My bad. Won't happen again. Satisfied, Little Black sprawled out once more, resting its chin on its claws, lazily casting a look my way that said, "Glad you're learning your place." We locked eyes. I was just about to bring up the real reason I'd come. Roar. Little Black let out another call, this time informing me that yesterday's mutton tasted awful, and it demanded a fresh batch, delivered right to its spot. The vein in my temple throbbed. That was the best mutton. Do you have any idea how much you ate yesterday? Already hungry after less than a day. That one meal almost matched the rations for the entire garrison. Sorry, I muttered, but I can't hold this in anymore. I clenched my fists. I couldn't have predicted Little Black would be so incessantly demanding. A single polite word, and it's all entitlement and requests, without so much as a thank you. I tried reasoning. Do you even know how much you ate yesterday? At this rate, Silverstream planes can't keep up. People need to eat too, you know? We can't give it all to you. Roar. Ignis roared, the sound doubling in volume as its body tensed, amber eyes brimming with frustration. Translated? Not my problem. I fell silent. Explaining economics to a dragonling? It didn't even understand what a territory was. And you expect it to understand finance? It's not human. It doesn't understand good or evil. In its mind, if it's hungry, it eats. If it doesn't like something, it moves on. That's just how things are. As for where the food came from or how much it cost, those concepts don't even exist in a dragon's world. Try a different approach. You want something else to eat? I slowed my tone slightly. Ignis growled lowly, its frustration easing. Finally, it got the message. I sighed, putting on my best, "I'm only thinking of you" expression. I'd love to give you something better to eat. I'm your contractor. Why would I harm you? I want you to grow big and strong as soon as possible. But I spread my hands helplessly. I can't. The baby dragon tilted its head, eyes full of confusion. Why? Because all the good stuff is in someone else's hands. Even if I tell them it's for you, they won't just hand it over. Roar. Ignis erupted with an enraged roar, shaking loose pebbles from nearby rocks. It reared up, flames flickering in its throat, black smoke puffing from its nostrils. It was like a volcano about to erupt. In its simple way of understanding the world, the idea of someone not letting it eat what it wants was already enough to make it furious. I was gleeful inside but kept my composure. Wait, why are you in such a rush? I haven't even told you who they are yet. Do you even know where to fly? Ignis paused, its growl mixed with impatience and reproach. Why didn't you say so earlier? I gestured for it to calm down. Sit tight first, and let me tell you who these folks are. The little dragon dimmed its fiery glow, settling back down, its eyes urging me. Hurry up and spit it out. Do you know what I've been trying to get for you? I cleared my throat. Dragon-scaled boar. I enunciated every word. It's a magic beast, not like ordinary cattle or sheep. Its meat is firm yet melts in your mouth, bursting with natural flavor. And the best part, it carries dragon blood in its lineage. Ignis' expression morphed from blank curiosity to interest, then full-on longing. Its throat bobbed as it audibly swallowed. I went on, eating something like this isn't like snacking on regular livestock. The difference is like drinking water versus drinking a rich soup. Who knows? After a few meals of it, you might grow so much you won't even wobble when you fly. The baby dragon's tail began to sway, and longing shimmered in its eyes. It opened its mouth as if to say something, then closed it again, already imagining the taste. I chuckled inwardly. I had once tasted dragon-scaled boar at the Royal Academy, and its flavor was indeed unforgettable. However, that beast was incredibly rare. There might not even be any left in the forest across the Silver Creek Plains at this point. The orcs devoured anything they came across, without a single thought for sustainability. Even if there were any left, they'd probably eaten them all. No matter, that just means I could blame it all on the orcs. It's not that I couldn't provide the food. The orcs were just hogging it all and wiped the place clean. Rark, Ignis looked thrilled, its eyes sparkling. What else is out there? Tell me more. I let out a silent sigh. Did you forget the whole reason we're even talking? I'm trying to talk about taking the fight to the orcs here. At this point, I almost wanted to drop you on a Silver Creek Plains and let the orcs use barbecue to bait. Fine, let's go then. I shifted the topic back intentionally. These dragon-scaled boars, I paused on purpose, lowering my voice, are in the hands of the orcs. More accurately, the orcs have taken over that forest. My people can't get in. Even if they did, they'd lose. It's not that I don't want to get it for you. It's that the orcs won't let me. I looked at it earnestly. So, really, it's not that I'm unwilling. It's those orcs. They're the ones stopping me from getting you a taste. Roar! The dragon's roar boomed like thunder, shaking loose stones from the cave walls. This time, I could hear it clearly. There was no confusion, no impatience, only raw, unfiltered rage. Little Black, Ignis, finally understood. It wasn't that I couldn't afford it. It wasn't that it couldn't be found. It was those cursed orcs, standing between it and its delicious prey. With a sudden tense of its four limbs and a sharp snap of its wings, the black dragon turned into a blur, hurtling toward the cave's entrance. Stop! I lunged forward, grabbing hold of its tail with all my strength. My boots carved deep grooves into the rubble as I was dragged several meters along. Little Black stumbled slightly, turning its head to bellow furiously at me. What's the rush? I panted, clinging on tightly. Do you even know which group of orcs it is? Do you know the way? The dragon tilted its head, thinking briefly. Then it raised its chin, let out an indignant roar, answering clearly. Who cares? I'll shred them all. My face darkened. Fine, go ahead. I released my grip, dusting off my knees and stepping back, arms crossed. I'll just stand here and watch how one dragon takes out a few hundred orcs. Little Black stiffened, a low, dissatisfied growl rumbling from its throat. But it didn't take another step forward. Silence fell over the cave. Little Black's gaze slowly shifted upward toward the ceiling. It had never actually seen an orc. It didn't know how many there were or how strong they might be. It only knew its wings weren't steady enough yet, its flames not hot enough. Hell, it had nearly choked on a cow the last time it tried to eat one whole. But it wasn't about to back down. Eventually, the black dragon huffed and slumped back onto the stone platform, turning its head away and flicking its tail in irritation. I let out a quiet sigh of relief. If this stubborn dragon really took flight, I'd never be able to stop it. Listen, I crouched down to look Little Black in the eye, speaking as though planning a military strategy. Those orcs are scattered across the plains up ahead, some here, some there. If you fly straight in, you'll at most take out 1 or 2 camps. The rest? They'll scatter and escape. The dragon glanced at me, narrowing its eyes. If you alert them, I continued, waving a hand. They'll either hide the dragon-scaled boars or drive them off. In the end, you won't even get a whiff, let alone a bite. The dragon's golden eyes narrowed further. It didn't quite grasp the concept of spooking the prey, but the idea of not even getting a taste was crystal clear. Unacceptable. Don't worry. I have a plan. I leaned in, pressing the advantage. I'll have my people lure them all together, make them gather in one big group. Then you can swoop in with one whoosh, wipe them all out in one go. As for the dragon-scaled boars, I smirked. Take your pick. You can eat as many as you want. Just a few, okay? Little Black's eyes gleamed with light. It lowered its head, seemingly weighing out its options for a moment, then let out a bark at me. At least you're being sensible. Thrilled, I chose to ignore its condescending attitude. I'll let you know when it's time, all right? Little Black rolled its eyes and barked again. Whether it thought I was too naggy or if it was pointing out some misstep of mine, I couldn't tell. Grinning like a fool, I spun around the cave twice, beating my chest and assuring it. I'll bring the shiny stuff to you soon. The tip of Little Black's tail quivered with excitement. and it was so pleased that it didn't even mind my pointless wandering around. By the time the sun was high overhead, I had made my way back to the study. Spreading out the heavily marked-up map, I began planning in earnest. What I'd told Little Black about gathering all the beastmen together. Absolute nonsense. What a joke. If anything, I'd rather there be as few of them as possible. Why would I ever want them grouped together? Defeating their main force is more than enough. Taking my pen, I scribbled a few lines in the margin of the map. The sound of measured, steady footsteps approached from beyond the door. Weighty, purposeful, neither hurried nor slow. "Lord Allen," came Aaron's voice. "Come in." The door swung open, and Aaron stepped inside. His newly polished armor gleamed under the light, and the sword at his waist threw off a cold, sharp glint. Much of the weariness on his face was already gone. "All forces are assembled." Aaron bowed briefly, his voice firm and resolute. "We're ready to set out at your command." "How do things look?" "Cavalry, 50. Infantry, 260. 310 in total," he reported calmly, his speech unhurried and logical. "All weaponry and equipment have been inspected. No nicks on blades, no damp arrows, no loose plates on the armor. Additionally, 100 militia have been assigned to guard the city. Reliable personnel are stationed at the gates, arrow towers, and granaries." I nodded slightly. This was the entirety of Silver Creek's armed forces, all hands on deck. "Aaron," I walked over to the window. "My lord, do you think we can win a glorious victory?" Aaron paused for a moment, caught off guard. "With you leading us, my lord, we're bound to win." I chuckled. I wasn't expecting him to throw in a compliment, but hey, it felt nice. "Make sure the men rest well tonight. Tomorrow's going to be tough." "Yes, my lord." Nightfall blanketed the land like ink. At the Iron Fong tribe's camp, the bonfires burned sluggishly, their orange glow casting flickering shadows on the walls of the hide tents. The beastmen hunters trickled back one by one, bringing pitiful hauls. A few scrawny rabbits, a half-grown wild deer, but most empty-handed. Their faces were a mixture of hunger and frustration. Finally, a scar-faced beastman with a fresh wound snapped. He grabbed another beastman by the collar and smashed a fist into his face. Blood sprayed from the other's nose as he roared and pounced right back. The two rolled around near the fire in a whirlwind of sand and dirt. The onlookers? They didn't step in to break it up. On the contrary, they roared with savage glee, slamming on their chests and letting loose primal howls. The firelight illuminated their menacing faces, and in their pupils burned an undeniable, animalistic fervor. This was the essence of beast kind. The rules of survival for our kind. When hunger strikes, fists are the only language. In the center of the camp, inside the largest tent, a massive orc paced back and forth. He was stronger than any of the other tribe members outside, his physique like chiseled stone. Around his thick neck hung a necklace of beast teeth that clicked with every step he took. Iron Fong, the chieftain of the tribe. That foolish earl. His roar thundered like distant storms, making the animal hide walls tremble. How dare he refuse us? What nerve has he mustered to defy me? He came to a sudden halt, swinging his muscular arm with enough force to stir the air in the tent. A mere backwater tribe on the edges of the Dragonclaw Mountains dares to turn down the grand tribes of the wasteland, courting death. Yet, amidst his furious outburst, there was another figure in the tent, one who remained utterly unmoved. It was an elder orc, draped in tattered beast-hide robes. His frame was gaunt, his back slightly hunched, but his clouded eyes exuded a calmness, a stillness, like lifeless, unmoving water. Gurku, the last remaining shaman of the tribe. Iron Fong. His voice was hoarse but razor-sharp. "Our tribe has already been shattered, your father killed by Goran's spear. This, you know better than anyone." The old shaman stepped forward, his gaze steady. "When negotiating with the Bloodfong tribe, you must temper your pride. We are in no position to demand or command anymore." Iron Fong whirled around, his pale green eyes blazing with madness. His hand tightened over the hilt of his bone knife, his fists clenched so tightly that his knuckles audibly creaked, like he was seconds away from tearing Gurku apart. But Gurku stood his ground. Small as he seemed in the shadow of the towering chieftain, he looked up at Iron Fong with a weathered face that betrayed no emotion. Silence. Only the distant sounds of laughter and shouting from outside the tent, the crackling of campfire flames, and the occasional ruckus of orcs broke the quiet. Slowly, Iron Fang's grip on the knife loosened, the tension in his shoulders easing ever so slightly. Gurku. His voice was low, a growl that barely masked the defeat beneath. My father, is he truly dead? Gurku sighed. I saw it with my own eyes. Goran the Bone Crusher's spear pierced through his chest, skewering him clean through to his back. Iron Fang clenched his fists again, his knuckles turning white as his muscles rippled with rage. Damn Goran. One day, I'll rip his head off and hang it over my father's grave. Time passed, the tension hanging heavy in the air. Eventually, Iron Fang broke the silence. The shamans and warriors of our tribe. You're saying you're the only one who escaped? For the most part, Gurku replied calmly. Goran aims to unite the orc tribes under his rule. He doesn't spare any shaman or strong warrior. Either you submit, or you die. I survive because I'm too weak to bother chasing. At this, the old shaman let out a bitter chuckle, his lips curling in self-mockery. There is no third option. Goran sees only submission or annihilation. Iron Fang stood silent for a long moment. I've fought against Earl before, he finally admitted, his voice rough. He's strange, not a pure orc warrior. It's as if he's mastered shamanic magic as well. I couldn't beat him. Gurku's cloudy eyes brightened slightly. Shamanic arts? A dual practitioner? I wouldn't have thought to find such a figure in a remote place like that. He paused thoughtfully. If that's the case, then. But the main question is, are you willing to negotiate as equals? Stop putting on airs like you're from some great tribe. Iron Fang didn't answer. His gaze settled on Ember. Iron Fang, the food supplies are running low, sighed Gulku. Game is scarce on this plane. If you don't make a decision soon, not even being the son of the great chieftain will keep the others under control. I need to think, Iron Fang muttered. Gulku turned to leave. Gulku, Iron Fang called from behind. I recall, there's a human settlement nearby? Gulku paused for a moment before turning back. There is. Scouts spotted it a few days ago. It's not small, at least 1,000 people. It's some distance away, so it's not an immediate threat. You're saying, Iron Fang's lips curled into a cruel grin, sharp fangs glinting in the dim light. How about we pay them a visit and have a little talk? Gulku frowned. We've never had any dealings with humans. We don't know this lord's temperament. Temperament? Iron Fang interrupted, his eyes glimmering with a dangerous light. If they don't agree, we'll tear them apart. Weak humans are nothing more than prey. He said it so lightly, as if deciding on tonight's meal. Outside the tent, the bonfire crackled, sending sparks into the cold night air. The flickering flames painted shifting shadows across Iron Fang's rough-hewn face. Gulku's clouded eyes fixed intently on the younger orc. Don't be reckless. His voice grated like stone on sandpaper, sharp and abrasive. His bony fingers pressed against the worn-out hide map, pointing at the Silver Creek territory. That human settlement has survived here all this time, unscathed by Earl. That says something about their strength. And they're sheltered behind stone walls. With the numbers we have, we don't stand a chance of taking them by force. He looked up, his gaze steady, cutting like a blunt blade, slow but precise. That's because Earl's a fool. Iron Fang sneered, showing his sharp teeth. He stood abruptly, casting a massive shadow over the room. I never said we'd fight them head-on. We'll negotiate, won't we? But if talks fall through. His rough fingers slowly clenched into a fist, joints cracking loudly. There's no way they can hide behind their walls forever. Gulku fell silent. The food wouldn't last for long, and the Blood Fang tribe to the west was unreliable. The smaller tribes to the south were even poorer and more hostile. The human settlement to the east, perhaps it was their only slim chance at survival. But as the shaman, Gulku thought further than Iron Fang's simplistic arrogance. Provoking the beast clans ahead and then antagonizing humans behind. How foolish could they be? Yet, he saw no better options. Iron Fang, the proud son of the great chieftain, would never stoop to bow before Earl. Better to gamble with the humans than starve on the Silver Creek plains. If there's going to be any negotiations, Gulku finally said, I'll be the one to go. Iron Fang glanced at him. He glanced at him and begrudgingly gave acknowledgement. Those frail humans aren't worthy of seeing me yet. Gulku flung open the tent flap and stepped out. The night breeze rushed against him, carrying the earthy scent of soil and grass. I looked westward, where the faint lights from the walls of Silver Creek's stronghold flickered dimly, like distant, cold stars on the horizon, blurry and far away. Behind me came the sounds of Iron Fang's snores. The burly orc was already asleep, leaving all his troubles to tomorrow. I sighed and hunched my back as I walked toward the edge of the camp. It was a deep night. The campfires had burned low, leaving only a smoldering, dark red glow of embers. Orcs lay sprawled in disarray, their snores reverberating one after another. In the west, a few watchful orcs clutched their long spears, eyelids waging a losing battle with sleep. It was that darkest moment just before dawn. From the west of the Iron Fang's encampment came a low, reverberating hum. At first, it was faint, like the whispering graze of the wind on blades of grass. The ground trembled softly. A groggy sentry orc squinted, half believing they were dreaming. The tremor intensified. Hoofbeats, dense, heavy, and carrying an undeniable, unyielding force, rumbled like thunder on the cusp of a storm, growing nearer, closer by the second. On the horizon's edge, a black line appeared and began to grow thicker and bolder, rapidly swallowing the distance. Over 50 riders charged forth, the leading knight clad in dark armor, his cloak billowing violently behind him. Aaron, the watch orcs scrambled to raise an alarm. It was already too late. The cavalry had closed within 100 meters. At a full gallop, a warhorse could cover that distance in mere heartbeats. A piercing war horn split the quiet of the night. Ho! Aaron unsheathed his blade, the cold steel catching the faintest glint of light. Brothers, charge. By the Lord's decree, 50 silver coins for every orc. He leapt over a wooden barricade, his blade aimed unerringly at the central command tent. An orc warrior earns you 1 gold coin. The resolve and fervor of the cavalry ignited instantly. 50 silvers, enough to save the average soldier months of laboring hardship. The orc leader, 5 gold. Kill them all. The sound of hooves roared like thunderclaps, crashing into the camp. The first orc had barely risen before a lance skewered through its chest. The second one, reaching for a spear, was sent flying by the sheer force of a charging stallion, its bones cracking loudly on impact. The third, the fourth, blades kissed flesh, screams mingled with growls, and blood splattered amidst the chaos. The cavalry was too swift. The unprepared orcs were nothing more than prey awaiting slaughter. Lances pierced flesh, swords cleaved bone, and hooves crushed through bodies in split-second bursts of violence, so fierce that blood often didn't have the time to spill. The camp descended into utter chaos. The orcs awoke in panic, some falling before they even understood what was happening, others fumbling for their weapons only to find no enemy in sight, while a few scattered barefoot in a blind, directionless attempt to flee. No semblance of defense could be organized amidst the bedlam. Iron Fang burst from his tent in the first minute of the attack. He must have suspected it was Bloodfang's tribe staging a strike. Damn it, he roared, brandishing his bone knife, charging shirtless toward the eastern edge of the encampment. Winded from sprinting halfway across the sprawling chaos, Iron Fang found the east eerily silent. Enemies are over there. A bloodied orc wheezed, pointing westward. Iron Fang's face turned an ugly, livid shade of crimson. He spun around. He turned around and ran back. When he reached the western side of the camp, the sight before him made his blood boil and his eyes widen in fury. Scattered corpses lay strewn upon the ground. His people, lifeless and soaked in blood that had seeped into the sand, staining it a dark crimson under the breaking dawn. And the cavalry? They were retreating. Aaron quickly spotted Iron Fang. The massive build of the orc leader made him impossible to miss. Iron Fang raised his sword and gave the signal, retreat. The cavalry moved like a well-oiled machine. No one lingered for battle. They quickly wheeled their horses around and withdrew along their original path. A dense cloud of dust rose with the thunder of their hooves, like a gray curtain shielding the silhouettes of their retreat. Iron Fang stood amidst the wreckage of his camp, his chest heaving violently. His bone blade was still clean, untouched by blood, but his fists clenched so tightly that his knuckles cracked audibly. He wanted to give chase. He wanted to rip those humans apart, limb by limb. But they were already too far. Only the fading echoes of horse hooves and the slowly rising morning sun remained to mock him. On the western side lay over 20 bodies of orc warriors, some impaled by lances, others decapitated by long swords, and a few with their skulls crushed under the force of thundering hooves. The spilled blood had drawn the attention of circling crows, eager for their grim feast. And what of the humans' losses? 2 or 3 riderless warhorses stood idly, their saddles askew. Their riders had likely been pulled from their mounts, but they were probably already recovered by their comrades. Iron Fang's tribe had lost over 20 fighters. And the enemy? Practically unscathed. Arg! Iron Fang roared in rage and swung his bone blade, splitting a wooden post in two. The blade's edge buried itself deep into the dirt. His eyes glowed with a murderous red, veins bulging along his temples. Humiliation, frustration, fury. Never had he endured such a shameful defeat. But what he didn't know was, this was just the beginning. Goku appeared at Iron Fang's side, his voice as calm and chilling as stagnant water. Stay alert. The attack might not be over yet. And where the hell were you earlier? Iron Fang snapped, spinning to glare at Goku, his amber eyes blazing with fury. Observing? Watching while the humans butchered my warriors. He pointed to the fallen orc bodies, his knuckles cracking as his fists tightened. You just don't get it. Goku frowned, his skeletal fingers pointing toward the retreating cavalry. Dozens of mounted soldiers daring to attack us. Why? They couldn't hope to do real damage, only make us angry. There's someone pulling the strings behind this. This isn't an attack, it's an opening move. Before Goku could finish, whoosh, the sound of arrows slicing through the air cut into the silence, swift and sharp like the wind before a storm. A dense rain of arrows arched high from beyond the ridges on both flanks, descending upon the camp like a cloud of locusts. Take cover, Iron Fang roared. Too late. Thud, thud, thud. The sickening sound of arrows piercing flesh came in rapid succession. Orcs fell one after another, some pinned to the ground as 3 or 4 arrows tore through their chests simultaneously, collapsing like sacks of grain. Others writhed where they stood, black blood gushing from their wounds. One volley, just one, and another dozen orcs were down. The camp descended into chaos once again, with orcs scattering aimlessly like flies caught in a storm. Iron Fang's eyes burned with fury, bloodshot, and filled with hatred. On the low ridges, no more than 100 paces from the camp, rows of human archers stood in neat formation. Their gray cloaks billowed lightly in the faint breeze. How? When did they? They've been waiting for this, Golka said grimly. They've been lying in ambush all along. Gurkha squinted, his entire body faintly glowing with a shamanic light. Faster than the cavalry. Fools, Iron Fang snarled, gritting his teeth. Suppressing his fury, he roared commands. Hold the line. Shields in front. Everyone, get in formation. The second volley of arrows came right on the heels of the first, aimed at any exposed heads. Another 5 or 6 fell. After losing more than 20 warriors, Iron Fang finally managed to regroup his scattered forces. Charge with me. Tear those sneaky bowmen apart. But he barely covered 20 strides before. The archers, already in retreat, fired as they withdrew, shooting over their shoulders with uncanny precision, as if performing a well-rehearsed maneuver. Iron Fang wasn't about to let them go. Pursue them. They gave chase. A few more strides, and then, the earth trembled again. Hoofbeats. Iron Fang whirled around. Somehow, that cavalry unit had circled back, forming a wide arc, and was now charging straight toward their unguarded flank. They were less than 50 meters away. Stop. Form ranks. Face the cavalry. Iron Fang's voice cracked into a shout. The orcs scrambled to turn, hastily raising their shields. And at that moment, arrows sliced through the air again. The same group of archers had stopped, turning back to loose another volley. This time, arrows struck from behind, sending more orcs screaming to the ground. And then the cavalry arrived. Steel clashed with flesh and bone, and blood stained the soil. Spears pierced through the chests of the frontline orcs, the sheer impact lifting the bodies into the air. Warhorses barreled into the ranks, some collapsing under spears driven into their necks, others trampling orc bones to shards beneath their hooves. Aaron's target was clear. He bolted straight for Iron Fang. But Iron Fang didn't back down. Instead, he surged forward, his bone blade raised high, aiming straight for the warhorse's head. Aaron dodged to the side, his sword cutting a deep gash along Iron Fang's arm. The two passed each other amidst a sea of corpses and churned up dirt, their gazes locking for a split second. On a low hill overlooking the chaos, Gurku observed the carnage. Flickers of soft blue shamanic light pulsed in his palms, but he hadn't yet cast a spell. He was waiting for humanity to show all their cards. Cavalry, archers, what else did they have? His gaze turned upward, scanning the sky. The morning light stretched across the heavens, tinting the clouds in hues of golden red. The scene felt eerily calm. Then he heard it. At first, it was faint, barely discernible over the din, like wind coursing through a canyon, like the hum of vibrating steel. The sound grew louder, closer. It was a dragon's roar. Gurkha's head snapped up. From behind the northern ridgeline, a shadow emerged, slowly becoming more distinct. Is that a dragon? His voice quivered, tinged with disbelief. Rohair. The dragon's thunderous cry split the sky, shaking the air. For a single, awe-striking moment, the battlefield froze. Swords stopped mid-swing, warhorses halted in their tracks, and even the wind seemed to hold its breath. All eyes turned eastward in unison. From the brightest edge of the dawn-lit horizon, a dark shape tore through the clouds, diving straight down. Iron Fang's bone blade had just parried Aaron's sword, his lips bearing a savage smile. The moment the dragon's roar reverberated, that grin froze solid. The black silhouette expanded rapidly, wings stretching wide. A long, sleek dragon figure descended rapidly toward the battlefield. Iron Fang's pupils contracted sharply, his gaze locked onto Arian. "You have a dragon knight?" His voice was dry, trembling with a fear he barely realized himself. Arian did not respond. Inside, his thoughts churned wildly. Does Lord Leofric truly have a dragon? But as a knight, there was no time to stand idle on the field of battle. Retreat. His roar silenced all the noise around him. The cavalry instantly wheeled their mounts around, moving as one with precise coordination. Strangely, the orcs did not pursue. Because the dragon had arrived. It wasn't colossal, only about 2 meters long with a wingspan of 5 or 6 meters. Hardly the kind that could blot out the sun. But as it swooped down through the low sky, every creature could feel their hair stand on end, a deep, primal memory buried within their bloodline. Its pitch-black scales shimmered with a metallic, cold gleam in the morning light. Amber slit pupils swept deliberately across the battlefield, as if browsing, choosing prey. That gaze carried no fear, no hesitation, only a commanding disdain, like a predator surveying ants from above. The battlefield fell eerily silent. Iron Fang's face turned an ashen gray. No knight rode atop it. No reins controlled it. It wasn't a dragon knight, just a dragon. His nerves eased, if only slightly. "Form up," he bellowed, raising his bone sword high, his voice booming like thunder. "Do not fear. It's just a lowly sub-dragon. Watch me cut it down." The orcs regrouped, their spears pointed outward, shields layering into a protective wall. Iron Fang stood at the forefront, bone sword held firm across his chest. "A mere sub-dragon, what worth is it?" His voice reached the skies. The little black dragon's ear twitched. It had been deliberating which enemy to attack first. That comment made its choice simple. From its throat began a faint glow, golden at first, transitioning to orange, then to a blazing white. Greaha! The dragon reared its head and roared furiously to the heavens, angrier than ever now. "You're already in trouble for blocking me from hunting my wild boars, and now you're shouting at me?" A torrent of gold-red dragon fire spewed forth, a compressed column of light tearing through the air. Wherever it passed, the very air warped and crackled, sizzling ominously. Iron Fang's pupils narrowed to needle points. His instincts kicked in, propelling him to leap aside, but it was far too late. This sub-dragon, it can breathe fire. The thought barely registered before the searing wave of heat enveloped him. Boom! It wasn't an explosion, it was annihilation. No splintered debris, no flesh, no blood. Only blinding light and the eerie, sizzling sound of earth turning to glass and bones disintegrating into ash. Iron Fang wrenched his body to the side with everything he had. His enhanced physique as a silver-tier warrior strained to its limit. The scalding heat licked across his right arm, leaving his skin deadened 1 second and screaming in agony the next. He was thrown back by the blast wave, tumbling several times across the ground, smoke rising from his body as he lay motionless, his survival uncertain. The orcs behind him fared worse. The moment the dragon fire struck the ground, their forms froze in place, framed by the golden blaze, like a charcoal painting burned beyond recognition. When the light finally dissipated, all that remained was a stretch of charred earth, faintly smoldering with wisps of smoke. No screams, no struggle. It was as if those orcs had never existed. The silence deepened further. It was deep. The cavalier forgot to retreat, staring blankly at the sky. The orc's hand trembled, and with a metallic clang, the spear fell to the ground. The morning light landed just right on Xiaohei's body. Hovering midair, its wings spread wide. It looked down upon the scorched earth. The faint glow of fire still lingered in its throat, like an unblinking, piercing eye. From a distance on a low hill, Gulku stood hunched, thin and gnarled like a century-old tree. His gaze shifted from the charred crater to the young dragon, then to Iron Fang's lifeless body. Only one thought echoed in his mind. It's over. The Iron Fang tribe is finished. Holy shit, that thing's insane. On the hill, I stood frozen, my mouth wide enough to fit a fist. I stared at the smoking scorch marks, my brain struggling to process what just happened. I knew Xiaohei had some tricks up his sleeve, but I wasn't expecting this. One breath, just one, and it utterly annihilated Iron Fang, the orc chieftain who could go toe-to-toe with Erland. This little guy's barely 2 weeks old. His scales aren't even fully grown. And yet, with one breath, he insta-killed someone at Silver Tier? I did some mental math. Silver Tier warrior orcs roughly equate to human Silver Tier Aura Knights, which is basically where I'm at right now. In other words, that breath alone could have turned me into a piece of charcoal. Yeah, maybe I should tread carefully around Xiaohei from now on. Then again, I thought, maybe this is just normal dragon stuff? After all, they are apex predators. Shoving down the shock, I refocused on the battlefield. Originally, I only wanted Xiaohei to show up and scare the orcs a little. I didn't expect him to go full king of the jungle on them. All right, men, charge. I roared, swinging my sword forward. Over 100 Silver Stream infantry poured out from behind the hill, crashing into the already collapsing orc camp like a tidal wave. Chaos erupted among the orcs. Some ran for their lives, others screamed, and a good number dropped to their knees, begging for mercy. It was utter mayhem. At the edge of the camp, Gulku's face twisted with panic. He threw his arms wide, his fingers tracing eerie patterns in the air. Retreat. Everyone retreat, he bellowed. A burst of green smoke exploded from his hands, spreading rapidly to cover a wide area. The acrid stench made the leading infantry members feel dizzy and nauseous, forcing them to stagger back. Gulku didn't spare a glance at his comrades or Iron Fang's corpse. His attention was locked solely on the sky, on the young dragon hovering ominously above, staring coldly downward. It made no further moves, either out of disdain or perhaps some kind of limitation. Relief flickered across Gulku's face. He spun on his heel and dove into the green smoke. But he forgot one thing. The cavalry was still in play. Thundering hoofbeats. From the right flank, the human light cavalry swept in on a diagonal charge. Erland led the way, spear held across his chest, its tip gleaming sharply. Gulku's mind went blank with a deafening buzz. There was no time to cast another spell. In desperation, he crushed the bone totem hanging at his waist. A denser, thicker green mist exploded outward, consuming him entirely. Erland's spear sliced through the cloud, but it hit nothing. Gone. Erland frowned, but didn't stop moving. Pursue, he shouted. The cavalry thundered through the green fog, chasing down the fleeing orcs. With no leader, no shaman, and no will to fight left, the orcs abandoned everything. All that mattered was running faster. But on 2 legs, how could they ever outrun? Can we outrun 4 of them? I reined in my horse and came to a stop. No need to chase. Clean up the battlefield. The infantry dispersed, searching every tent, every corpse. The Silverstream territory was destitute. We weighed even the enemy's pots and pans before taking them. I made my way through the wrecked camp, about to inspect the spoils of war. Roar! A deafening roar erupted from above. My expression instantly changed. I knew exactly what that sound meant. A dragon-scaled boar? The corner of my mouth twitched uncontrollably. You've got to be kidding me. How would I know if there are any dragon-scaled boars in this godforsaken place? Even if there are, I can't just summon one out of thin air. At the very least, We'd have to turn the Iron Fang tribe upside down to find out. Fall back, I shouted toward the black dragon circling in the sky. Once everything's settled, I'll bring it to you. The black dragon swooped down, its amber slit pupil fixating on me as if it were evaluating whether or not I was lying. I forced a grin, veins popping on my temple. Finally, a glint of satisfaction flickered in its eyes. Scree! A draconic roar sliced through the morning wind, echoing to the heavens. The battlefield fell silent in an instant. Every soldier turned their gaze upward, staring at the black dragon bathed in the dawn's light. With a powerful flap of its wings, the black dragon turned and glided towards the western hillside. Its flight was sluggish this time. The heavy drag of its wings, its noticeably lower altitude, even the slight sway of its path like a kite faltering against the wind, it was clear it had pushed itself to its limits. For a hatchling barely a fortnight old, that previous dragon breath was a do-or-die move. Every ounce of flame it unleashed was raw power squeezed from its very being. Now, all it wanted was to collapse onto a rocky perch and sleep. As for the dragon-scaled boar, that could wait until it woke up. I watched the black silhouette fade behind the ridge, letting out a deep sigh of relief. Then, the murmur started. Was that really the Lord's dragon? Are you blind? Didn't you see them conversing? The dragon understood him. As expected from the Lord, I thought Silverstream territory was doomed after the old Lord passed. Becoming a dragon rider at such a young age. Did you see that breath? The orc chieftain didn't even leave ashes behind. But one soldier scratched his head. Why doesn't our Lord just ride the dragon? Probably doesn't want to. You know, being a dragon rider must have its deeper meanings. My face instantly darkened. Doesn't want to? I dream about it. Since the day it hatched, I've fantasized about descending from the sky on its back, exuding undaunted grandeur. But now, riding it? Forget that. I'd be lucky to even touch it without getting a death glare from that overgrown brat. Stop dawdling. Get to work, I barked. The soldiers immediately dove back into scavenging mode, rummaging through tents, looting bodies, and collecting every piece of broken cookware they could find. No one was as determined as I was. I overturned crates, rifled through every corner, leaving no stone unturned. I was looking for a life-saving treasure, the dragon-scaled boar. If I couldn't find one by tomorrow, that dragon breath might just be aimed at me next. The sun dipped lower in the sky, casting long shadows. The stench of blood, now mingling with a sour, sun-baked rancidity, hung heavy in the air. The sound of hooves echoed from the distance. They're back. Aaron and his cavalry emerged on the horizon. 40 riders returned out of 50. Some horses bore empty saddles. Others carried the severed heads of orcs tied to them, and a few knights had blood-stained bandages wrapped around their shoulders. Yet, every single one of them was smiling. That was the kind of smile you saw after surviving the edge of death, blood still fresh on their blades. Aaron dismounted, his movements steady and graceful, and he performed a knight's salute. "My Lord Allen," he addressed me. His armor was spattered with blood, his cloak was torn along one edge, and a fresh scar now marked his cheek. Yet, his posture remained as straight as a lance. "What's the situation?" I asked, giving him a quick once-over to ensure he wasn't seriously injured. "We pursued them for 15 miles and killed 83, Aaron reported calmly. "Including our earlier successes, we've all but annihilated the Iron Fang tribe. Only a handful of scattered soldiers escaped, along with a shaman." "A shaman got away?" I raised an eyebrow. Aaron's expression turned apologetic. "To completely eliminate their main force, I didn't split any troops to track him. That was my failure." "No matter," I waved a hand dismissively. "A lone shaman can't stir up much trouble. Besides," I gestured toward the central tent, "the chieftain is still in our grasp. The Iron Fang leader is still alive." Aaron was surprised. I gave him a wry smile. "He was breathing an hour ago, though I'm not so sure now. That guy's got a stubborn will to live. Didn't take a full hit from dragonfire, just got clipped by the edge. Half his body is burned to a crisp, ribs scorched black, flesh peeled back to reveal bone. He's been lying there wheezing like a fish stranded on dry land." The battlefield fell into a heavy silence. I rubbed my hands together, my expression turning both nervous and eager. "By the way, Aaron, how was the loot from this sortie?" "We killed 83 enemies and seized." "Not that," I interrupted, my gaze flickering like someone caught sneaking a glance at forbidden treasures. I mean, did you come across any magical beasts? Ones with unique pelts, scales, or that might look particularly tasty? Aaron froze momentarily, then frowned. My lord, we were hunting orcs, not on a game hunt, he reminded me flatly. I sighed with a rueful smile. Of course I know that. But I had scoured the entire camp after the battle. Yet aside from rancid orc hides and moldy rations, there was nothing of value. The Ironfang tribe seemed as poverty-stricken as my own Silver Creek fiefdom. Aaron hesitated, lowering his voice. My lord, are you looking for magical beast meat to feed the dragon? I nodded. Realization dawned in Aaron's eyes. I hadn't expected you to have already bonded with a dragon. When did this happen? About 2 weeks ago, I replied, gazing towards Silver Creek in the distance. It was my father's parting gift to me. Aaron was silent for a moment before asking, does Bruce know about this? He does. Aaron didn't press further. Your dragon requires magical beast meat to survive? Yes, I confirmed. Normal meat doesn't provide enough energy. It's like giving it water. 6 sheep plus a cow in one meal isn't enough to fill its stomach. I massaged my temples as I explained. It specifically requested dragon scale boar. Claims it's the best tasting. Dragon scale boars? Aaron frowned. He seemed to understand why the dragon needed magical beasts, but why that particular one? Want dragon scale boar? That creature isn't anything special in the realm of magical beasts. Its combat power is mediocre. If it weren't for the word dragon in its name, who'd guess it carries dragon lineage? Aaron didn't press further. If the Lord didn't want to explain, it wasn't his place to ask. He automatically filled in the blanks on his own. My dragon's picky, only likes to eat dragon-scaled boars. Dragons are temperamental, being finicky is normal. But the Silverstream Plains were known for not hosting such magical beasts. Lord Aelin, there doesn't seem to be any dragon-scaled boars in the Silverstream Plains. Might you have mistaken it for something else? My expression darkened immediately. None? What about over in the Dragonclaw Mountains? Aaron shook his head. None there either. I've lived here for decades and never heard a word about them. Are you sure you've got the name right? I went silent. My mind was consumed by one ominous thought. This is bad. There's no dragon-scaled boar. Back when I was trying to persuade Little Black to help, I'd made the beast up on the spot. My plan had been to blame the orcs for eating them all up. After all, Little Black had never seen one before. But now things had changed. Little Black's dragon breath was too terrifying. If it found out I'd lied, would it blast me with that lethal flame? I didn't dare think about it. Aaron watched as my face alternated between pale and green before sensibly keeping his silence. After working with the old Baron for years, he'd learned the most important skill: don't ask questions you shouldn't. After a long pause, I finally spoke, my voice hoarse. Aaron, have you seen a dragon-scaled boar? I've seen a drawing in a book, so, kind of. Are there any beasts around here that resemble it? I hesitated. It doesn't have to be exact. Just, if it tastes good, that'd work too. Aaron's mouth twitched slightly. Dragon-scaled boars aren't fierce. Their unique trait is carrying dragon lineage. But that's the rare part. Any magical beast with dragon blood is ferocious and aggressive. A harmless and tasty one like the dragon-scaled boar? That's almost unheard of. I understood. There might indeed be dragon-blooded magical beasts around here, but they'd all be dangerous to deal with. The hope I'd just kindled was extinguished again by more than half. I was about to say forget it when Aaron suddenly spoke up. Something similar to the dragon-scaled boar doesn't exist, but I do know of a magical beast that's delicious. My eyes lit up instantly. What kind of beast? Where can I find it? My questions came rapid fire as I leaned forward, my eyes practically glowing red with intensity. Aaron instinctively took half a step back. Lord Aelin, calm down. I took a deep breath, forcing down my growing impatience. I straightened my coat, trying to appear composed. But my eyes still blazed, like 2 burning coals. Explain properly. My tone was restrained, though my words came out in a quick burst. What's the beast's name? Where is it? Watching my earnest attempt to maintain dignity, Aaron's expression showed a flicker of helplessness. Red-horned ox, he said slowly, deliberately. The meat was tender and flavorful, a true delicacy in the eyes of the orcs. No seasoning, no marinating, just roasted over a fire, and it would naturally emit its own rich aroma. Back in the old Baron's time, I had the chance to taste it once at the border fortress. He paused, a distant look in his eyes. Unforgettable, truly unforgettable. My eyes lit up even more. Natural aroma? That sounded even more tempting than the firm texture I had made up earlier. I could already picture it. On the campfire, the sizzling red-horned beef dripping with fat, its fragrance wafting miles downwind. Even Blackie would catch a whiff and come running. No, my face froze. Blackie never chewed his food. Whether mutton or beef, he just opened his mouth and, gulp, it went straight down. Didn't even pause to taste it. Does it even matter if it's delicious? Forget it. My job is to provide, not to taste. Where can I find it? I asked the key question, my voice tinged with nervousness. Aaron was silent for a long while. So long that I could feel a sinking dread creeping in. The Bloodfang tribe. His words dropped like a stone into deep water. What? I thought I misheard. Aaron's gaze was steady. The Redhorn cattle are in the valleys of the Bloodfang tribe. Earl has stationed men at the valley's entrance. They're not exactly herding them, but close enough. Orcs herding cattle? My voice rose with astonishment, my expression reflecting my disbelief. Aren't they the catch it, eat it, never think about tomorrow kind of creatures? Aaron's lips curved into a faint smile. It's not really herding. They just take over the valley and let the cattle grow fat on their own. Ah, I see, claiming territory. It's more reliable than hunting and less effort than actual farming. Any chance of finding them somewhere else? I asked, though my hope was already withering. Very rarely. Aaron shook his head. Very rarely. Might as well mean not at all. I grew silent, my gaze drifting to the trashed orc camp in the distance. I'd hoped to find an alternative, but of course, it had to be in Bloodfang territory. As a longtime rival of theirs, I knew all too well how troublesome the Bloodfang tribe could be. They lived deep in the forest, knowing every tree and stream by heart. Sent soldiers from Silverstream into their woods, and not even the paths could be found. Any chance of getting it from Earl? My voice carried a trace of despair. Aaron mulled it over. Possible. Earl is smarter and more cunning than Ironfang. Offer him enough benefits, and he'll make a deal. What he lacks most is food. I let out a bitter laugh. We're running out of food too. Let's just hope Earl doesn't ask for too much. Otherwise, I'll have to start bluffing again. Unbeknownst to them, the news of the Ironfang tribe's destruction had already spread like wildfire. Orc scouts perched on hillsides, hidden at the forest's edge, watching the battlefield from afar. Cavalry charges, arrows raining in volleys. They simply thought, Ironfang is just pathetic. But everyone saw that dragon. The black one. The one that could fly. The one that breathed fire. The news rippled outward like waves. Ironfang tribe was wiped out. By who? Silverstream. On what grounds? On the grounds of a dragon. Silence fell over the other side. The rumor spread like wildfire, growing more outrageous with every telling. What started as a black hatchling became a colossal black dragon that blots out the sky. What began as it breathed a puff of fire evolved into one breath burned down an entire tribe. However, one fact remained unchanged. In the Silver Creek territory, there was now a dragon. Orcs didn't have the knowledge to tame dragons. Humans, through generations of trial and error, had learned how to capture and domesticate wyverns. But for orcs, there was only one way to ride a dragon: find a wild one, beat it into submission, and take its back. But west of Dragonclaw Mountain, wild dragons hadn't been seen in ages. The news of a dragon in Silver Creek territory was worth 100 times more than the news that the Ironfang tribe had been wiped out. Deep within the forest, in the Bloodfang tribe. The location was ideal, close to a water source, with a hill ahead serving as a lookout post, and a valley behind as a hidden treasure trove. The valley's entrance was barricaded with boulders, leaving only a narrow crevice, harder to breach than any city wall. Inside the central tent, the dim flicker of torches cast long shadows. Bloodfang's chieftain, Earl, sat atop a bear pelt. His build wasn't as hulking as Ironfang's leader, but every muscle on his frame was taut as a steel cable, crisscrossed with scars, the most cherished metals of an orc warrior. You're certain you saw the dragon in Silver Creek territory? His voice rumbled, deep and weighty, like rolling boulders. A scout kneeled on one knee. Yes, chieftain. It wasn't just me. Other tribe scouts saw it too. A black dragon, a few meters long, with a fiery breath. An entire golden red blaze. Iron Fang didn't even let out a scream before it was ash. Earl remained expressionless. Anything else? We captured 2 deserters from the Iron Fang tribe. Shall we interrogate them? Bring them in. The tent's flap parted, and a massive figure barged in. Brother, urgent news. Earl rubbed his temples. Bansai, how many times have I told you to report before entering? Bansai flopped into a chair, which groaned in protest. I forgot. Anyway, there's a dried-up old stick looking for you outside. A stick? Iron Fang shaman or something. Ghoul something? Doesn't matter. That old guy? Iron Fang's pathetic. Barely lasted a few days before being wiped out. And now they want us to kneel? Pa! Earl tapped his finger rhythmically. Ghoul Crow? He's still alive. Bonsai's face lit up with admiration. You're amazing, brother. Nailed it in one try. What does he want with me? He didn't say. Looks like a strong gust could take him down, though. Earl was silent for a moment. Let him in. When the shaman entered, he looked even frielier than Earl had imagined. His tattered animal hide robe was caked with dirt, his hair was gray and tangled, and his face was a roadmap of deep wrinkles carved by time. But his murky eyes held a sharpness that didn't belong in such a frail body. Earl was just about to exchange pleasantries. The dragon in Silver Creek territory, the old shaman croaked, his voice like a parched riverbed, every word a nail driven deep, is an elder dragon. The air froze solid. Earl's composed demeanor shattered. Shock, disbelief, and a swirl of emotions overtook him in waves. Faces. Bansai leapt to his feet. What dragon? Dragons are long gone. How could it possibly be a dragon? Gulku ignored him, his gaze passing over Bansai, landing firmly on Earl. Does Chieftain Earl also believe that dragons have vanished? Earl spoke slowly. 600 years ago, the cataclysmic dragon plague wiped out the dragons, leading to the collapse of the ancient dragon empire. That's a fact known across the entire continent. Gulku nodded gently, then shifted the topic. Do you know why we are here? I do not, Earl responded plainly. We were driven here. Gulku lowered his eyes. To be precise, we fled here. Why? Bansai asked. Gulku's voice trembled. Because the wastelands have a new orc lord, a being so powerful it defies comprehension. He is uniting the wastelands. His name is Gorin. Gorin. The name hung heavy in the room. The old shaman's hands trembled, a telltale sign of fear. Gorin, Earl repeated, his fingers tapping lightly on the table. He began piecing fragments together in his mind. Gorin, uniting the wastelands, the border stronghold, Iron Fang fleeing, and dragons. Suddenly, he looked up, his gaze as sharp as a blade. Gulku's face remained composed, a faint smile tugging at the corners of his lips. And he has a true dragon. This is information that everyone in the wastelands knows to be true. The tent fell silent, deathly silent. Gulku, Earl broke the silence, his words cold and deliberate. Let's say I believe Gorin has a dragon. But how can you possibly prove that the dragon in Silverstream territory is a true dragon? Gulku shook his head slowly. I cannot prove it. Bonsai's jaw dropped, and Earl's eyes grew colder. But I do know, the old shaman's voice was steady, that the dragon in Silverstream territory is merely a young dragon. A young dragon. The 2 words burned into Earl's mind like a brand. A young dragon? The dragon in Silverstream territory is just a young dragon? What kind of dragon? Are you telling me that kind of breath weapon comes from a dragon still in its juvenile stage? Bonsai's roar was deafening, rattling the hides of the tent. His glare at Gulku carried the disbelief of a man who felt utterly insulted. Do you take me for a child? No one replied. The flicker of the candle cast their shadows on the walls, distorting them into grotesque shapes. Bansai looked around, his frustration mounting at the silence, before grudgingly shutting his mouth. He slumped back into his chair, the wooden frame creaking ominously under the force. A long moment passed before Earl finally spoke, his words slow and deliberate. The dragon in Silverstream is merely in its juvenile stage? His gaze was piercing, drilling into Gulku. And yet, that still doesn't prove it's a true dragon. After all, it is only a young dragon. The unspoken words were clear. True dragons vanished during the Great Dragon Plague 600 years ago. Even if one were to appear again, it wouldn't be a juvenile dragon. And as for the possibility of it hatching from a newly discovered egg, Earl quickly dismissed the idea before it could take root. Silverstream territory simply did not have the power to claim such a thing from an adult true dragon. Stealing a dragon egg? Forming a pact with a pure-blooded young dragon? That wouldn't happen unless the dragon delivered itself. Absurd. Gulku let out a soft sigh, his voice like the sound of dry leaves falling. Indeed, I can't prove it. He lifted his gaze, his murky pupils carrying only honesty. But I'm convinced it's a true dragon, whether you believe me or not. The corners of his mouth curved up slightly. That's up to you, Chief Earl. Silence descended. Earl's fingers tapped against the armrest. Thump, 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 like knocking on a door that could never be fully closed. Believe? Truth be told, he did. Not because of Gulku, but because of his own instincts. If there hadn't been news that the Gorons possess a true dragon, he might have dismissed the dragon in Silverstream territory as nothing more than a well-bred wyvern. But now, things were different. A true dragon isn't just raw strength. 600 years ago, the ancient dragon empire crumbled, but its embers had yet to die out. In the far southeastern edges of the Dragonfall Plains, deep within the Dragon's Pine Mountains, there are still madmen who call themselves dragonkin, clinging onto pipe dreams of restoration. And one true dragon, one legitimate dragon rider, would be enough to stir every last one of those dragonkin from the shadows. That is the difference between a wyvern and a true dragon. A wyvern is a beast. A true dragon is belief. An audacious thought flashed through his mind. What if he were the one in possession of that dragon? I suppressed the notion, sharpening my gaze. Whether the dragon in Silverstream territory is a true dragon or not, I'll determine that myself. What I want to know now, my voice dropped to a deep, commanding tone, is your true purpose in coming here? Bansai suddenly straightened up, realizing they had strayed from the heart of the matter. But Gulku only chuckled. I've long heard that Chief Earl is a man of remarkable wit. You don't disappoint. He adjusted the cuffs of his robe. My purpose is simple. When the Bloodtooth tribe conquers Silverstream territory, I want you to rescue Ironfang. Ironfang. The two of them froze in unison. Isn't he dead? Bansai blurted out. Gulku shook his head. Not dead. To be precise, not fully dead. How do you know? Earl narrowed his eyes. After a brief pause, Gulku spoke in a soft, measured tone. I marked him with a spirit rune. The air instantly grew heavy. A spirit rune, one of the most vile tools in the shaman's repertoire of runes, typically used to enslave others. It could track, sense life or death, and give its caster total control over the target's movements. A shaman using such a rune on his own chief? Bonsai's jaw fell open in shock as his gaze darted between Gulku and Earl, his expression practically screaming, "You clever people are insane." It was for his safety, Gulku justified, though his voice carried a tinge of bitterness. Heh. Earl's dry chuckle was as sharp as a needle, piercing through the worn robe that draped over Gulku. Unmoving, Gulku calmly met Earl's gaze. So, Chief Earl, what do you say? Earl didn't answer immediately. His fingers kept tapping, thump, 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 like he was measuring some unseen distance in the dark. Bansi didn't dare breathe too loudly. He had never seen his brother wear such an expression before, not of anger or hesitation, but a cold calculation. Finally, Earl leaned forward, the candlelight casting shadows across his face. I can agree to this. But he paused briefly. What can you do for me? Surely you don't expect to trade a promise for such a trivial piece of information, do you? The atmosphere grew taut. Bansi's hand had already closed around the hilt of his knife, his knuckles turning white. He calculated his next move silently. Big brother always called me slow-witted. Well, this time I'll make him see that I, Bansi, have sharp instincts. With just a single order, I'll pounce, pin down this brittle old man, bind him up, and throw him into the cellar. The plan was fully rehearsed in his mind. At that moment, Gulku finally spoke, his voice hoarse but steady. With Chief Earl's wisdom, I'm sure once you behold the dragon yourself, you'll think of all these things. My telling you ahead of time is merely a gesture of good faith. Good faith? Earl raised an eyebrow, a flicker of probing surprise on his face. Yes, good faith. Gulku turned his gaze to Earl. I wonder, Chief, do you happen to know Ironfang's true identity? Earl leaned back into the bear-hide throne. No, I don't. What? Ironfang is indeed the offspring of a chieftain from a large tribe in the Wastelands. While it's not one of the 9 great tribes, It's among the very strongest under them. Earl's face stayed impassive, though his mind churned. I'd always thought Iron Fang was bluffing. After all, how could the son of a great chieftain fall to such disgrace? No competent warriors by his side, and himself barely fitting the role of an ordinary soldier. But coming from Gulku, it doesn't sound like a lie. Which tribe? Earl asked. Gulku smiled faintly and shook his head. For now, let's keep that a secret. What I want you to know is this. Iron Fang matters. His father is dead, his tribe conquered. The people scattered, some fled, some disappeared. Gulku's voice dropped lower. But many of those who escaped are still alive. They're hiding, biding their time. They lack only one thing, a banner to rally under. He lifted his gaze, his cloudy eyes gleaming with a faint light. And Iron Fang is the last surviving bloodline of that chieftain. Silence filled the space. Bansi's hand eased off the knife's handle, and he turned to look at Earl. Earl's amber pupils contracted slightly, as if something within had exploded, only to be swiftly suppressed again. A moment later, he chuckled, or rather, a genuine chuckle rumbled low in his throat, not one of polite dismissal, but one born of genuine intrigue. What you've said does indeed stir my interest and demonstrates your worth. Earl leaned forward, his gaze sharp as a nail driving in. But aren't you afraid Iron Fang will die at the hands of the humans? Gulku's lips curved into a subtle smile. Iron Fang is terrified of death and quite valuable. Unless that lord is either a fool or insane, he wouldn't kill him. Earl remained silent for a moment before slowly nodding. But I'm short on manpower, he changed the topic. That stone fortress in the Silver Creek territory, no way I can take it down with what little forces I have. There are more orcs who escaped from the wasteland than you'd think, Gulku said, pulling his sleeves together. They didn't dare gather in large numbers before. First, out of fear of running out of food, and second, out of fear of drawing the attention of the Galrans. But now, those worries have diminished. Earl stayed silent for a long time, the flickering candle casting shifting shadows across his face. Bansei, he finally said. Here. Bansei straightened his back. Take Master Gulku down and arrange for his stay. Whatever requests he has, meet them. Understood. Oh, I understand, brother. Bansei snapped out of his daze. He glanced at Earl, then at the scrawny, skeletal old shaman, his mind brimming with questions. Just moments ago, weren't they practically ready to draw swords? How did the old man suddenly become master? Instinctively, he distrusted the shaman, but he wasn't about to question Earl's judgment. From this day forward, though, he would keep a close eye on the old fellow, never letting him cause trouble. After the two departed, the candle flames wavered violently in the draft before settling down once more. Earl sat alone, staring at the flickering firelight. A faint smile tugged at the corner of his lips, a mix of calculation, anticipation, and just a trace of a greed so subtle even he hadn't noticed it. Dragons. Iron Fang, he murmured, his voice as faint as the crackle of the candle. On the wide plains of Silver Creek, the last group of soldiers trudged back toward the town, their steps heavy with exhaustion. I stood in the center of the camp, clutching a worn map scavenged from an orc tent. Its lines were so faded they were almost impossible to make out. 6 cavalrymen killed, 10 horses lost. Elon reported quietly, a fleeting glimmer of pain in his eyes. No casualties among the infantry. I nodded, saying nothing. 6 cavalrymen, 10 horses. For a small territory like Silver Creek, enough of a loss to make my heart ache for days. Sure, compared to the over 100 casualties among the orcs, our loss seemed insignificant. But those fallen soldiers weren't just numbers. They were Silver Creek's fathers, sons, and brothers. They were Elon's comrades. They were men Alan, had promised to bring home. I sighed and stuffed the map into my pocket. That was when a soldier came running over, panting heavily. Lord Alan. The orc, Iron Fang, he's awake. My eyes lit up. He's awake. Brushing past the soldier, I strode quickly toward the temporary tent on the east side of the camp. I had thought this guy, grazed by a dragon's breath, wouldn't survive, or at best, he'd be laid up for 10 days to half a month. Who'd have thought he'd wake up this quickly? The orcs. He's tough as nails, all right. Not even a dragon's breath could burn him to ashes. I waved my hand without looking back. What are you waiting for? Follow me, we're interrogating this guy. Deep in the dungeon, the torches crackled. Shadows danced wildly across the stone walls, distorting like wraiths. The stench of blood mingled with a charred, acrid odor, heavy enough to churn anyone's stomach. I stood towering over Iron Fong, once a proud orc chieftain, now reduced to a pile of scorched flesh. Half his body was blackened and peeling like an overcooked skewer, his skin cracked open to reveal dark red, roasted muscle beneath. Some patches still carried the faint, sickening scent of cooked meat. Uffed. I couldn't hold back a laugh. Iron Fong was curled up in the corner like a pile of burnt rags. His chest heaved faintly, proof he was still clinging to life. His once proud face was unrecognizable, blackened, and cracked like dried clay. His lips, parched, resembled the surface of a turtle shell. The sound of my laughter stirred him from unconsciousness. His amber eyes fluttered open, unfocused at first. Slowly, his gaze centered on me, and recognition dawned. He saw me for who I was, the coward who'd hidden behind the dragon on the battlefield. Water. The word barely escaped his lips, faint as a whisper. I waved again. Give him water. A soldier brought a clay bowl. Upon seeing it, Iron Fang's gaze lit up with desperate life. He struggled to sit up, but collapsed back onto the cold stone with a sickening thud. His charred arm couldn't bear the weight, and the sound of bones striking rock echoed low and dull. He guzzled the water furiously, spilling it as it dribbled from his lips and trickled across scorched skin and gaping wounds. He looked like a feral dog on the brink of dying from thirst. I watched in silence, my eyes scanning the burnt and useless parts of his body. There was no hope of recovery here. The flesh was dead beyond repair. The power of that dragon's breath sent a shiver trickling down my spine. Yet somehow, this guy was still alive. Not only alive, he seemed slightly better than the mess we'd dragged in earlier. Orc physiology? Or something else? When Iron Fong finished drinking, he cast me a lazy side glance before clamping his mouth shut, refusing to speak further. I stepped closer, raised my boot, and drove it down hard onto his blackened flesh. "Hey!" His scream split the air, ringing through the dungeon like a shriek from the abyss. His body arched unnaturally, and the cracks in his burnt skin looked like silent, gaping mouths. He tried to reach for the wound, but as soon as his hand brushed it, it recoiled. An unrelenting agony radiated from where my boot landed, consuming him whole. There was no blood, only an excruciating torment that seared his very soul. I coldly stood by, waiting as his ragged breathing steadied. Only then did I step back, lightly brushing the dust off my boot. Feeling more awake now? My tone was casual, almost mocking. Iron Fong raised his head, his glowing amber eyes burning with venomous hatred. But he didn't dare say a word. I moved toward him again, my boot poised to strike. He flinched violently, throwing himself against the stone wall. You're the lord of this place." His voice was hoarse, dragging each word out of his shredded throat. "Alan, Lord of Silverstream." I replied with a smile as polite as if we were at a nobleman's banquet. He hesitated, his face contorting with pain and consideration. Then, his voice trembling, he rasped out, "That black dragon. It's yours? What species? Why is it so powerful?" It's clearly still just a well." My boot pressed down again, harder this time. The sole ground against charred flesh, emitting a sickening squelch. "Understand the situation," I said in an eerily calm voice. "I'm the one questioning you, not the other way around." I was wrong. Let me go." I remained unmoved, watching as Iron Fong writhed and wailed in pain. I didn't lift my boot until he was on the verge of passing out. He gasped for air like a stranded fish. The hatred in his eyes hadn't disappeared, but now fear had taken its place. "Do you have any beast meat?" I asked abruptly. Why haven't I seen any in the camp? Iron Fong froze. His wide-eyed, disbelieving expression said it all. He'd probably expected questions about identity, allegiances, or power structures. The last thing he thought I'd care about was beast meat? "Well, do you have any, or are you asking for another kick?" "No, none. I swear." Iron Fong yelped in panic. "The tribe is starving as it is. If we had it, we'd have eaten it already. The beasts are deep in the forest, and we've only just arrived. We haven't had the chance to hunt any." My face darkened. Useless. The disdain in my voice was sharper than any blow I could have dealt. "No beast meat? Then what good are you?" I raised my foot, aiming at Iron Fang's head. A silvery aura of battle energy flickered at my ankle. If I followed through, his skull would shatter like a watermelon. Iron Fang's face turned ghostly pale. Wait! His scream was ear-piercing as he desperately twisted to the side. The wind from my strike grazed his ear. Boom! The impact erupted, scattering shattered rocks everywhere. I stood towering above him, an amused smirk tugging at my lips. The look said it all. I knew you'd flinch. Humiliation flickered in his eyes for just a moment, only to be extinguished by sheer dread. Cold sweat rolled down his face, stinging his eyes painfully. He knew I hadn't wanted to kill him just yet. Otherwise, he'd already be dead. But he wouldn't dare to gamble on what I'd do next. Remember where the beast meat is now. My voice was measured, unhurried. Iron Fang's face somehow darkened even more, covered in dust, blood, and soot. Seriously? You nearly caved my head in, all over some beast meat? No, there's none. He spoke rapidly, words tumbling out in fear. But I know who has it. Who? Bloodfang tribe. The Bloodfang tribe definitely has some. A ton. Smack. The sharp crack of a slap cut his words short. His head snapped to the side, his right cheek stinging viciously. Clutching his face, he looked up at me, bewildered. I casually wiped my hand clean with a handkerchief, then tossed it aside. Do you take me for a fool? My tone dripped with contempt. You think I wouldn't know whether or not the Bloodfang tribe has any? How many years have I been here? I took a step closer, nudging his chin with the tip of my boot. Trying to pit the wolves against the tigers, are we? Iron Fang's hair stood on end. My gaze held steady as a serpent's, pinning him in place like prey. I wasn't trying to, he stammered, desperate and incoherent. The Blackstone tribe, the Earthfang tribe, they definitely have some too. Smack. Another slap, heavier this time. The sound of it reverberated in the air. Blood seeped from his torn lips, and one side of his face was swollen like a pig's head. Are you crazy? I asked impatiently, frustration evident on my face. I asked if you had any. Why are you talking about someone else? You want me to rob them? I crouched down to meet Iron Fang's gaze at eye level. Buddy, not everyone is as stupid as you. Wandering around the plains without even a decent wall to protect you. Who does that? Iron Fang froze, his expression blank. My words hit him like a hammer to the chest. Painful, but undeniably true. I stood up again, towering over him. No beast meat, huh? I ask where to find some, and you suggest the orc tribes? Are you messing with me? I raise my foot. Then die. No, I swear I'm not messing with you. Iron Fang's voice shrilled with panic. One thought dominated his mind. This human will actually kill me. My foot hung in the air above him. No beast meat? Then you're useless to me. A dim red aura swirled around the tip of my boot, stronger than before. The air seemed heavier, and the flickering torchlight turned darker. Iron Fang's pupils shrank to needle points. This time, he truly felt death looming. Cold, certain, inescapable. His brain raced, searching for anything. Beast meat? None. Territory? None. Money? None. Suddenly, I'm useful, I am. His survival instincts screamed out. I know things. I have intel, something you can use. My foot stopped just above his nose, less than an inch away. He could see every groove in the sole of my boot, caked with dirt and bits of rock. Iron Fang even felt the faint warmth radiating from it. A drop of cold sweat rolled off his face and splashed onto the boot's surface, an audible plop. What intel? 3 soft words, light as air. Iron Fang stared at the boot hovering over him, his Adam's apple bobbing anxiously. Speak. My voice cracked like thunder, my gray-blue eyes glinting with a dangerous light. Iron Fang jolted as if struck. He tried to crane his neck around the boot, pressing on his chest to catch a clearer view of my face, but all he could make out was the blurry outline of my chin. What do you want to know? His voice trembled like a leaf in the wind. I'll tell you everything, everything. Somehow, without even realizing it, he had begun using formal deference. I gave a sharp laugh, withdrawing my foot leisurely. Weren't you acting tough a moment ago? Iron Fang instantly understood. When he had first been thrown into the dungeon, he had leaned nonchalantly against the wall and refused to so much as glance in my direction. Now his face twisted into what was supposed to be a smile, but it was uglier than crying. His charred skin crumpled like burnt paper, revealing raw red flesh underneath. I don't even know what to ask. I paced deliberately around him, the crunch of my boots on loose gravel slicing through the heavy silence. You tell me, what should I ask? Iron Fang's throat worked vigorously, struggling to swallow his fear. You should ask why I came here in the first place. I said nothing, my glare icy and unrelenting as I bore down on him. Iron Fang caught on instantly and began to stammer, words tumbling out like a landslide. We fled from the beast god's wasteland. We didn't mean to trespass on your lands. We just had nowhere else to go. Earl wouldn't take us in. We can't win. All we can do is endure out here on the plains. His words poured out like a dam bursting. I listened quietly. This intel corroborated what Elon had gathered, just confirmation that they indeed came from the wastelands. Why run? I changed the subject. What's so bad about beast god's wastelands? Iron Fang choked on my question. What's so bad? The tribe had been wiped out, forcing them into this godforsaken place, fighting the pathetic local orcs for scraps, only to then be trampled under the feet of humans. What do you think? But when he caught a flicker of impatience in my eyes, his defiance instantly wilted. There's war. His voice was barely audible, as though carried by a mosquito. Our tribe was destroyed. War? Over what? My tone sharpened, zoning in on the key detail. Gorlin. Iron Fang spat the name with venomous hatred, his teeth clenched. That lunatic wants to grab hold of the entire wasteland. He's a traitor to the orc race, doomed to divine punishment someday. Cut the nonsense, I interrupted coldly. Why is he fighting? A heavy silence fell between us. It was a long moment before Iron Fang finally forced the words out. He wants to be the ruler of the beast god's wastelands, the true warlord of the orcs. My heart skipped a beat. A warlord, that would be the equivalent of the emperor of the Holy Radiance Empire. A united orc leader looming at the border? The implications needed no explanation. The orc armies at the border fortress. Whose are they? I pressed. An even longer silence followed. Gorlins, Iron Fang said at last, his tone a swirl of emotions. He claims to be gathering the strength of all the tribes to drive humanity off the Dragonfall plains. I was dumbfounded. Splitting forces to attack the border at a time like this? This was no small problem. Looking at Iron Fang's grim face, irritation rose unbidden within me. Your people brought forth someone like this Gorlin, and yet you're sulking at me like it's my fault? Slap. The crack of my hand striking Iron Fang's face echoed through the space, the torchlight flickering with the movement. Iron Fang clutched his cheek, staring at me in total bewilderment. Why? Why hit me again? There was no anger in his voice now, just pure, unfiltered grievance. I flexed my wrist, unbothered. You were annoying me. Iron Fang's lips trembled, his throat working as if to say something, but he swallowed the words back down. I can't die? The thought screamed in his mind. I will rebuild the War Howl tribe. I will restore the glory of my clan. I will take Gorlin's head and ascend as warlord myself. His fists quivered at his sides. When he raised his eyes again, his face had smoothed into an unreadable calm. The amber in his eyes was still and deep, betraying no hint of the humiliation he'd just endured. I raised a brow, intrigued. Weren't orcs supposed to be reckless hotheads? I nearly trampled all over him, and yet this guy swallowed it down? You're deeply afraid of death, aren't you? My tone turned sly, a faint smirk tugging at my lips. Iron Fang didn't want to answer. For an orc warrior, admitting to the fear of death was a disgrace worse than a blade slicing across your face. But facing my gaze, riveted, amused, and unwavering, he hesitated. The increasingly dangerous look in his eyes made his previously firm demeanor crumble in an instant. I am an orc warrior, he croaked in a hoarse voice. Even if I die, it should be on the battlefield, not like a worm dying in some dungeon. Isn't that just fear of death? I scoffed. Iron Fang's face alternated between pale and green with anger. Ultimately, he just grunted and turned his head away. I laughed, a genuine laugh. An orc afraid of death? Much easier to deal with than those reckless brutes ready to die just to take you down with them. Gron is so strong. I shifted the topic. How long until he unites the wastelands? Iron Fang's face immediately showed disdain. Him? Unite the wastelands? He let out a cold chuckle. The waters of the wasteland are deeper than he thinks. Among the 9 orc tribes, only 5 support him. The other 4 are hell-bent on fighting him to the death. The moment his campaign against humans stumbles, there'll be fires in his rear. I leaned in, intrigued. The 9 orc tribes, wolves, tigers, bulls, and eagles make up the 4 major beast bloodlines. each with 2 tribes. And then there's the shaman tribe. Gron has already won over 5 of them. Trouble. And you, just a foot soldier. What makes you so sure you know such things? Iron Fang gave a pained grunt, but had long grown used to my sharp tongue. The ones backing Gron are the 2 bull blood tribes, the 2 eagle blood tribes, and the shaman tribe, he muttered. The bulls support him because they're the same bloodline, simple as that. As for the eagles, it's said to have something to do with the Skywing clan. And the shamans? I pressed. Silence. The firelight danced across Iron Fang's face, and his expression suddenly grew distant. The shamans support him, he murmured, his voice hardly above a whisper. Because Gron has a true dragon. My pupils contracted. My body tensed instantly, fingers unconsciously gripping the edge of my tunic. Yet within moments, I masked my reaction, ensuring Iron Fang hadn't noticed my slip before allowing myself to relax. A dragon. Gron has a dragon. My emotions churned, a strange mix of relief and disappointment. So, I wasn't the only one after all. Iron Fang. My voice was as calm as still water. How do you know? Have you seen it? Iron Fang lifted his head, the amber in his eyes reflecting the flickering firelight. I saw it with my own eyes. His voice was so low it was as if he feared awakening a nightmare. The battle that destroyed my tribe. Gron descended from the sky riding a black dragon. One breath of dragon fire, and the walls were obliterated. One dragon roar, and every orc crumbled as if their very spirits had left their bodies. They couldn't even hold their weapons, standing like wooden posts as we were slaughtered. The dungeon fell into dead silence. I narrowed my eyes. Iron Fang's words struck like lightning in my mind. Gron descended from the sky riding a black dragon. One breath of dragon fire, and the walls were gone. A thought flashed through my brain. My own baby black dragon. Barely 2 weeks old. When it flies, it looks like a drunk bat. It takes it forever just to muster up the strength to breathe fire, let alone anything big. Sure, its flames are lethal, maybe enough to torch a handful of orcs. But as for the legendary, long way, never seen it. What stage is Gorin's dragon at? I asked, eyes sharp. Iron Fang went silent for a moment, his pupils unfocused, as if recalling something he wished he hadn't seen. Not fully grown. His voice rasped like sandpaper grating on stone. But it's already developed. Its scales are complete, wings wide enough to cover half the sky. When it flies past, the heavens turn dark. I narrowed my eyes slightly. Judging a dragon's growth stage isn't hard. Scales, body size, wingspan, breath potency. Each stage has distinct traits. Take Little Black, for instance. It hasn't even fully grown its scales, clearly still a wormling. How are you so sure it's a true dragon and not just a drake? I pressed. A flicker of something strange crossed Iron Fang's amber eyes. Because of its power, he said flatly, tone tinged with impatience. Gorin's dragon dominates every drake it faces. On the battlefield, just one roar from it, and the opposing drakes collapse. No amount of whip cracking from their riders makes them rise again. That kind of pressure, that suppression, only a true dragon can pull that off. His voice dropped lower, and the shamanic tribes confirmed it with bloodline tracing, pure-blooded dragon. The entire wasteland knows. My heart stilled for a moment. In truth, whether or not it's a true dragon hardly matters anymore. When everyone believes it is, then it is. The shaman's bloodline confirmation, its dominance over drakes, the spreading stories across the land. These things hold more weight than any proof could ever provide. If Gorin has a dragon and support from 5 tribes, why are the remaining 4 still resisting? Iron Fang fell into a prolonged silence. In the dungeon, the torch flames popped, scattering sparks like fireflies. Because Gorin's blood isn't pure, Iron Fang finally rasped, voice as dry as chewing on bark. He's 1/4 human by blood. A half-orc. I blurted out. No. Iron Fang shook his head stubbornly. In appearance, strength, physique, he's entirely a Tauren. Not a hint of human traits. If there were, the other 5 tribes wouldn't back him either. My mind clicked into place. A Tauren with pure, unflawed features and yet human blood in his veins. That's more terrifying to the orcs than any enemy could ever be. No wonder Gorin has a dragon, unmatched strength, and the alliance of 5 major tribes. Yet the remaining 4 refuse to submit. And that, perhaps, also explains why Gorin is so desperate to break through the border fortress. War with outsiders is the best rallying cry. The momentum of a victorious campaign trumps 100 debates or justifications. A sudden thought struck me, unnerving enough to make my breath hitch for a moment. An orc with human blood, and to the south lies the Ember Wastes, home of the half-orc kingdom. If Goran pierces through the Holy Radiance Empire, his army could march straight to the Ember Wastes. No way. The thought flickered and faded as quickly as it had come. I shook my head. The half-orc kingdom isn't made of paper, and the Holy Radiance Empire isn't some pushover either. Besides, I'm just a minor lord. The Silverstream domain is tucked away in a corner of the Dragonfall Plains, far from the border fortress. Let the world flood for all I care. Do you know when that dragon of Gorlan's first appeared? I shifted the subject. A flash of caution flickered through Iron Fang's amber eyes. This human lord's fixation on dragons was starting to seem excessive. No idea. Iron Fang shook his head. When I first heard the name Gorlan, he was already riding a dragon and wiping out my tribe. I raised an eyebrow. Oh, there's more to that phrase than meets the eye. Gorlan didn't rise to power overnight. A tyrant like him would have had to tread over countless bodies to reach the top. When I heard of him, he'd already reached our doorstep. Does he think I'm gullible enough to buy that? It wasn't that he didn't know. He just didn't want to say. Oh, my voice remained casual. So, is it that you don't know? Or you just won't tell? Iron Fang's heart skipped a beat. That unsettling feeling of being seen through struck again. He wanted to deny it, but it was as if his mouth had been stitched shut. Ultimately, he chose silence. And silence itself is an answer. The dungeon fell into a brief stillness. Iron Fang curled into the corner, his charred ears looking like dried leaves in the flickering firelight. He braced himself for the torture to come. He wasn't stupid, just too lazy to think most of the time. But now, his mind was racing at full speed. As long as I'm still useful, he won't kill me. That's what he'd implied. He knows something about Gorlan. He just won't say it now. Heh. I let out a soft laugh. Not mocking, just the sound of amusement. Iron Fang's tense body relaxed slightly, only to stiffen all the more after. You're starting to show a bit of Orcish spine, I said, looking down at him. The question is, how long can you last? Iron Fang's face remained expressionless. From the moment he'd been dragged into this dungeon up until now, he'd gotten more insults than in the past 20 years combined. His ears had developed calluses from them, his heart too. I turned and walked away, my boots crunching on the gravel underfoot. Leaving? Iron Fang glanced at my departing figure, a bit dazed. Leaving already? No interrogation? No torture? Slowly, he slumped back against the wall, a single thought looping in his mind. Can I still get my revenge? Outside the dungeon, I addressed the guards. Keep an eye on him. Don't let him die. I paused before adding, no food. Starve him. Let me know when he's close to breaking. Yes, my lord, the guard replied briskly. I turned and walked away, the harvest from this encounter richer than anticipated. Information on the border fortress, the Orcish factions, and a hint of Gorlan's dragon blood lineage. Most importantly, Gorlan has a dragon too. But Iron Fang still has secrets buried within him. I'm in no rush. Let him hunger, let his will waver. This one's no ordinary orc. No way someone like him could know so much otherwise. Then again, what does it matter who he was? Now he's just the prisoner beneath. Before long, I found Eland in the Lord's Hall. Eland, I called out, my voice carrying a darker tone than usual. Noticing the serious expression on my face, Eland's demeanor grew solemn. Negotiations? With the Bloodfang tribe? His tone revealed his surprise. Yes, I replied, my gaze drifting toward the forest. I need a redhorn bull. There was a trace of urgency in my voice as I continued. You'll need to speak with Earl. Whatever their demands, just get it done. Eland understood instantly. This was for the dragon. Perhaps, not too long ago, he might have hesitated. Earl from the Bloodfang tribe was a shrewd operator, not someone you could handle easily. But things were different now. Silver Creek just wiped out an orc tribe, not far from comparable with the Bloodfangs in strength. News of this had surely reached Earl. The bargaining dynamics had shifted, and so had our confidence. I got it, Lord Allen. Eland replied steadily with a nod. I'll head out immediately. He turned with precision, his armor clinking softly, his steps measured and firm. I exhaled deeply, relaxing my shoulders slightly, though my brow remained furrowed. I could only hope the Bloodfang tribe had the sense to cooperate. Forcing me to resort to tricks wouldn't benefit anyone. My gaze turned back toward where I knew the dragon, Blackie, slumbered in a cave somewhere. Even though I couldn't see it, I knew it was there. And if it woke up only to find it had been deceived and there wasn't any magical beast meat waiting. A shiver ran through me. Best not to think about that scenario. A fine-tuned purpose. I urgently needed the red horn bull, not just because I feared Blackie figuring out my ruse. Although, let's be honest, that's part of it. More than that, its growth depended on it. Blackie wasn't some overgrown house cat. It was a dragon, malnourished during its youth, and it would be stuck with a permanently stunted frame, weak wings, and a flame no stronger than a cheap lighter. Raising a worthless dragon. I'd rather just be dead. Eland, you better not screw this up, I muttered, running a hand through my hair. Raising a dragon was turning out to be far more nerve-wracking than leading troops into battle. Unfortunately, bad news had a way of arriving first. A day drenched in duties. Morning sunlight streamed through the windows, falling over the mountains of parchment on my desk. 2 bottles of ink lay dry, and I'd gone through 3 quills already. The war may have ended, but the headaches were just getting started. Compensation claims, dividing up spoils, handling prisoners, reorganizing defenses. Every decision seemed to demand my signature. I glanced at the heavily scribbled-on map laid before me. One harsh truth stared me in the face. Food. Enough for just 1 month. The thought flashed to a friend of mine, a military officer stationed at a border fort, and for a moment, I'd considered sending a letter asking for supplies. But the quill hovered in my hand all night, never meeting the page. In the end, I decided I'd handle it myself. Silver Creek couldn't afford surprises. As for the wasteland stretching out beyond, one day, it'll be farmland. I murmured, my eyes cold with determination. Cutting corners and pinching pennies wasn't the path forward. Cement, soap, perfume. These things, so ordinary in my past life, are completely unheard of in the Holy Radiance Empire. I've been eager to take action for a while now, but the timing was never right. When I first transmigrated, my father had just passed, and simply securing my foothold drained all of my energy. Back then, Silver Creek territory was too weak. Introducing these inventions would have been akin to courting death. But now, things are different. I have a dragon. Sure, it's young. Sure, it's disobedient. Sure, I haven't ridden it yet, but it's a purebred dragon. Give it time, and it will grow into a living fortress, a flying catastrophe. Who would dare challenge the Silver Creek territory then? Bang! The door slammed against the wall, rebounding with a deafening sound. Bruce, my old butler, burst in, his wiry, gray hair in disarray and sweat streaming down the deep crevices of his aged face. Baron, there's trouble. War has broken out. I shot to my feet, my chair screeching as it scraped across the floor. The quill I'd been holding fell, spilling ink that bled into the parchment. Bruce has served House Drake for 40 years and has never overstepped decorum. Even if the sky were to fall, he'd politely knock first. Yet here he was, barging in, utterly unprecedented. War. My voice rose sharply. Elrin and the Bloodfang tribe. Bruce shook his head furiously, struggling to catch his breath. A myriad of scenes flashed in my mind. A broken negotiation table, a besieged Elrin, an orc ambush. Rally the troops. I grabbed my coat and strode toward the door. Move out now? If they dare harm my people, I'll make them pay in blood. My cloak swirled behind me in a sharp arc as my boots pounded loudly against the floorboards. Silence followed. I came to an abrupt halt and turned. Bruce stood rooted in place, his expression odd, his mouth opening and closing as if he were a malfunctioning automaton. Bruce. I frowned. Didn't you hear me? Rally the troops. And no, it's not. Bruce finally found his voice, sputtering out words as fast as a sputtering musket. It's not Elrin. It's the border fortress. The orcs are laying siege. I froze for a split second. Then, as if nothing had happened, I turned on my heel, returned to my desk, and sat down with the same casual air I might have if I'd dropped a pen. I lifted my now-cold tea and sipped it slowly. Who's at war with whom? Bruce, ever perceptive, wisely pretended not to notice my little performance. He wiped his forehead, taking a deep breath to steady himself. The border fortress, it's under attack. The orcs have already launched an assault. The teacup trembled slightly in my hand. A drop nearly spilled. The border fortress? I looked up, my tone tinged with surprise. Are you sure? Positive. Bruce nodded emphatically. The scouts just delivered the message. They're waiting outside for orders. I didn't respond immediately. Setting the teacup back on the desk, it landed with a dull thud. Morning sunlight spilled through the window, gilding the Silver Creek plain. The winding river below shimmered like a serpent forged from liquid silver. The border fortress is under attack. I frowned deeply. This is bad news. Bad. No, this is an unmitigated disaster. I leaned back in my chair with a sigh. Leaning back on the chair, staring at the ceiling, my mood felt both heavy and gloomy. Why now of all times? No wonder Bruce, usually so composed, was so out of sorts. If the border fortress fell into chaos, the Silver Creek territory would be doomed. The biggest issue, the food supply. We only had enough food stockpiled for a single month. The original plan was to procure more supplies at the border fortress, the largest trading hub in the eastern part of the empire, where money could still buy provisions. But now, it wasn't just a potential standoff or the threat of battle. It had escalated into full-blown bloodshed. The procurement plan had fallen apart before it even began. Bruce stood by the desk, his anxiety practically etched onto his face. He opened his mouth as if to say something, only to hesitate, afraid he might make things worse. All he could do was clutch his coat tightly, his knuckles pale from the strain. Calm down, Bruce. I tried to keep my voice steady. Tell me everything in detail. Bruce took a deep breath, attempting to suppress the anxiety clawing at his chest. The scouts reported that the border fortress has gone into complete lockdown. No one is allowed in or out. And then, he paused, his throat bobbing as he swallowed hard. The mana cannons, they've all been activated. My brow furrowed. Mana cannons don't use gunpowder, they consume magic crystals. A single blast costs as much as a month's military budget for Silver Creek. The border fortress, with its towering 30-meter granite walls, is more than sufficient to repel ordinary orc forces using just arrows and rolling stones. Activating the mana cannons meant they weren't facing just a large mob. It was likely something, or someone, formidable. In this extraordinary world, it wasn't a myth for a single, powerful individual to bring down an entire city. Did they spot any orcs? I lowered my voice. How many? Who's leading them? Bruce let out a bitter laugh. They saw orcs, but the wolf riders come and go like the wind. The scouts didn't dare get too close. So, they know nothing, absolutely nothing, about the specifics. I nodded. The fact that the Silver Creek scouts returned alive to deliver reports was already a small blessing. Even so, I had a hunch. If the mana cannons were activated, the size of the enemy force must be far beyond imagination. Gorlin. That name surfaced in my mind once again. If it really was that legendary orc warlord personally leading the charge, if that infamous dragon, the one said to be capable of overpowering all sub-dragons, made its appearance, then even a so-called impregnable fortress might not remain unbreached. But I shook my head. The Empire wasn't some pushover. The border fortress was manned by tens of thousands of elite troops, with an unending stream of supplies. The Guardian of the Eastern Territories, Duke Wolfram Reinhardt, was one of the strongest dragon knights on the continent, his silver-winged dragon renowned across countless battlefields. Even if Gorlin were immensely strong, taking such a heavily defended stronghold would require time. I shifted my gaze back to the map before me. This path was completely cut off now. No merchant would dare risk traveling while war raged, and even if someone were willing to take the gamble, they wouldn't be able to leave the fortress gates. The study fell into silence. Bruce stood to the side, watching me quietly as I fell deep into thought. The young baron's face was marked with exhaustion, a sight that weighed heavily on the heart. He had just defeated the Ironfang tribe, and the townsfolk had finally begun to place their trust in this young leader. The ruler had once again faced another misfortune. If the food supply truly runs out, Bruce was filled with regret. If only they'd stored more grain last year. If only he'd persuaded the old baron to be more resolute. At that moment, an idea suddenly struck me, as clear as a torch igniting in the darkness. Bruce, I abruptly turned to the steward, my voice urgent. What's the shortest time it takes for crops to mature? Bruce was taken aback, momentarily stunned. He blinked. The shortest? 3 months, I suppose. It's just about time to sow the spring wheat, and it can be harvested in 3 months. He frowned slightly. But why do you ask, my lord? I didn't answer him right away. I turned to gaze out of the window, my eyes looking beyond the plains with a deep sense of anticipation. The tense furrow on my brow gradually eased. 3 months, I murmured, tapping my fingers on the desk. That's enough. Bruce froze on the spot, disbelief flashing in his worn, clouded eyes. 3 months? The territory only had enough grain left for one. What about the 2 months in between? Just survive on air. Not to mention, the current amount of arable land wouldn't suffice. Otherwise, why would we need to purchase food from outside? He bit his lip, his graying eyebrows furrowed tightly, clearly struggling with his thoughts. I turned back and looked at him, my slate gray eyes steady as still water. I'm going to cultivate the Silver Creek Plains. Bruce's face turned pale with shock. His aged eyes widened in terror as he staggered back 2 steps, his trembling voice spilling out. But, my lord, the risk. My expression didn't waver. I understood Bruce's fear. The Silver Creek Plains had ideal conditions, fertile land, abundant water, making it a natural granary. But it lay right under the watchful eyes of the orcs. The Drake family had already tried to develop the plains once in a previous generation. Enormous investments were poured into the effort, only for it to crumble under relentless orc raids, pillaging, arson, a devastating loss that had drained the family's coffers. The only viable solution was to establish a fortified settlement there, shielded by strong city walls to keep the orcs out. But orcs aren't stationary objects. You start erecting walls on their doorstep, and they won't just sit there and watch. Besides, the Silver Creek territory didn't have the resources to carry out such an ambitious project. So, the Silver Creek Plains remained barren, just lying there, full of wasted potential and growing nothing but weeds, right in our backyard. Bruce. My voice was firm, each word landing like a nail driven into iron. It's decided. Gather as many hands as you can immediately. Farmers who cultivate newly cleared fields will be exempt from taxes for 3 years. Those who clear more land will receive generous gold rewards. Bruce opened his mouth, hesitation written all over his face. I let out a soft sigh. I know what you're worried about, but we have no other options. The border fortress is at war, a brutal meat grinder of carnage with casualties in the thousands. Even if we make it to the city walls, will they even open the gates? Would the defenders spare any thought for us? Bruce fell silent. He wanted to argue, but found no words. Every reason he could think of dissolved like smoke under my stare. He suddenly realized that buying food from the war-torn border carried a greater risk than trying to cultivate the plains. Failing to clear the land? At worst, it would be a fruitless endeavor. But venturing to the border fortress? One wrong step, and we'd be annihilated. Understood, my lord, Bruce finally answered. Bruce's voice was hoarse, but his tone was resolute. I'll take care of it right away. I couldn't help but feel a sense of relief in my chest, and my expression softened. Good job, Bruce. Sometimes you have to take matters into your own hands. We can't rely on buying grain forever. You're absolutely right, Baron. Bruce paused for a moment, his expression one of sincere respect. You're truly worthy of being an elite graduate of the Imperial Knights Academy. Such boldness, your father, the old Baron, would be proud. Wait, have I graduated yet? I secretly muttered to myself, though outwardly I maintained a composed, gentle smile. Once Bruce's footsteps faded into the distance, my expression gradually grew serious. Tap, tap, tap. The rhythmic sound of my fingers drumming against the desk echoed sharply within the silence of the room. Clearing the Silverstream Plains, this had been on my mind for quite some time. It wasn't a reckless decision born out of desperation. No, it had been calculated, carefully planned. I was only waiting for the right moment. Previously, I stayed my hand. For one, we lacked the strength. For another, there were risks I couldn't afford to take. But now, things were different. The Ironfang tribe had been crushed, leaving the plains unusually quiet for the time being. Morale within my territory was soaring, and the flames of war along the borders made it impossible to wait any longer. Internal momentum, pressing external threats. The time had come. The only real problem. My gaze drifted to the hazy, windswept plains outside the window. Is how to guard against the orc wolf riders. By the afternoon, Aaron had returned. I immediately set my pen down and got up, only to hesitate mid-step. Turning back, I straightened my documents and adjusted my collar with swift precision before making my way to the main hall. Aaron entered covered in dust from the road. Mud spattered his armor, and one corner of his cloak was torn. Despite his weathered appearance, his eyes held their usual calm intensity. "Lord Aaron," he said, dropping into a precise knight's salute. I gestured for him to take a seat. "How did it go?" Aaron hesitated for only a moment before delivering his report. "The Bloodfang tribe wants Ironfang." My hand froze mid-air over the teacup. "What?" The porcelain trembled as tea sloshed over the rim, spreading in dark stains across the tabletop. I was stunned. Leaning back in the chair, my fingers unconsciously traced the edge of the cup, my mind a tangled mess akin to a knotted ball of thread pawed at by a cat. I had anticipated all sorts of demands: grain, weapons, even unreasonable conditions I'd have no choice but to reject. But this? They wanted Ironfang. The very Ironfang who had been half incinerated by Little Black and was now rotting away in the dungeon, clinging to life by a thread? Suppressing my initial shock, I took a small sip of tea, allowing myself a moment to regain composure. "What do they offer in return?" My voice was calm, though a chill tingled in my fingertips. 5 full-grown crimson hornbulls. Aaron's expression became peculiar. Both males and females, hand-picked specimens. The cup paused briefly in my hand. 5. Mixed genders? The words buzzed in my head, not from excitement, but from an unsettling sense of oddity. Had the orcs lost their minds? Did they not realize the implications of gifting both male and female crimson hornbulls? It meant they could breed. 5 would turn into 10, then into dozens. Surely Erlna, that old fox, must have considered this. 5 crimson hornbulls, silver-tier magic beasts. Despite their tame demeanor, they were still silver-tier creatures, not something common or replaceable like stones on the roadside. For the Bloodfang tribe to offer 5 so readily. Did they take me for a fool? My brows furrowed tightly, forming a knot. There was no satisfaction of gaining the upper hand, only the feeling of treading on thin ice, ready to crack at any moment. "Did you ask Earl why he wanted Ironfang?" My voice was low. "When you discussed the trade, what was his expression like?" Elon responded unhurriedly. I asked. "Earl said he has a personal grudge against Ironfang and wanted to deal with it himself. He didn't specify further." He paused for a moment before continuing. "When he heard we wanted to trade for the Red Hornbulls, Earl was genuinely surprised. It didn't seem like he was faking it. He froze for quite a while and muttered something to the person next to him. But after that, everything returned to normal. It was a straightforward trade. He did leave midway for a bit and came back with a different attitude, bringing up terms on his own. After finishing, Elon stopped talking and stood there quietly, waiting for my decision. I tapped my fingers on the tabletop. This was getting stranger and stranger. Where did Earl go in the middle of the negotiation? Who did he meet? Why the sudden change in attitude? The pieces of information were like scraps of fabric, impossible to sew together into a coherent pattern. If I knew that Ironfang's shaman, Gurkle, had already pledged allegiance to Earl, I might be able to piece something together. But I didn't know. I thought for a long time, the tea in my cup turning cold, while the sunlight shifted from the edge of the table to its center. "What do you think?" I asked. Elon shook his head. "I've told you everything I know." At that moment, Elon spoke up on his own. "Lord Allen, should we go through with the trade?" I didn't answer right away. To be honest, I was tempted. Exchanging an orc as good as dead for 5 silver-tier magical beasts? That was such a good deal. 5 red hornbulls would take Little Black a significant amount of time to digest, and they could even reproduce, perfectly fulfilling Little Black's initial growth needs. I had already begun imagining how these bulls could secure Little Black's loyalty. Most importantly, I'd be able to keep my promise to Little Black. I was worried that if Little Black realized he'd been deceived, I'd lose his trust completely, and the path of becoming a dragon knight would only get harder. But Earl's behavior made me hesitate. That old fox wouldn't do a losing deal. He wanted Ironfang for a reason, and it wasn't as simple as having a grudge. There had to be something more to it. But what? Elon interrupted my thoughts. "Lord Allen, it seems like there's some commotion in the territory. What's going on?" I glanced outside the window. Sure enough, there were people bustling about, moving goods, herding livestock, and murmuring to each other. "Oh, I forgot to mention," I said, slapping my forehead. "I've decided to develop the Silver Creek Plains." All that commotion is Bruce making preparations. Elon's expression tensed suddenly. "Develop the Silver Creek Plains?" Lord Allen, now isn't the right time. There are still orcs in the forest. The risk is too high. My face remained calm. You just returned, so you might not know. The border fortress is already at war with the orcs. According to the scouts, they've even started using mana cannons. Elon's pupils constricted. So soon? Weren't they just at a standoff? I placed the doku. Ruth briefly recounted her own story, leaving out the intel from Iron Fong for now. Elon went from shocked to silent, staring at the floor as he pieced together the information. After a moment, he looked up and nodded firmly. Lord Aaron, I'll fully support the land development initiative. I let out a small sigh of relief. It's good that you understand, I said, crossing my hands with a serious expression. But we can discuss that later. Right now, we need to talk about what happened just now. I looked directly at Elon, enunciating every word. I've made up my mind. You've got a plan? Elon's gaze sharpened. Yes. I tapped the table, as though sealing the decision. Elon fell silent for a moment. My lord, there's no urgency to respond. Earl didn't set a deadline. We can afford to wait a little longer. He thought I was cornered into rushing a response. I chuckled. Who said I was planning to reply right now? Then, what are you? I sat up straight, my face turning serious. I've decided to agree to the exchange. Elon didn't object. He merely waited quietly for me to continue. I know what concerns you, I sighed. That sly fox Earl definitely has his own agenda. But we don't have much of a choice. Dragons have to eat beast meat, and it needs to be ready before it wakes up. I glanced out the window. Regular livestock like cows and sheep won't be enough to sustain it. Only magical beasts like red horn bulls will do. Besides, I paused, my voice softening. What kind of threat could a half-crippled orc pose? Iron Fong can barely stand on its feet. No matter how clever Earl is, he can't turn damaged goods into weapons. Elon mulled over my words, eventually nodding. So, should I go and inform Earl now? No rush. I waved him off. Let them sweat it out for a few days. If he's in a hurry, he'll come to us first. By that time, maybe we can raise the price. A slight smirk tugged at my lips. Besides, Iron Fong still has plenty to spill. We can squeeze every last drop out before sending them off. Of course, all this hinged on Black not waking up. The dragon had fallen into slumber as soon as it returned from Iron Fong's territory. But it wouldn't be too much longer. If it woke up and there wasn't any beast meat ready, those amber slit-pupiled eyes of its would likely widen like giant bells. The next morning, on the main street of Silver Creek Town, the bulletin board was completely surrounded by a dense crowd, packed 3 layers deep without a gap to be found. Move aside. Let me see what it says. What's the point? You can't even read. Did you hear? Lord Aaron's going to clear the Silver Creek plains for farming, a freckled young man shouted at the top of his lungs. Are you serious? My brother's part of the militia, and even Lord Bruce said so yesterday. It's a done deal. The buzz of chatter rose. Is he crazy? A burly, dark-faced man barked, arms akimbo. That land borders orc territory. You plant crops, and the orcs will raid them. You build houses, and the orcs will burn them down. Is Lord Aaron trying to send us all to our deaths? That's not right. An elderly man with white hair hobbled forward with his cane. When it came time to fight the Iron Fangs, you were the first to back down. But now that it's time to clear the land, you're the first one to jump in. You're such a big guy, but you've got less guts than the old hen in my backyard. The man he was addressing turned red, his neck bulging with frustration, but he had nothing to say in return. Lord Ellerin is here. The crowd went silent in an instant. It wasn't out of fear, but rather an instinctive reverence for strength. In Silver Creek territory, there might be some who didn't know me, but there wasn't a single person who didn't know Ellerin. The crowd parted on its own to make way. Expressionless, Ellerin walked to the notice board and stopped, standing as immovable as an old tree. His attendant stepped forward and pinned a piece of parchment to the board. A young man who could read squeezed through the crowd to take a closer look. His voice trembled slightly as he announced, "Those who clear and cultivate new lands on the Silver Creek Plains will have ownership rights to the land for 10 years, with a 3-year tax exemption." The crowd murmured in excitement. During the land clearing period, the territory will unconditionally provide farming tools, oxen, and seeds. Is this for real? The young man's voice suddenly rose an octave. And for those who clear the most land, 1 gold coin per plot will be rewarded. Whoa! The crowd erupted. A single gold coin. something an average farming family couldn't save up even in a few years. Now, all you had to do was clear some land to have a shot at earning one. There's more, the young man continued, shouting again. The individual who clears the most land will also be eligible for the title of Silver Creek Model Citizen and will receive personal recognition at the Lord's Assembly by the Lord himself. What even is a model citizen? What's the Lord's Assembly? The crowd buzzed with questions like a swarm of bees. But soon enough, the allure of the gold coin overtook their curiosity. My family's dropping everything and going all in. 10 plots of land minimum. Huh, 10. You're dreaming if you think you can manage that. A few clever individuals quietly slipped away, either to spread the word or to start clearing land immediately. Outside the dungeon, I pushed open the door, uninterested in the commotion by the notice board. I had already sent Bruce to set up watch posts. Keeping tabs on orc movements was the real priority here. Still, I wasn't too worried about orcs making a move just yet. We'd just crushed the Ironfang tribe, and the lingering fear of that defeat should keep them at bay for now. Besides, no seeds had even gone into the ground yet. What would the orcs come to raid? Dirt? The real danger would come months from now, when the golden waves of wheat began to ripple across the fields. I swung the dungeon door open. Damn it, how long has it been since I last came down here? I suddenly remembered my previous command, starve him, but don't let him die. Could he have starved to death already? A knot formed in my stomach. I hurried inside. The stench hit me like a wall, a disgusting mix of moldy straw, animal pelts, bodily waste, and a sickly, inexplicable rot. Covering my nose and mouth with my hand, I squinted as my eyes adjusted to the dim light. Empty. The corner where Ironfang often stayed now held only flattened straw and torn fabric. Ran away? Impossible. Just then, a faint sound came from the deepest part of the room, a faint scrape against the wall. I raised my torch and looked. A dark figure curled up in the shadows. It was Ironfang, but Ironfang had changed. No, he wasn't human anymore. His entire face looked hollowed out, cheekbones threatening to rip through cracked, desiccated skin. His eye sockets were deep voids, eyes dull like ashen coals, with only the faintest red glow flickering faintly. His lips were cracked like a parched wasteland, with tiny beads of blood seeping from the torn skin. Food, give me food. The voice crawled out of his throat, like wind wailing through a crevice in stone. I waved my hand in front of his face. No reaction. Ironfang, I shouted. Still, no response. Those sunken eyes stared into emptiness, as if looking at me, but at the same time looking at nothing at all. Ironfang slumped against the corner like a discarded sack of rags. The torch flickered, shadows danced wildly on the walls. Damn it, this guy was about to die? I remembered the order I'd given him. Starve yourself. But just before you can't hold on anymore, let me know. But I hadn't clarified where the line was between can't hold on and about to die. I spun on my heel and ran, the echo of my boots striking the rubble as loud as thunder. I couldn't let him die. The 5 fertile scarlet horn cattle hadn't arrived yet, and the bastard hadn't spilled all his secrets either. Ironfang thought he was going to die. Cause of death, starvation. How pathetic. After the human lord had left, Ironfang tried to steel himself in the darkness. He'd imagined all the tortures they might inflict. Whipping, branding irons, pulling nails. Orcs had their cruel methods, but so did humans. He wasn't afraid. He was the son of a great chieftain. Though no one believed him now, the trials he had endured were no less than those of any warrior. He wasn't some fragile flower grown in a greenhouse. As long as he didn't die, he could endure. Keep enduring, and there would be a chance, someday, to escape. But he had been wrong. That human, Alan, was far more insidious than he imagined. He wasn't going to break him. He was going to starve him. On the first day, Ironfang had roared and beaten against the door, cursing Alan and his ancestors 18 generations over in the foulest Orcish he knew. No one responded. The second day, his fury turned to begging. He lay by the gap beneath the door. I'll say anything. Just give me a bite to eat. Still, no response. By the third day, he was curled in the corner, listening as his stomach let out its final growls of protest, as if bidding him farewell. A few days without food and water shouldn't have brought an orc warrior to this state. But the black dragon's breath had ravaged half his body. Surviving it all was a miracle. Without energy, The wounds ate away at what little strength he had left, like ravenous beasts. If he didn't suppress it, he would die. Suppressing it required energy, but without energy, he would still die. He was walking a knife's edge. Left was death. Right was also death. The only difference was, move a few steps further to the right. Driven by a relentless determination, he counted his breaths in the darkness. 1, 2, 3. He didn't know if he could count to hundreds. Maybe the next moment would be the end. And then, warm breath, carrying the aroma of food, slipped into his nostrils. He licked his lips, his tongue touching something moist. Salty, warm, seeping through the cracks of his lips like water dripping onto a parched riverbed, instantly absorbed. Food. He wanted to lift his hand to grab it, but his body was utterly powerless. His muscles were depleted, leaving only a thin layer of skin stretched over a bony frame. Thankfully, the food didn't disappear. It patiently came closer to his mouth, unlike the countless illusions that had dissipated before. The first bite sent a blaze into his empty stomach. It wasn't a searing pain. Rather, it was his body's wild, desperate welcome to that little bit of nourishment. A warmth coursed through him, like a spring breeze sweeping over a frozen wasteland. He opened his eyes. Weren't you supposed to call me if he was on the brink of collapse? A little later, and he would have been dead. Lord, I didn't know. I didn't expect the orc chief to be this fragile. 3 days, and he couldn't last. Couldn't you have checked on him? I was scared. That voice, it's mine. Iron Fong's consciousness finally drifted back to shore. The voices became clear, the images vivid. He could feel the cold ground beneath him, the rough stone walls, the damp and musty smell in the air. He was alive. Looking at my younger profile, Iron Fong's eyes stung. You finally came. Do you know how long I've been waiting? He opened his mouth, trying to speak, but only a faint breath escaped his throat, so weak even he could barely hear it. But for the first time in 3 days, he had spoken into something other than darkness. I was slightly annoyed. The guard shrank his neck and muttered, You said to alert you when he was on the verge of collapse, but since he hadn't stopped breathing, I wasn't sure if this counted. I opened my mouth to scold him, only to realize he wasn't entirely wrong. I hadn't given him a clear standard. Just as I was about to salvage some dignity, a faint sound wafted out from the depths of the dungeon. I spun around. Iron Fong's eyes were open. His amber beast-like pupils glimmered in the darkness like glowing embers. I quickly strode over. The torchlight illuminated Iron Fong's gaunt face, but there was light in his eyes again, the light of survival. He opened his mouth, his Adam's apple bobbing a few times. In the end, only a single breathy sound, almost like a sigh, escaped him. I waited a few moments, but heard nothing more. Muttering to myself, I said, If he can't even talk, how am I supposed to interrogate him? In the darkness, Iron Fong's eyes widened. I didn't notice. Satisfied that he was alive, I turned and left. Make sure he's taken care of. I'll come back tomorrow, I told the guard. The guard pounded his chest. This time, I'll watch him like a hawk. Not a drop of water will be missed. The next morning, I climbed the city walls. The morning breeze carried the refreshing scent of earth and grass. Silver. On the creek plain, scattered dark silhouettes moved about, tilling the land. The serfs were getting to work. In the distance, the framework of a watchtower had already been raised, and patrol riders trailed clouds of dust as they galloped past. The entire Silver Creek domain was now awakening. Some threw themselves into reclaiming the land with fervor, while others hesitated, observing from the sidelines. A faint smile curved at my lips. There's a reward for those who contribute the most to reclaiming the fields. But don't think there aren't consequences for those who remain idle. The most urgent task at hand, however, was negotiating the exchange of 5 red-horned bulls from the Bloodfong tribe. In the dungeon, Iron Fong sat against the wall, straw bundled beneath him as a makeshift cushion. His face was still gaunt to the point of looking deathly, but the defiant spark in his eyes had only grown brighter. I stood above him, looking down as my shadow flickered across the stone wall behind him. Can you talk now? My voice carried an air of casual indifference, but left little room for argument. Iron Fong lifted his gaze to me without a word. Leaning against the wall with my arms crossed, I continued, I'll cut to the chase. You've got only today. After that, I don't have the luxury to waste any more time playing games with you. The dungeon remained eerily silent. Why? Iron Fong finally rasped out, his voice like sandpaper scraping against stone. I chuckled faintly, the edge of my smile sharpening. "Oh, look at that. You're bouncing back quickly. At least you're able to speak now." His chest rose and fell heavily as suspicion clouded his expression. He could hear the menace in my tone. There was a lingering question in his mind. Why was he suddenly only left with one day? Was I bluffing? Or had I truly concluded he was no longer worth my time? I didn't answer his thoughts, opting instead to pose a different question. "You got bad blood with Earl?" Ironfang froze. "Let's call it that," he said eventually, his voice raw. "When I first came, I laid claim to a piece of Bloodfang tribe's land. Told him to move. They refused, so we fought. That's all. That's all." To Ironfang, such disputes were just par for the course. You spot land worth taking, demand the occupiers leave, and if they refuse, you fight. If you win, they accept their defeat. If you lose, you walk away. Simple as that. I took a few slow steps across the room. Earl came to me for a talk. Said he's willing to trade something in exchange for you. Ironfang's pupils flared, shrinking to pinpoints, but he gave no immediate reply. I stopped in front of him, where the side of my face was partially cloaked in shadow. But my voice turned languid and deliberate. "You'll have to prove to me first if you're worth the price Earl claims you are. Show me your worth." My words echoed as they landed. Ironfang didn't look surprised, nor remotely pleased. His sunken amber eyes simply stared blankly into the void. He couldn't grasp the old Fox Earl schemes. A mere orc, traded for another orc? The notion was absurd. Out here, only livestock could be treated as barter. A warrior ought to die with dignity, by the blade, or not at all. They should never be reduced to a bargaining chip. What was that scheming Earl up to? Instinctively, Ironfang's mind surged with vigilance. He didn't yet know what Earl intended to offer in exchange for him, but the aloof nonchalance in my demeanor sent a clear signal of danger. This human had taken the bait. Otherwise, I wouldn't have come all the way down here. The silence stretched on like an unspoken promise. "Why?" Ironfang repeated at last, his voice as coarse and grating as before. I arched a brow, a sly grin playing on my lips. "Who are you asking about?" Ironfang struggled to lift his head. In his amber eyes, there was no rage, no hatred, just deep confusion. "Earl." His voice was so faint, it felt like talking to himself. "Why does he want to replace me?" A light of realization flickered in my mind, and I let out a drawn-out, "Oh," my grin widening. It was the cruel joy of a cat toying with a trapped mouse. "It's quite simple," I said, spreading my hands theatrically. "He says he hates you to the core, hates you so much he can't sleep, hates you so much he wants to flay you, devour your flesh, drink your blood. He begged me to leave you to him, so he could end you with his own hands." Ironfang froze. It wasn't fear, not in the slightest, it was confusion. He racked his brain, trying to recall any major conflicts he'd had with the Bloodfang tribe. At most, just a few skirmishes over territory, where a couple of orcs clashed and bled. Out on the wastelands, events like that were as common as meals. Could someone he killed have been Earl's kin? Impossible. Even if that were true, would it really drive someone to such extremes as flay and devour? He looked up at me, just in time to catch the fleeting flash of satisfaction on my young face. Ironfang's heart sank. He'd been played. Sure, Earl might want him, but not out of so-called hatred. That sly old fox never let his emotions show, let alone wore them on his sleeve. Yet it still didn't make sense. Why would Earl want him at all? He had considered the possibility someone might come to rescue him, remnants of his old Warcry clan, some orc who owed him a debt, perhaps even an old ally from their lawless past. But Earl? He hadn't thought of Earl. Not Earl, the one chieftain he had wanted to bend to his will the moment he first set sight on him. Ironfang's expression darkened, a storm of emotions playing out on his face. I tilted my head, watching him quietly for a moment, then suddenly chuckled. "How does it feel, Ironfang? Are you happy? Thrilled that there's actually an orc out there willing to save you?" Ironfang's face grew even more dour. He wanted to curse, wanted to growl at me, but he kept his composure. He merely huffed coldly and turned his head away. The dungeon fell silent, except for the sporadic crackle of torches burning along the damp stone walls. "Ironfang," I began again, my tone calm but deliberate. "Earl's offer, it's tempting, very tempting. But you see," I leaned in slightly, voice shifting to something darker, "I'm the greedy sort. I like to squeeze every last bit of value out of what's in my hands. Iron Fang's head snapped up, his amber eyes burning. Rage, shame, and underneath it all, a helplessness from having his lifeline squeezed out of reach. So here's the deal, I continued, meeting his glare. You're going to tell me something I find worthwhile. Otherwise, I paused, running my gaze over his gaunt face. I'll leave you in this hole to rot a little longer. And next time, I let the threat hang in the air like the stagnant stench of the cell. Who's to say someone will be as lucky to find you in time again? The unspoken violence sat heavy between us. Iron Fang shut his eyes. His throat bobbed, as if trying to force down some hard-to-swallow truth. Minutes passed. When he opened his eyes again, the calm had returned, but not the calm of resignation. It was the stillness before a storm, a kind of deathly still. Ask, just one word, hoarse and low, but resolute, with the weight of someone ready to destroy what remained of their bridges. I dropped my grin, my expression turning serious as I took a step forward. The question from last time, can we finally finish it now? For a moment, Iron Fang hesitated, his memory pulling back the words from a shadowy corner. About Gorlorn, that dragon, he said softly, his voice low and deliberate. Before it was recognized by the shaman tribe, it was a nobody. Its size, strength, and breadth completely unremarkable. No one cared about it. He took a breath. If not for Gorin already making a name for himself, no one would have even spared it a second glance. It was too ordinary, lost in a crowd of dragons. No one would even notice it. But a few years ago, Iron Fang's voice grew heavier. It changed. Changed. Yes. Iron Fang repeated, his tone weighted. It became stronger, its scales tougher, its breath fiercer. Even its roar carried a sense of dominance. And just like that, out of nowhere, no one knew what to make of it. He looked up and locked eyes with me. From then on, it went from being a nobody to undeniably the strongest dragon across the wastelands. On the surface. On the surface? I caught the keyword almost immediately. Iron Fang let out a grim chuckle. Didn't I already tell you? The waters of the wastelands run deep. I went quiet for a moment, then suddenly smiled. You might as well have said nothing, but I believe you. That said, it's still not enough. Iron Fang didn't seem surprised. He just remained silent, as unmoving as a stone worn down by endless sandstorms. After what felt like an eternity, Iron Fang finally lifted his head. His expression turned grave. I have. His voice dropped so low it was barely audible. News on a dragon. My pupils contracted instantly. The casual indifference once glimmering in my gray-blue eyes disappeared in a flash, replaced by a sharp edge akin to a drawn blade. Say that again, I demanded, enunciating each word like nails being hammered into stone. Iron Fang laughed, for the first time since his capture. Cracked lips curled upward, revealing jagged teeth. His smile carried triumph, mockery, and the satisfaction of finding my weak spot. You heard me, didn't you? His voice was a dry rasp, the echo curling through the dungeon like a taunt. Why should I repeat myself? My expression darkened immediately. But then, I smiled too. It was fleeting, gone in a blink, yet it carried an unsettling chill that made Iron Fang's laughter falter. You know, I'm suddenly not so inclined to trade you back to Earl, I murmured almost lazily. There are a few experiments I've been meaning to try. And guess what? I leaned closer, looking down at him with an unreadable, almost gentle gaze, as if he were a shiny new toy. Iron Fang's mocking grin froze for a moment. We stared each other down, his amber eyes blazing with defiance, rage, and a small flicker of suppressed hesitation. Ultimately, the grin faded. He didn't lower his head, but his features smoothed into a blank mask. My smile grew. Think you can outplay me? You've got a long way to go, I said. Iron Fang broke the silence. I have news about a dragon. A dragon? I raised an eyebrow, a hint of mockery in my tone. You mean a W-Iron? Of course not. Iron Fang's voice was steady. I mean a drake. What kind of drake? Iron Fang lifted his head, and for the first time, a spark of fire flickered in his dull amber eyes. A sky drake. 3 words. A resounding statement. He stared at me, his expression calm, yet faintly scrutinizing. I wonder, does this news prove my worth? I didn't answer right away. Leaning back against the wall with my arms crossed, my mind raced. There are 3 kinds of wyverns. Ground wyverns. Wingless, unable to fly, no breath attack, the lowest of the dragon kin. But even so, they're still dragons. A single adult ground wyvern is enough to obliterate a charge of heavy cavalry. The Imperial Guard of St. Radiance is famed for its ground wyvern cavalry, their iron hooves capable of striking fear into foes 20 miles away. Sky wyverns, a level above. They inherit the dragon's gift of flight. Once their wings spread wide, they become the undisputed rulers of the skies. More agile than any flying monster, faster than the fiercest storm. St. Radiance's dominance over the continent largely rests upon its sky wyvern aerial knights. Winged wyverns. These are no longer mere wyverns at all. They possess true dragon blood, able to fly, fiercely combatant, with breath attacks, and even mastery of draconic magic. In this era where true dragons have disappeared, people revere them as real dragons. The silver-winged wyvern of the Eastern Duke is a prime example of such a being. And now Iron Fang claims to know the whereabouts of a sky wyvern? My first reaction was disbelief. If such fortune really existed, why wouldn't he seek it for himself? You think I'm that gullible? I made no effort to hide my doubt. If you truly knew where to find a sky wyvern, why haven't you gone after it yourself? Iron Fang chuckled. This time, his smile exuded unshaken composure and even a certain aloof arrogance, as though I were unworthy of his time. A mere sky wyvern, he said, voice calm yet ringing with impact, each word falling like stone from a high place. What is that to me? Not everyone shares the same narrow perspective as you insignificant human lords. He purposefully emphasized the word insignificant. My expression turned peculiar, not out of anger, but the incredulous kind that silently screamed, "How are you even saying this? Did you forget your state 2 days ago? Just 2 days back, you were on death's door. That face gaunt with starvation, half-burnt, barely able to stand at all. And now here you are, sneering at me?" Iron Fang carried on, seemingly unbothered. "Do you even know who I am?" He lifted his head high, a spark of long-dimmed pride returning to his dull gaze, the inherent arrogance of a chief's bloodline only suppressed by survival's harsh persistence. "I am the son of the 38th chieftain of the Warhowl tribe, one of the 24 great clans of the Wastes." His words were deliberate, every syllable measured like an indisputable decree. "A mere sky wyvern. Is that what you think could ever impress me? Or could it be that you—" Slap. The sharp crack of flesh meeting flesh echoed in the room. Iron Fang's head snapped to the side, the rest of his sentence forcibly swallowed. Clutching his cheek, he slowly turned his head back to face me. His lean face bore the unmistakable outline of 5 fingers, red and plain as day. Eyes wide, lips parted slightly, utterly stupefied. "What just happened? Did I say something wrong? Why'd you hit me? How dare you hit me?" Expressionless, I withdrew my hand, casually wiping it against my clothes like brushing off dirt. Then, he pulled out a handkerchief and slowly wiped his fingers, the action so elegant it felt like he had just walked out of an aristocratic banquet. "What's with the act? Right here like this?" I squinted my eyes. What's wrong with this guy? Lost his mind? Or just plain starving that he dares to act arrogant in front of me? Forget it. Time to remind him of reality. Slap. The crisp sound of a slap echoed sharply through the dungeon. Iron Fang's head whipped to the side, his entire body trembling. Slowly, he lifted his head. His amber eyes burned with embarrassment and shock. You dare hit me? I hit who I want." I looked down at him, my voice cold and sharp as a blade. "Have you forgotten your place?" I stepped forward, the tip of my boot nearly grazing his chin. "Here, you're no more than a prisoner. Not some chieftain's son, not some big shot." I sneered. "Your entire tribe's gone, and you still think you can act high and mighty with me?" Iron Fang's face went pale. Anger and humiliation roiled in his eyes. He wanted to retort, to claw back his dignity, but couldn't deny that every single word I'd said was the truth, stabbing deep like nails into his chest. The dungeon fell deathly silent. "Remember, your life is in my hands." My voice wasn't loud, but it was heavy, as though weighing 1,000 pounds. "Behave, or else." I didn't need to finish the sentence. The threat was clear. Iron Fang clenched his teeth. "Just you wait." Slap. The second slap came even harder. His head whipped to the side again, blood speckling the corner of his lips and splattering onto the stone wall, leaving a dark crimson mark. This time, he didn't speak, nor did he glare. The fiery waves of anger and defiance in his eyes were doused in an instant, like flames killed by ice water. Slowly, he lowered his head, silent as stone. After a long while, he looked up again, his face showing the submission of a prisoner. Yet, deep in his eyes, a faint trace of smoldering venom still lurked. "Now, can we have a proper conversation?" I asked. Iron Fong nodded stiffly, like even that motion drained the rest of his strength. "Speak. Where did the intel about the Phaedragon come from? And why didn't you go after it yourself?" "I tried," Iron Fong rasped out. "I couldn't find it." "What?" My eyes flickered dangerously. "Are you playing games with me?" "No," Iron Fong quickly clarified, panic seeping into his voice. "The intel's legit. I just haven't pinpointed its exact location yet." "Explain clearly." Iron Fong drew a deep breath and then began. "The information came from the Battle Roar tribe, one of the 24 great tribes of the Wastelands." As he spoke, a vivid picture started forming in my mind. The Battle Roar tribe discovered a Phaedragon's nest deep within the Dragonclaw Mountains. They organized a hunt, expecting an easy victory, but things went sideways. A few Phaedragons managed to escape. One of them, tracked through their dragon-seeking spell, was seen flying westward, toward the Silver Stream Dominion. Direction. I believed him somewhat, about 70%. I had heard of the dragon-seeking art before, a secret method used by noble houses and large tribes to track down dragons. Without it, trying to locate a dragon in the vast mountain ranges was no different from finding a needle in a haystack. "Why didn't your tribe go after it themselves?" I asked. Iron Fong fell silent for a moment before replying. "Because the Gorlin came." "You mean your tribe got wiped out just like that?" I mocked. "And you still call yourself a great tribe?" "We were not wiped out," Iron Fong roared suddenly, his voice echoing through the dungeon. "My father and the others, they fought to the death. The tribe still stands." He stopped short, chest heaving as his amber eyes burned with a mix of fury, grief, and a deep sense of helplessness. A chill ran through me as the realization dawned. The Warhowl tribe had been decapitated, their chieftain slain, their core family obliterated, yet their foundation remained. The Gorlin didn't aim for total destruction, they wanted submission. This guy was more valuable than I thought. "Where exactly is the location you're talking about?" I pressed. Iron Fong stayed silent for a moment before asking, "If I tell you, will you let me go?" Our eyes locked. The dungeon was quiet, save for the faint crackle of the torches. "Let you go? Definitely not." I chuckled softly. "Though handing you over to Earl might be an option." Iron Fang's pupils contracted slightly. He closed his eyes for a moment, and when he reopened them, his resolve was clear. "The northern Frostspine Mountains." "The Frostspine Mountains?" I sneered. "That place is as expansive as an ocean. How exactly do you expect me to find it there?" "Not the entire range," Iron Fong said steadily. "A specific area near this side, around the swamps." My interest piqued instantly. The Frostspine Mountains were not far from the Empire's border. Spanning thousands of miles, these mountains were cut through by numerous valleys connecting to the north. Silver Stream Plains had such a valley, its entrance leading through a swamp, waterlogged year-round, overgrown with vegetation. If Iron Fong wasn't lying, the wyvern was likely hidden there. "And how are you so sure it's still there?" I probed. "It's gravely injured," Iron Fong replied resolutely. "The Warhowl tribe's hunt may have failed, but it came at a cost for the wyvern. Injuries like that don't heal in just a few days. Wandering too far would only make it prey for other beasts." I nodded subtly to myself. I wouldn't take his words at face value, yet I couldn't dismiss them either. I'd send someone to verify. Truth or lies, it would soon be clear. As for this wyvern, I already have Little Black, a true pureblood dragon. Compared to that, an ordinary wyvern is little more than a bland meal, hardly worth the trouble. Besides, contracting dragons puts immense strain on one's soul. The risk increases dramatically with each additional contract. Most dragon riders bond with only one dragon, not because they don't want more, but because they can't afford to. However, this wyvern, it could be for Elon. If Elon successfully bonded with the wyvern, the strength of Silver Stream territory would rise immensely. Aerial reconnaissance, battlefield maneuverability, deterrence, all the advantages that come with a true. The Dragon Knights inspire fear in the hearts of all their enemies. Unlike me, I've got a dragon, but I can't even ride it. Just thinking about it feels shameful. Your dragon-seeking art. I asked casually, can you teach me? Iron Fang's face remained emotionless. No, unless you kill. He caught a glance of my eyes, calm, but enough to send shivers down the spine. What I mean is, Iron Fang quickly corrected himself. You lack the bloodline of the Warhowl clan. It's a secret technique exclusive to us. Outsiders like you can't use it. I scoffed, crossing my arms and looking down at him. I've encountered plenty of stubborn types, but someone this stubborn? Iron Fang was a uniquely tenacious case. No matter. I had my ways. Really, I arched a brow, a sharp-edged smile playing on my lips. Iron Fang's expression shifted through several shades of unease before he finally heaved a long sigh. Fine, I give in. The words rumbled from his throat like stones tumbling in a deep well. If you don't believe me, I can teach you. Speak. A flash of bitterness and humiliation flickered across his eyes. Slowly, reluctantly, he began reciting an ancient string of syllables. Each word carried the weight of time, rough-edged and heavy with meaning. He explained every aspect of the dragon-seeking art with begrudging clarity. How to sense the bloodline markings of the Warhowl clan. How to pinpoint a sky dragon's location amidst the vast mountain ranges. I burned every detail into my memory. It didn't take long for me to figure out why Iron Fang was being so generous. The technique required the power of the Warhowl clan's bloodline. I circulated my battle aura, pushing the internal vortex wildly, but it was like punching the air. I tried several more times. Nothing. Iron Fang hadn't been lying. Leaning against the wall, my gaze grew deep and contemplative. I couldn't use it, but someone else could. What other treasures do you have? I asked, my eyes weighing him like scales. Anything from the Warhowl clan? Dragon-related, perhaps? Iron Fang sneered. You humans are insatiably greedy. So what? Can't deliver? His Adam's apple bobbed as he swallowed hard. Oh, I can, he admitted. The Warhowl clan does have treasures, hidden deep within the wastes, past half the beast god's plains. The vault requires bloodline authentication to open. What's the point of me telling you? Do you even dare try to reach it? I was silent for a moment. Then I laughed. The pale glow in my stormy gray-blue eyes flared brighter. If that's true, then you're more valuable than I ever expected. Perhaps. I shouldn't have let Earl treat you so poorly. Iron Fang's face darkened immediately. Whatever scorn he had left cracked and crumbled. His lips parted slightly, as if to protest, but in the end, he only hung his head, curling in on himself in the corner, silent. In Earl's hands, he might have endured. In mine, Iron Fang had already figured it out. That was why he offered up the Sky Dragon information in the first place. But the appetite of this human, it went far beyond what he'd imagined. I let out a quiet laugh, turned, and left. Iron Fang watched as the iron door closed slowly in the dark, shutting out the last sliver of light. His gaze flickered in the shadows, betraying a mind lost in thought. Stepping out of the Lord's Hall, a rush of mixed scents greeted me. Fresh grass, the pungency of manure, the burnt tang of kitchen smoke, and, wafting from a distant bakery, the comforting aroma of warm bread. Compared to the damp, rotting stench of the dungeon, this was pure paradise. I paused at the stone steps, inhaling deeply. The stench of roadside filth? I was used to it by now. It was a fact of life here. Even outside the grand noble estates in the capital of the Holy Radiance Empire, unpleasant surprises were not uncommon. I had tried to make a difference before, but my efforts yielded little success. To avoid revealing my unconventional origins, I had no choice but to endure. But now, as I walked along the uneven gravel path, my gaze wandered to the crooked, ramshackle homes lining the street. The roads were a mess of potholes. On sunny days, they kicked up clouds of choking dust, and on rainy ones, they became a mire of clinging mud. The houses themselves leaned haphazardly, made from patched-together wood, clay, and stone without a trace of planning or order. I couldn't help but think of the picturesque European towns from books of my past life. Neatly paved streets, red brick buildings, slate-gray roofs, and tree-lined avenues. If only Silverstream territory could become something like that one day. Slowing my steps, I glanced toward the distant mountain range, its peaks shimmering golden in the sunlight. There's a lot of work ahead. Back in the now quiet hall of the manor, the weight of responsibility pressed on me again. Bruce was overseeing the construction of the outposts, and the task proved riddled with as many complications as weeds in fallow land. The old steward, though not as spry as his younger days, still handled the daily minutiae better than I could, even with his limp. Meanwhile, Aaron led patrols to ward off the occasional foolish raids from the beastfolk tribes, those who dared disturb the settlers reclaiming the land. Returning to my study, I unrolled a piece of parchment, dipping my quill in ink. Redhorn ox. I scrawled the first entry and drew a connecting line. Feathered wyvern. A second term followed. Food. Problem number 3. The stores would barely last a month, but it would take 3 to harvest the first crops. 2 months' worth of provisions would have to be secured from elsewhere. Cement. This was next. I hesitated briefly before adding bricks. Soap. Perfume glass. I put the pen down and surveyed the increasingly crowded parchment. A faint smile tugged at the corners of my lips. At midday, Aaron returned. I seized the moment to call him in. I had tasks to delegate. Bloodfang tribe. The twilight fell like spilled blood, spreading from the Dragonclaw Mountains and painting the forest crimson. Scattered across a valley below, beast-hide tints puffed wisps of smoke into the sky. The air was thick with the mixed scents of grilled meat and manure, occasionally punctuated by boisterous, gravelly laughter, a sound heavy and rumbling, like boulders rolling down a mountainside. Inside the central tent, the flickering candlelight cast long shadows. Earl sat slouched in a throne draped with the pelt of a massive bear, the animal's head mounted over one armrest, its hollow eyes glinting eerily in the firelight. He tapped his fingers against the wooden armrest, the rhythm slow and heavy. His brow furrowed deeply, his features carved by countless old scars that the light emphasized in sharp relief. "That Aaron has come," announced Bensei, standing below and speaking as though he wanted the entire camp to hear him. Earl's brows knitted tighter, his amber eyes narrowing coldly as the firelight danced in them. His square jaw clenched visibly. "What does he want?" He said it was about the negotiations last time. Earl's expression darkened further, and a faint glimmer of malice rippled across his golden, wolfish gaze. "Why didn't you tell me earlier?" "What did he say?" Bansai looked completely bewildered. "He said why he's here." Bansai suddenly understood. "Oh, but big brother, you didn't ask him that either." Earl's pupils dilated slightly. A flood of words caught in his throat, and after several agonizing seconds, all he could manage was, "And this is my fault." Bonsai's expression left no room for doubt. Yes, it is." Earl rubbed his temples, silently reminding himself over and over, "He's your brother. You can't punch him." "Let him in," Earl finally muttered. Same as last time. Just as Bansai turned to leave. "Wait." Earl tapped the armrest twice. "This time, don't go out of your way to alert Gurku. If he stumbles upon it, fine. Otherwise, stay quiet." "Got it." Bansai scratched his head before disappearing through the door. Left alone in the flickering candlelight, Earl's expression was a battlefield of emotions. Before long, steady footsteps broke the tense silence. The door curtain lifted, and Aaron stepped inside, his presence commanding the room. His dark armor gleamed under the dim candlelight, emanating a cold, sharp aura. A long sword hung at his waist, its hilt wrapped in a cord worn smooth with use. Aaron's gaze was unwavering, utterly undistracted by the orc guards on either side, who glared daggers at him. Behind him followed several knights, hands resting warily on their sword hilts, muscles wound taut. I am no stranger to this place. Orcs and humans have been sworn enemies for ages, but here on the border, sworn enmity doesn't always mean outright hostility. The lower-ranking orcs don't care much for lofty ideals. It's as simple as the chieftain says fight, so they fight. The chieftain says talk, so they talk. Before I even entered the tent, Earl's enthusiastic voice greeted me. "Aaron, my dear friend." Earl stepped forward, arms outstretched, his wide smile so disarmingly genuine that you could forget the blood he's drenched his hands in. I remained expressionless, barely inclining my head. Earl laughed heartily. "Someone, bring meat and ale." "No need." My voice was calm, but carried unmistakable weight. "You know why I'm here, don't you?" Earl's smile faltered as his eyes darted to Bansai, who was craning his neck to eavesdrop. "Yes, I know." "In that case," I continued, my tone as steady as stone, "Lord Allen has agreed to the exchange." Earl's eyes lit up. "But," I added firmly, We have one condition. Earl's expression froze for the briefest moment before returning to normal, so seamlessly it was as though it had never changed. A faint smile even tugged at the corners of his mouth, as if the momentary stiffness were merely a trick of the candlelight. Leaning back in his chair, fingers draped casually over the armrest, he exuded an air of relaxed composure. And what's this condition? It's simple. My gaze was steady. The exchange will take place on the Silver Creek Plains. The moment the words left my mouth, Earl's smile grew more natural. He burst into laughter, slapping the armrest with such vigor that the tense leather ceiling trembled. Oh, is that all? I thought you were going to say something serious. He waved dismissively, his tone easygoing. Of course, the location is up to you. I nodded, silent once more. Tomorrow at dawn, on the plains. Specific location. I paused, meeting Earl's gaze sharply. You'll know when you get there. All right. Earl nodded with a smile, not pressing further. Just as I turned to leave, his voice drifted lazily toward me. Knight of Elrin, will your lord come this time? I turned back, face expressionless. The lord is occupied with more important matters and won't squander time on trivialities. Heh. Earl chuckled. Unreadable. Was it disappointment or relief? I see. I walked away, the faint clinking of my armor fading as I moved deeper into the encampment. Earl sat alone, the smile lingering faintly on his lips. His gaze rested on the swaying tent flap, deep and fathomless, like an ancient well. Bansai returned, bringing a gust of cool wind. The candle flames flickered wildly. Seeing Earl in silence, Bansai wisely stationed himself in a corner, as still and stolid as a not-so-bright statue. For a long moment, there was no sound. Then Earl spoke. He's gone. Gone. Earl nodded, drumming his fingers twice against the armrest. Summon Gurku. Bansai scratched his head. Oh, sure. Moments later, Gurku entered. He was gaunt as a skeleton, wrapped in a ragged animal skin robe that sagged loosely on his frame. His cracked skin looked like ancient bark stretched over his bones. But his murky old eyes carried a sharpness that did not belong to such a withered body. Earl Chieftain, he greeted, his voice raspy like wind scraping through a dried-up riverbed. What do you require of me? What have you been busy with? Earl cut straight to the point. I haven't seen you around the tribe much. Gurkha's expression didn't flicker, rallying support from the tribes to prepare for the attack on Silverstream, also gathering the scattered remnants of the Warshout tribe. Earl gave a small nod, falling into brief silence before shifting the direction of the conversation abruptly. Put those things on hold for now. I have a more pressing task for you. A flicker of surprise crossed Gurku's eyes, but it was quickly suppressed. Silence. In the tent, only the popping of the candle flames and the distant, rowdy laughter of orcs could be heard. Earl Chieftain, Gurku finally said, his tone deliberate. We're collaborators, not subordinates. Anything outside our agreement, I have the right to refuse. The air grew heavy. Bonsai's wide, bulging eyes gleamed with agitation. His sharp teeth emerged slightly, his face radiating the expression. Who do you think you are? Gurkha didn't budge an inch. I'm aware, Earl replied gently, as if dousing Bonsai's anger with a bucket of cold water. This isn't an unrelated task. Earl's smile curved faintly, a hint of meaning in his expression. Oh, I forgot to mention, Silverstream has agreed to the exchange. It's tomorrow morning. Gurkha's eyes sharpened immediately, those murky pools momentarily lit by something indescribable before it was quickly extinguished. You have one night. Earl's words came softly, as though it were a trivial matter. Gurku remained silent, eventually nodding slowly. I understand. One night will suffice. The next morning, the sun rose as it always did. The golden light of dawn spread across the Silverstream plains like a gilded carpet. Dewdrops glistened on the blades of grass. The air was thick with the scent of dirt and fresh grass. In the distance, settlers toiled in the fields, clearing the land. Even farther out, the frame of a newly erected watchtower stood stark against the horizon, skeletal fingers reaching toward the sky. At the edge of the plain, a troop of orcs moved slowly. Wargs squelched through the damp soil, their movements accompanied by the muffled plodding sounds of hooves sinking into the mud. The formation was loose yet deliberate, poised for battle at a moment's notice. Earl rode at the center, flanked closely by his towering guards. Gorkle wasn't among them. Ahead of us, The forces of Silver Creek had already gathered. I sat astride my horse, my armor glinting cold and pale beneath the morning light. Behind me, a handful of knights stood ready, their expressions calm and unreadable. Beyond them, two orderly ranks of infantry loomed, long spears bristling like a forest of steel. Not a single sound. Faces blank as a silent wall. Earl tugged at his warg's reins and raised a hand. His troop halted in unison. Elon, his voice rang out across the morning plains, deep and commanding. "Shall we begin the trade?" I didn't answer immediately. Instead, I gave a subtle nod. Two men brought forward a wooden crate. Not very large, just enough to contain a curled-up adult. It looked heavy. Their boots sank into the soft ground with every step. They placed the crate in the open field between us, then opened it. An orc lay inside. Motionless, his body was half-charred, skin cracked like scorched bark. His face was concealed beneath thick, matted hair, making it impossible to tell if he was alive or dead. The orc troop stirred, some leaning closer for a better look, others furrowing their brows, a low murmur spreading among them. Earl, however, remained still, his gaze scanning the blackened figure. The face wasn't visible. The angle, the distance, the light, all wrong. And the hair obscured much of it. But the build, the outline, that half-torched body, it had to be Iron Fang. Or at least, it should be. Without speaking, I raised a hand. Then, 5 red-horned cattle were led forward. They were massive creatures, their broad, rounded shoulders and pillar-like legs brimming with raw strength. Their thick, deep brown coats gleamed with a healthy sheen. Their horns curled menacingly atop their heads, with razor-sharp tips gleaming like blades. 3 males, 2 females, all in prime condition. The exchange began. There were only a dozen steps between us, near enough to feel the tension, far enough for caution. As Silver Creek soldiers approached the red-horned cattle, the beasts grew uneasy. They pawed at the ground, scattering clumps of dirt with their heavy hooves, their sharp breaths steaming in the cold air. One bull, larger than the rest, snorted and swung its head, its massive horns carving a dangerous arc through the air. Earl snorted in irritation. It wasn't loud, but it was sharp, cutting through the noise like an invisible whip. Instantly, the 5 cattle stilled, their eyes losing that flicker of panic, their movements settling into eerie calm. I fixed Earl with a measured glare, silently weighing the display of authority. Cautious, watchful, 2 orcs approached the crate, their movements brisk but wary. One of them crouched down, opening the crate wider. He reached in, carefully pulling back the figure's hair to expose its face, squinting to examine it in the shadows. My pulse quickened, my grip on the hilt of my sword tightened, knuckles turning white. Any sign of deception, any hostile move, and the blade would strike without hesitation. The crouching orc stared for what felt like an eternity. When he finally straightened, his face was marked with lingering confusion, his brow furrowed deeply, his gaze shifting uneasily toward Earl. Earl's stomach dropped, a gnawing sense of unease creeping in. He had just opened his mouth. The orc suddenly slammed the chest shut. A muffled thud, like something had been sealed away forever. I froze, sharply turning to look at Earl. Earl hesitated. His body leaned forward, his Adam's apple bobbing. But in the end, he said nothing. He simply watched the exchange continue with an eerie calm. The trade was nearing its end. Both sides sidestepped each other, their shoulders nearly brushing. 2 orcs brought the wooden chest to Earl, placing it down in front of him. A faint smile flickered on Earl's face. He lifted his head, perhaps about to say something customary, just to wrap things up. And then he saw the smile on my face. It wasn't the polite smile of satisfaction after a completed transaction. No, it was an unsettling, cryptic smirk. The unease hit him like a vice gripping his chest, tightening around his heart. He hadn't even had time to catch his breath when, whoosh, the sound of something slicing through the air came from behind. Sharp and swift, the sky seemed to split open, and in the blink of an eye, it was upon us. Earl spun around fast. His pupils dilated in shock. A torrent of black arrows carved through the morning sky, shrieking death as they descended. There was no time to think. My body was already in motion. The iron sword flew from its sheath, the blade gleaming like lightning. My wrist pulsed, weaving an impenetrable silver net before me. Clang, clang, clang. Sparks exploded in all directions. The arrows rained down like hail on banana leaves against the woven barrier of my sword. Snapped arrows flew out in every direction, their remnants scattering to the ground like shattered twigs. But not everyone was so fortunate. Thwack, thwack, thwack. The guttural sounds of arrows sinking into flesh burst forth in rapid succession. Orcs standing closest to the storm of arrows didn't even have time to scream. In a flash, they were reduced to human-sized pincushions, toppling like felled logs. Blood sprayed through the air. Dust filled the chaos. Earl roared, his voice thunderous, his eyes bloodshot, veins bulging like roots beneath the skin. You dare start a war? My face was devoid of expression. Slowly, I drew my lance. Silver-white combat aura coursed along its shaft, fluid as mercury, pooling at the tip. It caught the morning light, glinting murderously. And then, horses neighed. The thunder of hooves erupted as 20 heavily armored cavalry stormed forward, an iron tide crashing down with earth-shaking force. You bastard! Earl's jaw clenched so hard it audibly ground together. He was about to rally his wolf riders to counterattack when, to the right, the whistle of cutting wind rang out again. Damn it! Another line of black-clad archers emerged from the ground. They rose like ghosts, bows drawn taut into perfect crescents, their arrows deadly and unwavering. Caught off guard, the orcs fell one after another amidst the storm of arrows. Their screams shot through the air. Shoulders were pierced clean through. Thighs were impaled, pinning bodies to the ground. Some took arrows to their backs, staggering forward a few steps before crumpling into bloody heaps. Just 2 volleys, and of the 20-some orcs, less than half were left standing. Earl's face contorted in rage and despair. These humans, they had buried themselves in the ground, digging holes, camouflaging, lying in wait. A patient, unrelenting trap, impossible to guard against. Ahead, my cavalry was nearly upon them. The heavy weight of destruction just heartbeats away. Retreat. Earl's voice was raw, rasping like a broken bell. In one swift motion, he grabbed the heavy wooden chest and flung it. Climbing onto the wolf's back, I turned around and launched into a wild sprint. The other orcs followed closely, while the wounded sat in despair, waiting for death to claim them. The corner of my mouth curled into a faint smirk as I spurred my horse forward in pursuit. The chase had begun. The wolf riders had explosive speed but poor endurance. The human cavalry maintained a steady pace, relentlessly trailing behind like patient hunters awaiting their prey to tire. One by one, the orcs were caught and struck down. Terrifying screams echoed across the plains. Earl, his eyes bloodshot, desperately urged his mount onward. At last, the edge of the forest appeared ahead. He whipped his head around. Behind him, only 5 or 6 tribesmen remained. The rest had fallen across the plains, bathed in the light of dawn. Just as he prepared to flee, to his right ahead, from atop the hill, a mounted force came charging down, hooves thundering like dragons, clouds of dust billowing into the sky. Leading them was Alan. The young lord rode a deep chestnut warhorse, his cloak flaring in the wind, his gray-blue eyes locked onto Earl with unrelenting focus. Blocked in the front, hunted from behind. Earl felt his heart sink to the depths. Alan kept his eyes fixed on Earl, calculating the optimal intercept point. His lance made minute adjustments, its shining tip aimed unerringly at the orc chieftain's back, right at the heart. A single, fatal thrust. 50 paces. Muscles taut like drawn bowstrings, a silver-white aura flickered and danced on the lance's tip. Just then, Earl pulled out something. A small, black whistle. My pupils contracted. I moved to stop him, but was too late. Tweet. The piercing whistle shredded the stillness of the plains. My whole body tensed. An ambush? A trap? My gaze swept sharply around me, cutting like a blade. Hills, woods, tall grass. Nothing. No hidden soldiers. No volley of arrows. A bluff? I was about to continue the pursuit when… Moo! Moo! The furious roars of wild beasts rang out from behind. I whipped around to look. Amid the rising yellow dust, 5 red-horned bulls had gone berserk. Their hooves pounded the ground as they charged wildly, knocking soldiers aside and trampling everything in their path. The once docile silver-tier magical beasts were now uncontrollable engines of destruction. In a split second, I understood. The whistle wasn't summoning an ambush. It was awakening the suppressed rage of the red-horned bulls. My gaze shot back to Earl. His amber eyes glinted with triumphant malice, daring me to make a choice: save the bulls or continue the hunt. I clenched my teeth. A moment later, I yanked the reins, wheeling my horse around and racing back. I couldn't afford to gamble. The 5 silver-tier magical beasts were too valuable. They held the key to raising dragons, no less. Plus, around the plains, settlers were scattered everywhere. If the red-horned bulls charged into the crowd, the consequences would be unimaginable. Alan didn't stop. His lance loomed closer and closer as the last surviving orc fell beneath its thrust. Now, Earl was utterly alone. The tip of Alan's lance was less than 10 paces from him. Suddenly, a cold grin curled across Earl's lips. Kill! A thunderous war cry erupted ahead. Filthy humans! You seek death! The forest exploded into chaos. Dozens. The orcs surged forward like a breached dam, led by Bansai, whose blood-red eyes burned with green flames of fury. Curse you, humans! His thunderous roar shook the earth beneath their feet. There were no more words. Raising his massive iron bone blade overhead, a weapon so broad it was thicker than his arm, he brought it downward with a ferocious howl, the strike cleaving the wind as it descended. Behind him, the orcs roared in unison, their blades catching the morning sun as their charging footsteps boomed like a war drum. Kill! A grin finally spread across Earl's face. A taut string inside him had snapped loose. He had survived. Reinforcements had arrived, but he barely had time to catch his breath. Swoosh! The sharp whistle of air being torn apart screamed through his ears like death's whisper. A venomous serpent of destruction surged from the shadows. Bonsai's pupils constricted sharply, the green glow in his eyes reflecting a silver streak. A lance. Its tip flared with a blinding combat aura, aimed directly at Earl's exposed back with impossible speed. Brother, look out. No need for a warning. Earl's hair stood on end, a chilling cold racing up his spine and exploding into his skull. The shadow of death coiled tightly around his throat. How long had it been since he last felt this close to the brink? The last time he had grazed death had been as a child, narrowly avoiding the claws of a raging magical beast. Since then, he had learned how to calculate, to always hold back a measure of strength, and to never expose his back to anyone. Now, death had returned. Adrenaline surged like a flood, and his senses sharpened to the limit. He could see it all: the speed, the angle, the distance of the lance. Time itself stretched thin. Move forward? Too late. Dodge left? Too far. Instinctively, his body twisted to the right. Slash. The lance tore through flesh. Silver combat energy pierced through his left chest, with blood blooming like crimson flowers in the morning light. Earl let out a muffled groan. The wooden crate he carried slipped from his grip and crashed to the ground. The cover loosened just enough to glimpse a charred figure before slamming shut again. He nearly toppled from the wolf beneath him. Sensing its master sliding off, the dire wolf reared sharply. No command needed. Its intuition bonded with Earl through years of trust. With all its strength, it kept him steady. This was the unspoken language of comrades who had grown up together. Earl slumped against the wolf's back, like a bird with broken wings. The lance remained embedded in his body, blood dripping along its shaft, staining the gray fur below with deep red blooms. That strike should have pierced his heart. Were it not for that last desperate twist, he'd already be a corpse. But the silver combat energy burrowed into his wound like a poisonous serpent, ripping at his veins with savage ferocity. Earl had to divert the majority of his focus to suppressing it, making even staying upright on the wolf an arduous task. Regret flashed across my eyes. The timing was flawless, right at the moment when Earl's defenses were down. The angle, the force, the infusion of combat energy, every detail had been executed to perfection. But this orc was too fast. No, it wasn't just speed. It was a bone-deep survival instinct that defied all odds. I didn't hesitate. The orc reinforcements had arrived. Pressing further would only mean death. Besides, I couldn't give chase anyway. That dire wolf unleashed an incredible burst of speed, vanishing like an arrow loosed from a drawn bow. One more strike? Impossible. That last blow already drained most of my fighting chi. Retreat. I yanked the reins sharply. My warhorse neighed loudly before spinning around and charging off. The cavalry followed closely, hooves pounding the ground as we sped toward the Silver Creek territory. On the way, they passed by the wooden chest. The box lay toppled in the grass, abandoned and unnoticed. Bansai rushed to Earl, who was bleeding profusely, rage bubbling inside him like an erupting volcano. His face turned a deep purple red. His green eyes almost seemed as if they'd bleed tears of fury. "Go, Bansai!" Earl's weak voice reached them. "And the chest." Earl closed his eyes. Bansai clenched his teeth so hard his jaw creaked, his fists trembling as his nails dug into his palms. He glanced at the retreating cavalry and then at the dying Earl. He didn't pursue them. "Take my brother and the chest, move." His voice roared like the last cry of a cornered beast. "What? You almost skewered Earl with a single strike." The teacup nearly slipped from my hand, its contents rippling. My eyes widened with disbelief. The expression on my face said it all. The old butler, Bruce, even turned his head. Though he remained silent, his slightly open lips betrayed his shock. Aaron wasn't one to exaggerate. If he said, "almost," then the gap had truly been razor thin. And that was precisely what made it shocking. Earl, the sly old fox. He had occupied the Dragon Claw Mountains for years, crossing swords with Silver Creek countless times without ever losing decisively. But now, he had almost died by my lance. There wasn't an iota of pride on my face. If anything, a tinge of regret. I stood there, armor covered in dust, my cape torn and battered, weariness etched on my features. "My lord, it was a mistake on my part. Allowing Earl to escape," Aaron said solemnly. I immediately waved dismissively. "What are you talking about? How's this a mistake? I had already given up on chasing him. I just wanted to teach him a lesson. And you? You nearly finished him off entirely. If this is what you call a mistake, then what does success look like? Hanging his head on our city walls." I shook my head, my silence carrying an air of stubborn resolve. After a moment, I changed the subject. "My lord, about those red horn bulls. Were they subdued?" I smiled wryly. "Subdued, yes. These silver-ranked magical beasts aren't much of a threat. I doubt they could even take on a black iron knight. But the breeding program? Completely out the window. Why is that?" I looked over at Bruce. The old butler stepped forward. "Because there's a problem with those red horn bulls." "What kind of problem?" "Wrong gender." I frowned. "I can tell a bull from a cow, you know." "The genders are correct. 3 bulls and 2 cows." Bruce began before pausing slightly. "But those 3 bulls, they've all been castrated." The hall fell into brief silence. Aaron's expression shifted from confusion to realization, and then to something far more nuanced. Not anger, nor embarrassment, but a strange mix of, "I get it, but I really wish I didn't." A few moments later, he lowered his head and muttered, "My lord, it was my negligence. I failed to notice the problem. Please punish me." I waved my hand dismissively. "Don't blame yourself. Even if it hadn't been castrated, we wouldn't have been able to raise it. Did you see how Earl made his escape? A few whistles, and they riot. Who knows when it might happen again? Besides, we know nothing about the red horns, what they eat, what they fear, how they reproduce. We're completely in the dark. Even if we got one capable of breeding, it'd be nothing more than a ticking time bomb." Aaron was silent for a moment, then nodded. "My lord." He suddenly looked up, his voice hesitant. "There's one thing I don't understand." "Speak." Aaron swallowed hard before asking, "Why did we ambush Earl this time? Was it because Iron Fang is so important?" The hall went quiet. Aaron is no fool. After so many years at the border, he's long since shed the naive knightly ideals of his youth. But certain things are ingrained in him, like the sense of honor in keeping one's word. We negotiated the deal, agreed to the terms, completed the transaction, then turned around and struck. He did it, but wanted to know why. "Not entirely," I said in a low voice. "Iron Fang has outlived its value. Handing it over to Earl or not doesn't make much of a difference anymore. Then, it's for other reasons." I glanced at Aaron before abruptly changing the subject. "What's your take on the border war?" Aaron blinked in surprise, but quickly replied seriously. "The war came suddenly and had a massive impact. The border forts are under heavy attack. Trade caravans can't get through. We can't buy grain, so we've had to cultivate for ourselves. I'd wager this war will last a long time. It's not ending in 10 days or so." I gave a wry smile. "It's more than just lasting long." My voice dropped, almost as if talking to myself. This time, the waters are deeper than we thought. Confusion clouded his eyes. His face, weathered by years under relentless sand and wind, furrowed into a knot. I instinctively leaned forward, my voice carrying an unusual edge of doubt. What? Fingers tapped against the table, two sharp, firm knocks. The specific reasons, I can't say yet. A pause, then he continued. Even I'm not entirely sure. All I can tell you is this. Earl, he's not the priority anymore. I fell silent, like a tree bent under the weight of a storm, but unwilling to break. I glanced at Aaron, my tone easing. This time, Earl broke the rules first, selling us castrated bulls, not to mention laying traps. Those whistles, you understand. My lips curled into a mocking sneer. Contracts, they've become nothing but a joke. With anyone else, I wouldn't bother explaining. In the borderlands, there's no morality, only survival. But for someone like him, an old knight, loyal to our family through generations, he deserved an explanation. After a moment of silence, my frown smoothed into something resembling relief, like a burden finally understood. I see. I relaxed my shoulders slightly. Double the patrols. When Earl suffers a loss, he'll make sure to repay it in full. Quietly. Rust. One whole day, boss. It's the second morning now. One day? I frowned slightly. I tried to turn my head. A slight movement felt like a needle stabbing into the wound, forcing a muffled groan out. Boss. Bonsai's face turned pale, his hand half reached forward, then hesitated, only to draw back in anxious worry. I closed my eyes, waiting for the pain to subside. Who treated the wound? My voice was calm, eerily, so for someone back from death's door. Gulku. Yes. I found him right away, Bansai said, his tone laced with a sense of accomplishment. But my expression darkened. During the treatment, were you present? Each word squeezed through clenched teeth. The air tensed. Bansai finally sensed something was off, and panic crept onto his face. I was there. I watched the whole time. I didn't take a single step away. My face softened slightly. Looking at Bonsai's haggard face, I swallowed back the words on the tip of my tongue. Call Gulka here. Bansai immediately spun around. The curtain was lifted and fell, a flicker of light slipping through before vanishing. Before long, Gulku appeared, thin, hunched, his ragged robe hanging loosely on his frame. His face was concealed in the shadow of his hood, but his gaze remained sharp, cutting like a blunt blade. How are you feeling? His tone was flat. I met his gaze, the tension heavy, causing the flame of the candle to waver. Quite well, actually. A pause, then a cold smirk tugged at the corner of my mouth. Mr. Gulku, your skills are impeccable. The atmosphere shifted abruptly, something eerie seeping into the space like water. Bonsai's death stare pinned onto Gulku. Clearly, the pieces had finally clicked for him. Gulku, unfazed, simply remarked, "It's not my skill." That knight's aura wasn't imbued with special attributes, making it easier to purge. If it had been a church knight, things would have been much more complex. A long silence followed. Truly, what luck I have, I murmured, my tone unreadable. It is the beast god's blessing, Gulku nodded faintly. Heh. A brittle chuckle, like the sound of dry branches snapping. Another wave of silence descended. Though the deal was ambushed, I spoke, my tone shifting to something more formal. Our objective was achieved. Ironfang has been retrieved. I locked eyes with Gulku. But as for the matter you assured me of, how is the progress? An odd tension began to rise. Bonsai's eyes darted around, avoiding my gaze entirely. My stare turned sharp. The crate wasn't brought back. We brought it back. Bansai shook his head